If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK. Today we're taking a look at another conspiratorial topic: paranoia versus awareness. And many points that just fall on the deaf ears of the coincidence theorists, no matter the historical reference, no matter the irrefutable proof. Because that, of course, is the nature of hardcore coincidence theorists. But conspiracy theorists, aka critical thinkers, they can tell the difference between what is unfounded paranoia and actual fact-based awareness based on track records of certain agencies. For example, spy agencies. There was once upon a time when people thinking the CIA was listening on the phone was considered outlandish paranoia by the cognitive dissonant coincidence theorists. Obviously, that's all just accepted now. The coincidence theorists like to pretend that they never denied it. But yeah, in the past decade or two, it was quite made fun of by the coincidence theorists. Looking at those crazy tinfoil hat conspiracy theorists, aka critical thinkers, who are actually paying attention to the patents in existence, to nanotechnology and the development of such, to Moore's law, exponential technological advancement, and just the history of government spying on their own citizens. I mean, this is a real no-brainer. But obviously, coincidence theorists are not known for their brain power. As always, if you enjoy the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. If you like the podcast, hit the like button, share it across social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case or topic requests, co-podcasters, logical analyses, and more. If you want random questions answered regarding any cases or topics, you can ask them as a patron and you will receive top priority in getting your question answered. You could also leave any questions, thoughts, comments, theories, debunkings, rebuttals, thoughts of any kind in the comment section, and we will get to them. All right, so let's jump in here. So once upon a time, Stephen King said perfect paranoia is perfect awareness. Now, what does that mean? When I first read that, I found it very interesting because there's another old saying, it's not paranoia if they're really out to get you. So let's say someone is being hunted by Men in Black or some agency. For them to react the way they react and possibly checking their apartment for bugs or phone taps and all these things, for them, is that being paranoid? Because if people really are out to get you, it's just exercising awareness, is it not? Now, how do you know when they're out to get you or not? This is not a podcast on targeted individuals, although we have mentioned that in the past on MINDSHOCK, and that is a very disturbing and dark topic, particularly for those supposedly afflicted with this phenomena, for lack of a better word. But is it really entirely out of the question that government agencies would do this? I mean, nobody's saying this is on the books, although it might be on the books. But black budget and such, this is nothing new to government operations. I mean, the coincidence theorists really are history deniers and reality deniers, because it is not really that unusual for governments to monitor their citizens using whatever advanced technology they have, particularly if they believe they won't be caught. Now, when they're also backed by certain things like the Patriot Act or the NDAA, they have so-called immunity from constitutional law to just flat out spy on anyone without a warrant. I mean, it's dark and disturbing, but that's just the nature of the beast. The coldest of all cold monsters, as Nietzsche referred to as the state. And yeah, it's really bizarre that in this day and age, we still have coincidence theorists who are denying any kind of nefarious government activity in this regard. Now, I'm going to take a step away from the conspiratorial angle and move a little bit supernatural. People that are paranoid about ghosts, or supernatural entities, interdimensional entities, whatever you want to call them. They think they're being haunted or whatever. Now, if these entities are real, I'm not saying they are, but if they are these individuals really being paranoid, or are they just more aware of what's going on, more aware of the unseen world? Now, in typical mind shock fashion, we're not going to fall for any black and white fallacies or pretend to know anything for sure, because this is mind shock. The only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. Because how much human knowledge can be rounded to basically zero in terms of, or our modern Western civilization's knowledge, our very, very limited science, or scientism rather. Most people refer to scientism when they say science because they don't know the differences. Check out Scientism Simplified if you haven't listened to that MindShock podcast. We go pretty in-depth in exactly what is scientism and how it's being used in the world as religious faith-based beliefs, appeals to authority, indoctrinations into the cult of state worship. Now, if we remove all that from the equation, if we're being logical, objective, truly scientific, and not worshiping at any scientism altars, if these interdimensional entities are real, are people who are so-called paranoid, are they simply being aware of these entities? And if these entities can be harmful, the certain precautions or what have you that these so-called paranoid individuals are taking, is that just exercising awareness? And that's the main point here. Regardless if you're talking tinfoil hat, conspiracy theorists, aka critical thinkers, if they believe that there's certain nefarious actions being taken by government or government agencies of some kind, again, there's a proven track record. If you look at history, it has many lessons to teach. Coincidence theorists hate history. They hate looking at any kind of historical context. MK Ultra, all of these things that have since been declassified, or any kind of falsified attacks to start wars. I mean, this is all, even if it didn't happen, to believe that there's a possibility that it happened, it's very valid. It's not paranoid at all. It's just being aware of history, of how governments operate. It's really, I mean, only to coincidence theorists does it seem strange or crazy. To anybody being logical, objective, neutral, truly scientific, it's not unusual at all to believe a repeat offender will offend again. I mean, it's really all it comes down to. And corrupt people don't always act alone. That's really all there is to it. And when you look at patterns, now, coincidence theorists obviously would not, if you look at mathematics, for example, if one and one always end up being two, coincidence theorists would just write that off, so they would never get to any kind of advanced mathematics. Now, the equivalent, therefore, is any kind of really insane sounding conspiracy theories, like there's listening devices in toasters, or all these smart devices are spying on you. When so-called smart devices first started coming out, the coincidence theorists scoffed at the critical thinkers, aka conspiracy theorists, who were saying, wait a second, this seems kind of scary with all this advanced technology. It's listening at all times. It's tracking at all times. And the coincidence theorists wrote that all off as just conspiracy and paranoia, completely ignoring all of history, just basic logic and reason, and the fact that corrupt people are corrupt. It's really bizarre. I mean, even when you have Facebook involved in the scandal, I mean, personal details being sold to advertisers, all these things that the coincidence theorists never saw happening because they're that naive and they live in these fairy tale worlds of unicorns and rainbows where people would never act nefariously, or at least not more than one person, where they would sell your information without your permission. I mean, it was a slow shock and awakening for a lot of coincidence theorists. And coincidence theorists are very, very ego-dominated. A lot of them are narcissistic. So they won't admit being wrong, most of them. They can't comprehend that. They think that their Dunning-Kruger is just too extreme to see the limitations of their comprehension ability. So they'll never really admit they were wrong. They'll just kind of pretend it wasn't that unusual, or it was never really a conspiracy in the first place. They'll downplay, they'll ignore, they'll execute all these basics of psychology in dealing with these situations. So for the future, any kind of new conspiracy, obviously chemtrails, you call it aerosol spraying, all of a sudden the coincidence theorists pretend they never denied chemicals in the air that were non-contrails. So it's all quite bizarre. So what's truly being paranoid versus being aware? What are the differences, if any? And it's very easy to criticize from the outside without actually knowing. Because as I've talked about many times, it's impossible to really know all the variables. So how accurate is someone's assessment going to be? Oh, this person's paranoid. Well, if they haven't lived that person's life and they don't have the amount of information that individual has, it might be awareness and not paranoia. Obviously, this is MINDSHOCK. We're not falling for black and white fallacies. There are certain individuals that might be suffering from certain delusions or mental conditions where they believe everybody's out to get them and everybody's following them. And again, that's a slippery slope, because what if some people are and that caused them to be, let's say, if we call paranoia excessive awareness, would that be fair? So if there are certain people that are out to get an individual, and then they go so far down that rabbit hole, they just kind of assume each and every person is out to get them. Obviously, that wouldn't be accurate. But are you going to fall for the black and white fallacy and pretend there's not a single person out to get them? Maybe there is. Maybe it's a family member. Maybe it's a friend. Maybe it's a former business or business partner or coworker or just some random acquaintance who really truly does want to be out, who is out to get them for something. And then that gets kind of snowballed in their own brain, and it turns into something else. That doesn't necessarily mean the root cause was imagined. A lot of coincidence theorists like to pretend that anybody who says they're being chased by government agents or whatever, that they're all completely insane and none of that is ever true. Who knows? I mean, there might have been one person wanting to ask him a couple questions about something at one point, and that snowballed. In other cases, maybe there really are a lot of people out to get that person. How would we really know? And obviously what coincidence theorists do to appease their cognitive dissonance and their fragile faith-based belief systems and fragile egos, they have to pretend that 100% of that, it's just all paranoia and it's not awareness. So those are the basic differences. Anybody feel free to chime in with their thoughts, theories, comments, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind in the comment section. If you like the podcast, you donate to our PayPal, just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. If you like the podcast, hit the like button. Share it across social media platforms. You can also check us out on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. Today I'm talking about real fence sitters, because there seem to be very few. And this is one of the reasons the MINDSHOCK podcast exists, because I pretty much call it how I see it. I will point out deficiencies or issues with both sides of everything, and I don't pretend to know what is true or untrue. There seem to be a lot of highly egotistical, easily triggered, childish personalities out there on all topics and all podcasts, where they pretend to know whether something is true or not, and they just grovel at these altars of scientism and all these things. MINDSHOCK is for truth, promoting logic and reason as the methodology to truth, instead of just guessing or taking on blind faith the word of corrupt profiteers, as if history has no lessons to teach. So I'll just be discussing fence sitting and real fence sitters. for this podcast. As always, if you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. If you like the podcast, hit the like button, share it across social media platforms. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings, insults of any kind, leave them in the comment section. You can check us out on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic requests, and depending on your tier, you can also be a guest on the podcast. So what is a fence sitter? So a fence sitter is someone who doesn't automatically or desperately cling to a particular side of anything, of any issue, whether Democrat, Republican, moon landing being a hoax or not, the earth being globe or flat. Because condemnation without investigation is, of course, the height of ignorance, and you have a lot of people pretending to be scientific when they're just scientismic. Scientism is, of course, the cult of authority worship, pretending that dogmatic, subjective opinions and interpretations using fallible human technology and fallible human theories are somehow settled science. And when this is exposed, I mean, this is one of the most triggering things. When I expose scientism masquerading as science, there's more hate and blowback than pretty much any other topic because of course, the subconscious of the triggered identify that what I'm saying is true regarding scientism versus science. These are easily defined definitions. Now, I'm not pretending to know what the truth is about any particular subject, whether it's globe earth, flat earth, vaccines, coronavirus. I'm not as silly to pretend that there's enough information to know or pretend that it can be known for sure with the limited amount of information, with the amount of fraud out there, with the amount of deception and corrupt profiteers and corrupt institutions that run everything, the powers that be, so to speak. To pretend to know one way or another for sure is just, that's as silly as you can get. And that's what's so mind-shocking about MindShock. We don't fall for any of these logical fallacies or pretend something can be known for sure when it can't. The motto, of course, is here. The only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. And of course, we're not 100% sure about that either. We can know empirically verifiable definitions or anything that is an objective observation and can be clearly empirically verified. Anything that does not defer to faith, we can know more or less. But that's not a lot in the grand scheme of things. That's really not a lot. So the whole fence-sitting thing, I mean, Joe Rogan falsely advertised himself as a fence-sitter on his podcast, of course. And on certain topics, he kind of sort of is. But most of the time, he's very dogmatic. He's very hopelessly indoctrinated into the cult of authority worship and scientism, which he proves many, many times over. His Dunning-Kruger quite off the charts, his ego off the chart. He does a lot of projecting. If you haven't checked out my logical analysis on the Joe Rogan podcast itself and on his discussions with Eddie Bravo, I do point-by-point breakdowns examining Joe Rogan's logic or lack thereof and his argumentation. But there are real fence sitters out there, particularly those who believe in empiricism, where whatever you can verify yourself and you don't have to take on blind faith as gospel truth, especially by the words of proven corrupt profiteers and proven liars, that you can verify and believe, but everything else you wouldn't really know one way or the other, and that's really what it comes down to. The hubris of humans. People just are that silly to think that humans in positions of authority can't be mistaken. It's just really that simple. It's that simple. What is the coronavirus? Is the coronavirus real? Do vaccines work? How would you know one way or another, and how much information is required to definitively know one way or another? Now, obviously, I am not advocating you believe one thing or another. You can consider something to be true without believing in it. Aristotle considered that the mark of an educated mind. However, in most of these cases, it's really impossible to know for sure. Because there's multiple theories, there's usually evidence supporting different theories, conflicting theories. If you don't appeal to authority all the time, there's authorities on both sides of every issue, and that's something, silly coincidence theorists pretend isn't true. They pretend, like, for example, those doubting man-made climate change or considerable, impactful man-made climate change being real. there's some of the smartest people in the world have written books on this and just point out, I mean, it's basic common sense, of course. In real science and not scientism, you need to be able to verify controls. So asking people to believe in corrupt profiteers lining their pockets, like these tax lobbyists, special interest groups, to just take on faith what they say, I mean, that's just silly. That's as anti-science as you can get. So real science, of course, is never settled. Scientism, on the other hand, is dogmatic and always settled. The religion of scientism, of course, being one of the threats to humanity, but scientism is probably the leading religion of the world. The cult of authority and state worship, where people just grovel at these altars, like the CDC or WHO, NASA. They treat these institutions as churches, and they're priests advocating some kind of divine truths. So obviously, if we're going to be actually scientific and default to the scientific method, we need to be able to verify controls. But experts are the leads of all these so-called conspiracies with the coincidence theorists who can't think critically. They deem conspiracy theory having something to do with invalidity, as if it's related anyway. Conspiracy is just that, humans are greedy, humans are corrupt. They don't always act alone in their greed and corruption and nefarious plots. It's just that simple. I mean, there's some very, coincidence theorists are, of course, very, very naive about how they think that these corrupt profiteers wouldn't be corrupt profiteers. It's just, it's silliness to the nth degree. But even those leading the so-called anti-vax movement, I mean, anti-vax is just pro-science. You're just asking for actual evidence that adheres to the scientific method, not denying that vaccines work. Maybe they work, maybe they don't. But if they do work, you would need actual scientific evidence adhering to the scientific method with verifiable controls. If you don't have that, why would you believe? I mean, it's so silly. It's so silly. But these individuals that are writing these books, these are leading experts in virology, pathology, doctors that simply are skeptical of corrupt profiteers' claims that their $1 trillion golden goose is effective or safe, which obviously it's not either. Now, it might still work in a small percentage of cases, but again, you'd have to verify controls. And that's something that those promoting scientism and hopelessly indoctrinated into the cult of state and authority worship, they never do that. They run for the hills as soon as adherence to the scientific method is demanded, actual scientific proof presented with verifiable controls. So as far as fence sitting goes, it doesn't necessarily mean you believe or disbelieve. Now, I believe I am a true fence sitter, in which case I don't pretend to know what is true or untrue. I don't really have a position other than advocating for logic and reason. I'm not a fence sitter when it comes to logic, reason, scientific method. I'm a big fan. I'm on the side of the scientific method, logic, and reason because I believe it is valid. And studying logical fallacies is the quickest way to know whether or not your position or argumentation is logical, aka valid, or if it's just propaganda and faith-based presuppositions peddled by corrupt profiteers and the brainwashing media that has indoctrinated the masses into the unthinking herd or lemmings running off that cliff, and they can just find solace and soothe their cognitive dissonance, ego, Dunning-Kruger with their appeal to popularity logic fallacy, and they find comfort in running with the herd because it feels safer. So calling out those that pretend to be fence sitters when they're not, like Joe Rogan and these other people that may or may not be shills. If you haven't checked out the MINDSHOCK podcast, Government Chills, check it out. I go over David Icke, Alex Jones, Joe Rogan, these individuals that may or may not be shills, but they clearly do not appear to be fence sitters. Now, why are there so few fence sitters out there? I think that's also a result of indoctrination into the cult of state and authority worship, where people are so hopelessly brainwashed into the cult of authority worship and scientism, they go along and pretend that people in positions of power or certain established theories by fallible humans using fallible technology, and these fallible theories are not fallible. And it's silliness to the nth degree, and it's quite hilarious as well, but that seems to be the case. And corrupt profiteers, these rulers and slave masters. I mean, again, I advocate everybody read The Art of War by Sun Tzu, because some of these strategies to divide and conquer and controlled oppositions to keep these brainless masses arguing with each other instead of seeing the true enemies of liberty and truth, which are, of course, the corrupt profiteers that seek to enslave and seek power. Absolute power corrupts absolutely, of course. And a lot of things the coincidence theorists fail to do also is just learn the lessons of history. It's really bizarre. Aldous Huxley has a famous quote: "The real lesson of history is that men do not learn from the lessons of history," which is very, very apt. No matter how many times these same strategies are employed, controlled opposition, Democrat versus Republican, or socialism, communism, the subjugation of individual liberty, no matter how many times, I mean, with gun grabs, whatever, I mean, these always come before these mass slaughters and tyranny. It's really bizarre how coincidence theorists are so blind to just basic logic and reason. And I'm not even advocating to jump to the other side. It's just fence sitting seems to be a very logical, viable position because most things are very difficult to know for certain. That's why this podcast exists. That's why the motto of the podcast is, of course, the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. And when you come at it from that point of view, instead of all this hubris and ego and Dunning-Kruger, if you come from the position that the real truth is very difficult to know, I mean, that's a pretty enlightened, wise position, because you're not going to be falling for logical fallacies. You're not going to be digging these traps, because so often people just dig themselves deeper and deeper holes because they can't consider the possibility. They can't consider the possibility that they might be mistaken or wrong. Or that the corrupt profiteers whose propaganda and dogma they bought into, either from the idiot box or family members or indoctrination officers at indoctrination facilities known as schools, have instilled and brainwashed and indoctrinated them with this information, they can't consider that it might be inaccurate, incomplete, or just flat out wrong. Despite the fact that throughout history, whatever the majority of people believed the majority of the time turned out to be wrong. Why would this be any different? Of course, these lessons of hubris. Ancient Greek mythology has much to teach us, but hubris, of course, the pride cometh before the fall. It's so basic, and yet it seems like 99% of supposedly functioning adults walking around in their Dunning-Kruger stupor just can't understand or fail to realize it. Their egos got them on such strings that they just can't consider the possibility that they were hoodwinked. Doesn't make them stupid, although obviously in a lot of cases they also are. But a lot of it's just ignorance and hoodwinking. And of course, good-hearted people are very easy to hoodwink because they're not going to consider the worst in others because they're good-hearted. So there's a certain presupposition, faith-based presupposition, that these corrupt profiteers would never go to these lengths to be corrupt profiteers and enslave and exploit and steal. So yeah, there's definitely a dearth of fence-sitters out there. I mean, even these fringe conspiracy theorists, these hardcore conspiracy theorists who do more than theorize, they advocate with certainty that all of this is either true or whatever. It's the same issue. It's the opposite end of the spectrum if they're not considering the possibility that they could be wrong. So true fence-sitters seem to be a very, very rare breed. But I think that is usually the most logical position for most issues, because with limited information, it's very, very difficult to make definitive conclusions about anything, especially if one is not well versed in logic, logical fallacies, even basic human psychology to understand your own biases as you're examining issues. Of course, we have normalcy biases and all of these things due to indoctrination. And obviously, everybody's been indoctrinated. Even, if you were born to hardcore conspiracy theorists, you'd be indoctrinated into that. So everybody, to a certain extent, is very, very indoctrinated. To break through it, you have to study logic and reason and a certain amount of psychology. Otherwise, you'll just be one of these hopelessly hoodwinked masses, lemmings running off the cliff, completely oblivious to the extent of their suffering under Dunning-Kruger. The Dunning-Kruger effect, of course, when one is too incompetent to realize their own incompetence. Something that is a major, major issue, which is why I talk about it, because solving that problem would solve a whole lot of other problems. If you haven't checked out the podcast Assumed Competency, that's another issue that people that are hopelessly indoctrinated, they just assume there's a certain competency because they're indoctrinated into the cult of authority worship. They assume that authorities have a certain level of competency that they do not. So these are the issues, and hopefully we'll see more and more fence sitters out there as people start to see this scientism masquerading as science exposed and these corrupt profiteers exposed. As always, if you enjoy the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal, help us bring out more and more mind-shocking content for people to enjoy and learn from. If you like the podcast, hit the like button. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. Make sure your device allows those notifications to come through so you can get notified when MindShock releases new podcast episodes. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. You can check us out on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests, as well as having your questions answered in priority order, and also the possibility of being a guest on the podcast. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MindShock. This is Bruce McGuire. I'm going to go over an interesting topic today, something that also does not get a lot of discussion, which is kind of a staple of certain MindShock podcasts where we go over things nobody else goes over. Today, that topic is respecting mental fragility. Now, there's a certain assumption, and it's a natural assumption to make because a human being is naturally going to assume that someone that might look somewhat similar to them, talks in a similar fashion, watches similar idiot box propaganda, they're going to have a similar mental capacity. Now, this assumption is often not wrong, but it's still an assumption. But in certain cases, it is extremely wrong, particularly when, for lack of a better phrase, you judge a book by its cover, so to speak, where a supposedly functioning adult is a functioning adult in terms of having a certain mental capacity to understand certain concepts. And is it silly to assume the average individual is even going to understand an average argument? As Thomas Paine once said, common sense is not so common. It can be argued that that phrase was actually a linchpin in the Revolutionary War, of which there would be no United States of America without that phrase, or the pamphlet published by Thomas Paine called Common Sense, in which the phrase was, of course, common sense is not so common. So it is interesting, the assumption that there's a certain amount of common sense among an average individual, that might not be true. As always, if you enjoy the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. And make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. If you like this particular podcast, hit the like button. Share it across social media platforms. It does seem that a lot of people really need to hear a lot of this information to bring logic and reason back to a world that is acceleratingly being indoctrinated out of logic and reason, or having logic and reason indoctrinated out of them. You can check us out, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, or requests. Depending on your tier, you could also be a guest on the podcast. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through, or you can just go to youtube.com/MindShock and manually peruse the latest podcast and the growing archive. So, with this assumed competency, so to speak, if you haven't checked out the MindShock podcast, Assumed Competency, I lay out a lot of issues where the average individual assumes the average professional has a certain amount of competency, whether it's a doctor, a police officer, or whomever. So, right now, we're discussing assumed competence to a certain extent, but it's just an average individual compared to another average individual in assuming competency at a basic mental level. Now, if you're not one of these extremely mentally fragile individuals, which seems to be a whole lot of people these days, especially with cancel culture, outrage culture, just people who have nothing better to do than to make the choice to be offended by something they don't like or agree with, instead of having what one would call common sense just a mere decade or two ago. You don't like it? Pass it on. Whatever happened to phrases like, whatever floats your boat, to each his own, not your cup of tea. Like, there are certain things where there's a reason there are choices in life. And it seems, quite curiously, that now with everything on demand, with all these countless YouTube channels and just the amount of media out there to consume, there's so much. It's kind of weird. It seems like the more media there is, the more everybody's turning into whining 4-year-old crybabies. Whereas even when there were, let's say, only 4 channels on TV, people didn't really seem to get outraged. People didn't really seem to be these snowflakes that needed to have the world change for them to soothe their own dissonance or mental fragility, insecurities, to have the entire world change just for them. It's easier just to flick that clicker, right? Just to flip that channel. How easy is it on YouTube? How easy it is with all these so many news stations now? You don't like it, you can find another one. But it seems like there's a certain common sense lacking where people have nothing better than to whine, cry, moan about people who disagree with them. It's really weird in its own way if you take a step back and look at the whole thing objectively. But the main point of this podcast is to simply address whether or not someone should be respected in a certain manner based on their mental fragility. Because if somebody, assuming someone is at a basic mental capacity, that does not seem like a smart assumption these days. Because whatever the cause is, I'm not going to really go over the causes behind the mental fragility. I've gone over those in other podcasts, revolving around basic psychology and things of that nature. Obviously, the ego is involved. Obviously, heavy indoctrination propaganda. But that aside, would you casually engage, let's say, a 3-year-old in the finer points of football strategy or basketball strategy or some tricky calculus equations? Or would you respect the fact that the 3-year-old is a 3-year-old and they are not going to have the mental capacity, the wherewithal, the experience, the maturity? They might just be too mentally fragile if you do it in a rough manner. They might not have the maturity to handle the conversation, even whether they understand the points or not made. So our logical individuals, I mean, we can call them conspiracy theorists, aka critical thinkers, a lot of times in debating or discussing things with coincidence theorists, those that are hopelessly indoctrinated into the cult of scientism, and who just simply don't understand basic human nature, basic corruption, basic ego domination, just the very basics of everything, They are, of course, coincidence theorists, but should conspiracy theorists respect coincidence theorists' mental fragility more? Because it seems like there's a lot of expectation that the mental processing of an average coincidence theorist would be able to compute what's being presented, and that might be an oversight. And that's the point of this podcast, not just coincidence theorists versus conspiracy theorists, but I mean, anytime two people have opposing viewpoints, if someone doesn't even understand the basics of, let's say, the scientific method, how controls work, if they see something on the idiot box, oh, this is this percent effective, or this is true, this is not true, instead of analyzing, instead of subjecting that to logical scrutiny, if they're hopelessly indoctrinated into the cult of scientism and authority worship, they're just going to take it on blind faith. So if someone is trying to explain that to them, their religious fervor is so extreme, they are not at a basic mental capacity. And even if they have the intelligence points where they would understand the points being presented if they weren't emotionally triggered, since they are emotionally triggered by anyone questioning their religious dogma of scientism, should that mental fragility be respected? Should there be an expectation that they're not mentally or emotionally fragile? Is it wrong to assume that the average idiot box watcher even cares about the scientific method, even cares about the truth in any way, or do they only care in soothing their cognitive dissonance and towing the propaganda line of the cult of scientism? And is that a major oversight? Because, again, we see this all the time, especially with big mainstream personalities. There is no good faith argument. And I'll probably have to do a dedicated podcast on arguing in good faith. But you don't see that with coincidence theorists and with a large portion of the population, dare I say, the vast majority. Again, that's my opinion. It's very possible if there are all these psyops going on, they're going to intentionally not broadcast in the mainstream media any kind of good faith argumentation. But how often have we seen good faith argumentation? Usually, the coincidence theorists or illogical individuals are simply stacking a faith-based logical fallacy deck, building this house of cards of faith and fallacies to defend their religious-based, faith-based viewpoints while pretending that those viewpoints are actually scientific or legitimate in any way. That's one of the biggest issues. And I think if you're an average individual and you have a certain mental capacity where you understand at least the basics of logic and reason and the basics of human psychology, when you're talking to somebody else, whether it's friends, family members, strangers on the street, should there be a certain respect to their mental fragility? Because, of course, the truth is very hard to handle, even the possibility of something being true. Because it's not that, as here on MindShock, of course, the motto is the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. But in discussing ideas, a lot of times it's not about telling somebody what is definitively true or untrue, but even introducing an idea that just has hypothetically could possibly maybe be true. If somebody is too mentally fragile, they're not even going to be able to handle the possibility of the propaganda being shown on the idiot box being inaccurate. Or let's say, I mean, I could bring up relevant recent points of discussion and recent events, things pertaining to the coronavirus, what is true, what is not true. But just even the idea, like how many people out there get triggered just the idea that masks might not actually be effective in reducing viral spread. Just the very notion that some scientism priest could be wrong, even though, of course, there's, I mean, even the early reports, I think even Fauci admitted that not only are masks ineffective, but they're also dangerous. You have mask engineers saying that wearing masks for prolonged periods of time can damage the lungs. So if you're on a 2-week lockdown and you're not, compromised individuals or people with respiratory issues, I mean, they probably shouldn't be wearing masks because they're even more at risk. But if you're super, super healthy, you could probably handle wearing a mask for a week or two, maybe a little longer, on a daily basis. But what happens after months and months and months? And according to engineers, lung damage and other issues from not necessarily reduction of oxygen levels, but just respiration health, because it's harder to breathe. Even though you need to exert more energy to receive the same amount of oxygen if you're breathing through some cloth or anything. I mean, this isn't rocket science, but that just points to the mental fragility of a lot of the population that just takes on blind faith whatever they see on the idiot box. Even if the idiot box flip-flops the position, the cognitive dissonant coincidence theorists will flip-flop with the idiot box and align their own views with the idiot box, no matter how many times it flip-flops back and forth. I mean, no matter how many times there are false positives and false negatives on even something like the coronavirus test, they're still going to have blind faith in the relative infallibility of the test. They might say, oh, it's just such a small amount of times that it's inaccurate, but is there any proof it's accurate in any capacity? And that's the crux of a lot of these issues. The cognitive dissonant coincidence theorists, their mental fragility prevents them from even entertaining these notions in good faith. They're too mentally weak. I mean, I did a podcast on Are You Mentally Weak to identify if you're one of these mentally fragile, mentally weak individuals. But the point of this one was to simply state that people might be better off respecting the mental fragility of others and not automatically assuming the average idiot box watcher is going to not only comprehend what is said, if something is called into question, if something is put under the logical microscope, so to speak. I mean, science is skepticism. It's not faith. It's the opposite of religious faith. But when those ideas are introduced, does the average individual have the mental strength, or are they too mentally fragile? And then if you know they're mentally fragile, you can identify them as such, other than the purpose of some social media experiments, which of course I conduct myself to see how triggering affects people. But are they capable of a good faith conversation when they're emotionally triggered? If they're too mentally fragile, should that be respected? And should certain critical thinkers or logical individuals expect mentally fragile people to not be mentally fragile and understand the points in a logical manner? And that is the question I have for all the MindShock listeners out there today. So feel free to leave your own viewpoints and experiences with individuals that are mentally fragile, and whether or not that mental fragility should be respected to a certain point. I hope you guys enjoyed another edition of the MindShock podcast. As always, if you enjoy the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. And if you're still not getting them, you can just go to youtube.com/MindShock. If you like this particular podcast, you can share it on social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority. Case, topic, logical analyses, requests, co-podcaster requests. You can also be a guest on the podcast, depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MindShock. This is going to be one of the most important podcasts I've done, especially for those wondering how society is going down the tubes, so to speak, particularly this year, but the past decade or two, there's been a noticeable slide in even just common sense. And I know people say that every generation. And is it possible that they're always right? And this de-evolution has been going on for quite some time. And now the false dichotomy here, of course, needs to be addressed, because if 1% of the population is, so to speak, evolving and moving society, technology forward, possibly less than 1%, and then the 99% are regressing, but the progress of the 1%, jumps society faster forward than the 99% moving it backwards. So it's a very, very strange place, the world of 2020. But what I'm going to be discussing is a very critical concept in the development of the human being. And today we have, especially with social media and the internet, all of these individuals, particularly the cognitive dissonant masses hopelessly indoctrinated into the cult of state and authority worship, you have all of these individuals thinking that their opinion is as equally valid, or because they can project their voice on the internet, that somehow their opinion has some kind of validity in reality. Now, sometimes it could, sometimes it couldn't. And this is not related to them being right, because obviously people could be accidentally right about things. That doesn't mean they have an equal position to speak from, either morally or from accomplishments or from understanding and life experience. So the critical factor I'm going to be discussing here is rites of passage. Now, the rites of passage into adulthood in ancient civilizations, and not so ancient civilizations, if you want to talk mud flood, perhaps not ancient at all, but in previous civilizations, anywhere from 200 to thousands, if not tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, if not millions, if not billions, who knows? This is MINDSHOCK. The only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. But the impact that rites of passage has had on societies and the average individual. So when these adults that all passed through a rite of passage spoke, they regarded their own opinions somewhat equally. Whereas someone who didn't pass through these rites of passage, their voice, even if they accidentally might have guessed something correctly, they weren't really viewed upon as an equal. And nowadays we really have, just everything from clueless kids to clueless adults thinking that they should have an equal voice. And of course, the perils of democracy and mob rule are many. But I'll be addressing all of these things in typical MINDSHOCK fashion, with logic and reason at the forefront. As always, if you enjoy the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. If you like this podcast, hit the like button, share it across social media platforms, of which you could find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic requests. Have your questions answered in priority order, and depending on your Patreon tier, you can have a guest spot on the podcast on the subject of your choosing. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. All right, so let's get started. What is a typical rite of passage, and has the absence of these rites of passage caused our society to be severely dumbed down? And it just really seems, some people throw around, in terms of men walking around today, the term soy boy. And of course there's some scientific validity there with plastics and the estrogen content of plastics and all of those things. I'm not going to go into that for this podcast, but yeah, past 10, 20 years, there are a lot more of estrogenics in the food supply, and also just the overuse of plastics as opposed to, let's say, 100 years ago. But anyway, the average adult walking around today, how many of them is going to put their foot down and do what's right, as opposed to 100 years ago, 300 years ago? Is everyone so hopelessly indoctrinated into the cult of authority worship that they just go with the flow? They just find comfort to soothe their cognitive dissonance with the masses, with the lemmings running off the cliff. It's more comfortable to run along with the lemmings off that cliff than stand alone, because everybody's so terrified of criticism, and with all this virtue signaling going on, people are just afraid of their own shadow, basically. Now, how do rites of passage factor into this? So, in some of these older societies, ancient or not, we can look at the Spartans, we can look at hunting tribes all over Africa, or native peoples of South America, Southeast Asia. These rites of passage, a lot of times it had to do with either going on a hunt where these boys between adulthood, I mean, sometimes there were really quite young boys, I mean, 10, 11, 12, and they were put into these life and death situations, either hunting animals or perhaps even going into war, depending on which society you're talking about. The age range differed. I mean, there are some common myths and misconceptions about the ancient, those whose hubris is so extreme and they think that our modern society is that much better, and they point to lifespans. That's because there was a lot more war going on, and people died in war young. So you either died young or you didn't die. If you look at some of these native lifespans, they were over 100 years old, particularly Native Americans. Just studying their bone structure, their health was quite advanced. Their teeth were healthy, their hygiene was good. They lived pretty old ages, the ones that didn't die in battles or hunting accidents, or all these things. The world is a dangerous place, obviously. Does making the world a safer place, which, I mean, on average, for the average person walking around, the earth is safer today than it was in centuries past. And does that benefit mankind as a whole, or does that create these unthinking drones that have never had a rite of passage? They've never had to go through life and death situations. They've never had a real battle to fight where they got to see what they were really made of. And in some of these older societies, if you've gone through that rite of passage, now you're viewed upon as a man or a member of the tribe. Obviously, the females, there were different roles for the genders and such, but I'll just be addressing the men for this podcast. Call it sexist or whatever you want. But addressing something while not in another podcast, I can address only females, and of course that would be sexist as well, but who really cares? Only people who really have a lot of free time on their hands are going to nitpick something like that. And of course there is, again, as a result of such a super safe world where you can go to the grocery store and not worry about encountering a bear to feed you and your family, you can afford the luxury of making up things or complaining about things that aren't really relevant in the grand scheme of things. Obviously, they could be relevant in specific situations. So in these older societies, these people that had to basically prove their worth, their mettle, they had to test their mettle. And if they came out on top, if they survived, if they didn't run away like cowards or perish, they had a certain standing in the society. And it was kind of like this common ground standing where if there was some kind of tribunal, obviously you had the elders, but the elders all went through these rites of passage too. So there weren't these NPCs that were given these positions of power in the society or whose opinions counted just as much or appeared to count just as much as the individuals that had a higher value due to proving their value. I mean, you could talk about theoretical value. Obviously, in our modern society, there's plenty of untested humans out there that would pass the tests. And there's, of course, a whole lot that wouldn't. And we have certain equal footing where people are kind of obsessed with this politeness and entertaining everybody's opinion. But without rites of passage, how valid are these opinions are. And of course, logic and reason are a good benchmark. It's a good metric. I advocated just to understand truth. But I'm going to deviate from that slightly, because should people who can't really bring any kind of value, who have not proven any kind of understanding, why is their opinion as equally valid as all of these other people who have tested their mettle, who have proven high value? And that's an interesting concept. And is that the reason society finds itself in the predicaments it does? Because the only thing you can really equate to in terms of rites of passage right now is, I mean, what are we going to say? A high school diploma, a college degree. If you have a college degree, you're considered an educated or indoctrinated, upstanding citizen. You pay your taxes and you graduated from college. Maybe you have a decent job. Now, what is a degree? I mean, it measures a degree of your indoctrination. What is the rite of passage where you just regurgitate information, which is further generations, of course, will discover that it's either completely wrong or incomplete, but relatively inaccurate, as it's always been. But you regurgitate, you take this information as faith, because of course we're talking about the cult of scientism and authority worship. You're taking all that information on faith as true. You're regurgitating it on command for your teachers. And then you get your grade and you get your degree. And then if you pay for it, you went to college, you paid for it, got a scholarship, whatever. That's the rite of passage in our modern times. No wonder we have all these unthinking drones that have just been hopelessly indoctrinated into the cult of authority worship. And when you have democratic systems, you're giving an equal vote. Obviously, democracy is mob rule. As Ben Franklin once said, democracy is two lions and a lamb voting on what's for dinner. Liberty is a well-armed lamb contesting the vote. But in mob rule, but let's assume, just for the sake of argument, let's assume democracy is okay. It's not mob rule and bullying by the majority to force, under threat of violence, the minority to do what they want, because that's really what democracy is. Obviously, that triggers a lot of people, again, that are hopelessly indoctrinated into the cult of state and authority worship, where they've been brainwashed to accept democracy as good or whatever. Obviously, the United States is a constitutional republic. It's not a democracy, but because it doesn't matter, you can't vote away rights. Like if everybody just voted, oh, everybody's got to chop off their arm on Monday, and it was voted on and it was decided, you're going to go along with it? I mean, that's not liberty, of course. That's not liberty. That's not a good society. And that's why democracy is quite evil once you break it down. But anyway, democracy, obviously, it could have the potential to be decent if you have, as Greeks once said, philosopher kings. If you have people with very high value that are making these decisions and voting, they've all been through a rite of passage. But that's not our society. Our society is not that. We don't really have rites of passage. So there's just all these individuals that are all given this certain status. And of course, politicians, some of the most corrupt, immoral people on the planet. You could just look at pretty much every president since JFK. They've gotten more and more corrupt, all the way up to Obama, racking up more debt than every single president in history combined. I mean, it's just complete insanity. And, of course, the verdict on Trump, not quite in. Is he a shill? If you haven't checked out the MINDSHOCK podcast, Is Donald Trump a shill? Check that out. I go over with JR what's going on with him and the different possibilities, but who knows? Maybe he just became president because he was bored and he wanted to troll. But anyway, that's really the crux of the issue, is you have all of these individuals whose opinion doesn't really matter. It doesn't hold weight. And you're putting it equal with all of these opinions that should hold weight to make certain decisions. And is that why our society is so messed up? Because there is no rite of passage. It's pretty much guaranteed you become an adult. I mean, barring accidents, of course. I mean, medical errors, that's a pretty, the admitted medical errors are one of the leading causes of death in the U.S. and in so-called first world countries. So, I mean, doctors are killing more people than the diseases they're trying to treat. It's quite scary. But putting that aside, I mean, in general, the average person that's born is gonna grow up to be an adult. It's gonna have either some kind of job or allowed to exist in some means, whether it's just living in his mother's basement. But it's a lot easier to exist. There is no rite of passage. And if he's a registered voter, whatever, he wants to have a say in how society is run, should he? And these are issues that nobody's really talking about, but they're kind of important. If you really want to mend society and improve, you have to look at all these things without getting triggered. There's so many people that get triggered at any mention of anything where they could be at fault or they could be unworthy, because it's just the end of the world if they have to improve themselves or if they realize that they're mistaken about certain things. Because, of course, again, the cult of authority worship. It has indoctrinated everyone so severely, basically out of the use of logic and reason, which, of course, the indoctrination facilities known as schools intentionally don't teach people how to think. They only teach people what to think. And would some kind of rites of passage, I mean, even now in certain countries you have to go serve in the military. I mean, that gives you some kind of disciplinary basis. Obviously that's a whole different can of worms, because you're basically becoming a mercenary for the state, where you don't do what you believe is right, you do what you're told. And that's a whole nother set of different problems. But in terms of danger, I mean, that's a type of rite of passage. And in certain countries where it's voluntary and not mandatory, but obviously if you are in the military, the orders are not voluntary. So there's a lot of problems with military and being a mercenary. But in general, if there were more rites of passage, I mean, obviously certain athletes, they go through a lot of hellacious torture, especially these high distance athletes, these ultra marathoners. I mean, those are types of rites of passage too, where they develop character and discipline, and their opinion could be worth a lot more than someone who just grew up playing video games in their mom's basement, who's never really overcome any kind of hardship. There've been no rites of passage. And then when they become an adult, they think their opinion is equally valid. Now, they might be right accidentally if they're just parroting something they heard, but it's very bizarre how people equate it. There's this certain underlying tone where you should be polite to everybody and you should consider everybody's opinion as equally valid or whatever. It's really bizarre. I mean, even if you look at some of these highly triggering issues, like whether it's vaccines or climate change, do you really want to just listen to the masses, so like the average scientist, or do you want to listen to the smartest scientist, the one who doesn't go along with the majority, the dissenting voice? And how often are those dissenting voices right? I mean, if you go to any high school, let's say, the accuracy of information you're going to get, do you want to go to the valedictorian, the smartest person, or do you want to just fall for the appeal to popularity logical fallacy and just go along with what everybody else is doing? Because the average citizen today is just so mentally weak, they're too scared to consider a different idea or a dissenting viewpoint. Once everybody's indoctrinating into thinking CO2 is related to climate change, which it may or may not be, all these dissenting voices, the smartest of the smart. I mean, even people say, oh, who are you going to trust, an anti-vaxxer or a doctor? But what they're so silly, they fail to realize all of these anti-vax books are written by doctors. Are they written by the smartest doctors? I'm not saying they are. I'm just saying it's a possibility that the most intelligent, obviously they're going to be single digits type people. They're not going to be the majority. So you're gonna want to find the smartest of the smart, the people that are ahead of the curve. I mean, just look throughout history, the people that were ahead of the curve, how long does it take to catch up for everybody else to catch up? And you could see this with a whole bunch of different theories. So there's a lot of issues. Would rites of passage, I mean, not even necessarily mandatory, but it's just really bizarre. Does a lack of rite of passage in modern society, where you're just as close to guaranteed as possible, barring accidents, of course, and illness, to just reach adulthood and basically function in society on equal footing with everybody? Whereas in some of these past societies, they had to go through rites of passage. Not everybody survived. And did that yield a stronger society? I will leave that up to the viewers to decide. As always, if you enjoy the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. If you like this podcast, hit the like button, share it across social media platforms. Help spread the word on mind-shocking logic and reason, because that's how the truth is determined. But of course, we don't know the truth for sure, because the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. You can check us out on social media, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic requests. Any questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is Bruce McGuire. Today we're gonna simplify scientism. Obviously, scientism, much covered on the MINDSHOCK podcast, is a huge problem in society today. When the masses are just hopelessly indoctrinated into the cult of state and authority worship, and they just take on blind faith as gospel truth, priests in lab coats purporting to be scientists at everything they say at face value, as if they're these infallible gods, very religiously, while chastising the Abrahamic religions or other religions for doing the exact same thing. So the hypocrisy is quite hilarious. But yeah, it's definitely an issue, and the average person doesn't even know what scientism is. They don't know what pseudoscience is. They don't know what actual real science So the core of the problem is that people think that scientism is actually science, and then attack anyone who doesn't keep the faith, who doesn't buy into the dogma and the propaganda peddled. So without having the proper empirically verifiable definitions, which are of course can be objectively verified, no subjectivity is a factor here. It's the sheer ignorance of the masses arguing for scientism while thinking they're arguing for science when they're arguing for the opposite. They're arguing for religious ideology. That's the crux of a lot of these disagreements, whether you're on social media, whether you even see official debates, like even Neil deGrasse Tyson. Have you ever heard him use the word scientism? And why that would be dangerous as opposed to real science? Have you ever heard any of these mouthpieces for the establishment? Have you ever heard them address these issues? Curious questions on MINDSHOCK, as always. If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications, and make sure your device allows notifications to come through so you will be notified when mind-shocking podcasts are released. You can check us out on social media, Twitter, Reddit, Facebook, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case and topic requests, and also help us release more and more mind-shocking episodes on topics most people don't want to talk about or examine. They are too terrified, especially the cognitive dissonant masses, the coincidence theorists, who can't stand to have their scientism exposed. What they are calling science is actually is just a poor masquerade for scientism, and to have that exposed, that's very, very triggering for these individuals. You could just even read a lot of the comments on the Flat Earth videos on MINDSHOCK, and I'm not even a Flat Earther. I just point out the difference between science and scientism, and then all of the illogical goofballs go crazy. Real science and real truth is not afraid of investigation. It's not afraid of questioning. It would welcome it, instead of defending its views as dogmatic religious ideology that's just supposed to be taken on blind faith as gospel truth without question, which of course the countless lemmings and sheep do. So let's break this down super simple. Scientism, so most people aren't even familiar with how the scientific method works. Of course, without controls, how valid is an experiment? Without accounting for all the variables that could affect the outcome of the experiment, how valid is it? And of course, on MINDSHOCK, we're always going over logic itself and putting a lot of focus on not falling for logical fallacies. Now, of course, the hopelessly indoctrinated coincidence theorists, they always get triggered when logical fallacies are brought up. Why are you talking about logical fallacies? Well, because your viewpoint is invalid if it's fallacious on so many levels. Now, again, it might accidentally be correct. I mean, you could pick any issue, and if you're not falling for black and white fallacies, you might pick 5 different options, or however many different options. You might accidentally be correct about what you put. But if you're pretending to have a logical, scientific, rational conversation or discussion or debate of any kind, then of course you should be, logical fallacies would be of the utmost concern. They would be paramount. Because how else would you know if your opinion or argument is valid? So if it's completely invalid, what's the point of a discussion? It's just someone crying about their feelings and hoping to be right and getting offended when someone else is calling them wrong, regardless of whether they're bringing logic and facts to the table. The human species is in a very, very declining state in these past few decades. I don't know. I wasn't around over 100 years ago, but it just seems to me, I mean, humans are always have been gullible, but it seems like certain aspects of gullibility have changed in modern times. And just these appeal to authorities and appeal to popularity is just, maybe it's just the internet that has caused them to have this kind of reverence brought forth to, oh, this person in a lab coat says this, they must be true. Let's treat them like a priest. Let's treat NASA or the CDC like a church. Let's worship at their altars and believe everything they say, and anyone who disagrees, any actual scientific-minded individual, science is skepticism, of course, and one is not called upon to prove a negative. The burden of proof is on the one making the claim. So these priests at these churches, whether it's NASA, the CDC, these scientismic priests, obviously real scientists, would not be making faith-based presuppositions and building entire mountains on top of those faith-based presuppositions and just calling people conspiracy theorists, aka critical thinkers, or fringe kooks that don't grovel at their feet and believe their every words as if they are decrees from gods. So, very, very curious times we're living in. So, let's boil it down. Scientism simplified. Once again, the scientific method. Controls must be in place. Variables must be accounted for. Otherwise, a fallible human using fallible human technology and fallibly constructed experiments might think something is the cause when it's actually something else. Now, so scientism is basically just this blind faith, this religious faith that certain humans are so infallible, their experiments constructed completely infallibly, using controls that are perfect and infallible, and accounting for every single possible variable every single time with infallible precision and all-knowing clairvoyance like that of God. That's what scientism really boils down to. Now, real science, of course, is just saying, oh yeah, humans might be mistaken. Humans might be greedy, corrupt, paid off, certain studies financed, other studies suppressed. Because basic human psychology. I mean, it really is that simple, and people just getting extremely triggered whenever their faith-based ideology of scientism masquerading as science is exposed. Like, obviously on MINDSHOCK, I've exposed that many times. And I will reiterate again, I'm not saying they're wrong about conclusions, because a lot of the triggering comes in these kind of virtue signaling situations, because people that don't have actual valid arguments, they just default to virtue signaling and logical fallacies, because that's all they have to support their faith-based presuppositions, which again might be accidentally true. They might be right, but if they have no actual valid argument or way to make the argument, they have to default, oh, you're a bad person, you don't care about planet Earth, how dare you not take as gospel truth on blind faith from all these priests that CO2 is definitely the only real reason, and it definitely can be mitigated, and humans definitely are to blame, and humans can definitely change it by lining the pockets of corrupt profiteers in the form of all these carbon taxes and all these other things. There's just no way humans can be mistaken. There's just no way. Corrupt institutions are corrupt, and corrupt humans are corrupt. There's just no way. That's the scientism position. That's the position of coincidence theorists. And then, of course, you'll notice that coincidence theorists are the ones that buy into this faith-based propaganda by corrupt profiteers, which is scientism. So in pretending that scientism is actually science, in that pretending, in that fairy tale make-believe world, these coincidence theorists feel justified in calling actual rational, actually scientific-minded individuals who are asking for proof, whether vaccines are safe or effective, whether CO2 causes global warming and not another variable like solar activity, which is obviously infinitely more powerful than anything humans can do. Now, again, well, let's not fall for black and white fallacies. Multiple things can be true, or they could all be untrue. But people actually asking for proof that adheres to the scientific method. Those individuals are those that are hopelessly indoctrinated into the cult of authority and state worship and scientism. They're calling the actual scientifically minded individuals anti-science. Which, ironically and hypocritically, obviously, is their own psychological projection. Now, that's why it's important to really understand not only the basics of logic and science, but human psychology. Because if you're a human interacting with other humans, or even if you're an alien or a robot, but you're interacting with other humans, knowing the basics of human psychology is very important. So, of course, Dunning-Kruger plays a huge factor. Now, a lot of these indoctrinated coincidence theorists who worship at these altars of authority and are just hopelessly indoctrinated into scientism, they even attack people pointing out their own Dunning-Kruger, obviously. If they weren't so triggered, if their subconscious didn't recognize that the Dunning-Kruger was accurately describing their own condition as well as their psychological projection as well as all these definitions, because you can't trick the subconscious. Their subconscious knows that's why they get triggered. That's why they call scientific-minded people anti-science, to make themselves feel better and assuage their ego, because they are so ego-dominated that they can't handle the fact that they were that hoodwinked. They also, and this is not quite their fault, they associate being hoodwinked by corrupt profiteers. They associate that with being stupid, and their ego won't allow them to be stupid, so they have to be correct. And the actual scientific-minded people, the real critical thinkers, those on the side of truth and real science, they project their own subconscious recognizing that they're wrong onto those people to make themselves feel better, because their ego's got them on strings and it's pulling their strings. And you could see this, it's very obvious. It's like a basic pattern. If you ever debate or engage with people, you can see the patterns of how the human mind works, because of course, if you're dealing with humans, there are certain patterns. That's why the field of psychology exists. Just like in mathematics, when you're doing arithmetic, the patterns for these numbers are always the same. The more you study it, the quicker you can recognize the pattern. So same thing with psychology, same thing with logic. The more you study, and it's not being stupid. In the defense of the coincidence theorists and the hopelessly indoctrinated, those who just have these faith-based presuppositions and worship at these altars, and they just appeal to authority like sheep and lemmings, it's not completely their fault. I mean, there's trillions of dollars that have been pumped into the propaganda to brainwash these individuals. To undo that brainwashing, to face the truth, it's very, very painful. That's why 99% of these individuals have to default to these logical fallacies, to these psychological projection tactics, all to protect their ego, because it's too painful to realize that they've been hoodwinked. So I think, especially in discussing a lot of these topics, conspiratorial, science-based, anything regarding real truth, it's very important to outline these factors of psychology before engaging with individuals, unless you're just trying to make a point. Obviously, when I'm discussing things with people on Reddit or whatnot, these goofballs, they don't realize that I'm not, like, this isn't for them. The interaction is for other people to observe how they reacted to having their Dunning-Kruger identified, to having their psychological projection identified, to having their faith-based ideology masquerading as actual science identified. So these things become very, very obvious the more you go through it. And it's also important, again, not to, the ego, of course, dominates. The ego is responsible for all of these misconceptions and brainwashing. If we can, as conspiracy theorists or critical thinkers, again, and I don't necessarily believe any conspiracy is true, but theorizing, engaging logic and reason, that's what it is. That's what it is. So, I mean, obviously, another thing, the coincidence theorists and those hopelessly indoctrinated into the cult of scientism, they always pretend they always go for these hasty generalization fallacies and compositional logical fallacies where they pretend this tiny little group of hardcore conspiracy theorists that are alleging all of these crazy conspiracies are 100% fact and true, and that they're, reptilian aliens that are in high positions of power. Now, maybe that is true, but a conspiracy theorist would theorize about it, examine the evidence. Of course, the truth is not afraid of investigation. A hardcore conspiracy theorist who's not logical would just accept it for whatever reason and allege that it's definitively 100% true, without having the experience or the evidence to back it up. That's a very small percentage of conspiracy theorists, but of course the mainstream has to pretend that that's what all conspiracy theorists are. Otherwise, their own narrative falls apart, and those hopelessly indoctrinated into that narrative, they go along with those definitions, of course. Again, abandoning all logic and reason, which is, again, the reason for a lot of these podcasts, to point these things out, because I don't see people talking about it. I mean, scientism is the dominant religion of this earth in first world countries, in the Western world anyway. Scientism has hijacked everything and taken over, and that's why the corrupt can remain in power. That's why the corrupt can dominate the fields of so-called science. Obviously, it's not real science, but it's been co-opted. It's been taken over. It's been hijacked, and scientism, which is what it really is, that's not allowed to be talked about on the mainstream. Now, of course, on podcasts and such, these are good platforms to talk about these things, because anyone interested in the truth is going to be very interested in scientism, in history, in conspiracy, in the basic definition of words, and in human psychology. So that's basically the gist of scientism simplified. It's just pretending that all these experiments are infallible, all these humans are infallible, and pretending that they wouldn't support each other to maintain their paychecks. I'm going to close this out with the great Upton Sinclair quote, which I've said many times, but it is very, very apt in describing the scientism delusion. It is very difficult to get a man to understand something which his paycheck depends on him not understanding. And that goes deeper once you examine the ego, because there's so much to lose from establishment mouthpieces, or those really deep into the establishment, the cogs in the machine, the high-ranking cogs. If they could, how could they face that their entire life work, whether it's based on the fraud of general relativity, which of course Runzi Cow has debunked. You can check that out on YouTube. Very easy to understand terms. So when they built their entire livelihood on fraud, how much mental strength would it take to admit that? I mean, that's a big ask. It's to me, it's not surprising at all that those hopelessly indoctrinated into scientism and the cult of authority and state worship, that they can't face these truths. It's not surprising. It's just so difficult. It's a very, very small percentage of people that can do these things, that has the strength to just face it head on, or even face any kind of little criticism. I mean, if you look at Dawkins, I mean, he's completely ego dominated to the point where really there's really not much, I don't think, like, even if he had a direct experience with God, I don't think he would admit it to anybody else, because again, his reputation, his ego, these things, like, it's a big ask for a regular human to overcome all of these things. And I think conspiracy theorists, aka critical thinkers, those actually promoting real science, real truth, they need to, all these people, we need to keep that in mind when dealing with these hopelessly indoctrinated individuals. There's only so much that's reasonable to ask of a completely brainwashed and indoctrinated individual. The best way to do it is to kind of slowly drip the truth, plant little seeds, especially in the field of psychology, because without that emotional triggering, once they're emotionally triggered, logic is completely shut off. And you can see that in many ways as well, endless examples. So you can't trip that switch. So if you're talking innocuously about basic human psychology, You could even talk about it in the direction of hardcore conspiracy theorists, because the illogical ones, so that way this hopelessly indoctrinated individual will agree with you. And they can see those patterns, and then you slowly turn the spotlight or the mirror to them, and then ask them in a question-based form. Don't tell them. You ask them in a question-based form, like, have you ever done that? Like, what do you think of this? Do you think I'm doing that? And have an innocuous conversation. Because that's the only real way to break through the barriers that emotional triggering puts up. So this has been Scientism Simplified, broken down in simple terms, keeping human psychology in mind. And that's a very, very critical factor, just like logical fallacies. So those who are not hopelessly indoctrinated into scientism, they're not going to go along and play pretend just to soothe their cognitive dissonance. They don't do that. But those hopelessly indoctrinated into scientism, they do. Hope you guys enjoyed another edition of the MINDSHOCK podcast. Any thoughts, comments, criticisms, theories, debunkings, rebuttals, insults, leave them in the comments section. I try to get to all of them. You can check us out on social media, Twitter, Reddit, Patreon, Facebook. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. If you liked this podcast, hit the like button, share it across social media platforms. More people need to know about the dangers of scientismic delusion in order to help build a better world based on actual truth and facts, instead of hoodwinking the masses to their own detriment. And this descent into ignorance. I mean, the times we're living in now, a few hundred years from now, these are going to be considered dark ages. They could be, depending on the situation. If humanity survives and elevates and employs actual logic and reason, there's a shift, then these will be looked at as the dark ages. How silly will all of the mainstream beliefs be? I'll reiterate this saying I've said before, too. Nothing true is popular. Nothing popular is true. This is Bruce McGuire, signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. A very, very important topic today. If you guys haven't checked out 2020, the End of America podcast I did with the Mensa-minded Sid Irwin, or should I say Prometheus-minded, high IQ intellectual, and we discussed the events of 2020 and what the future holds. Today I wanted to touch upon what can possibly be summarized as another major issue in the downfall of Western civilization and the unraveling we're seeing, because in the scope of all humanity, the existence of America, it's still a relatively young country. I mean, in all of existence, what is 250 years? What is 500 years? I mean, when we're looking at the scope of all existence, very difficult to really understand how short of a time America has been around. So regardless of whether you're subscribing to mud flood theories or any of those things where history's been manipulated, regardless of how or why it's been manipulated, there's one major factor that I wanted to go over, and all the mind shockers out there can chime in with their opinions and theories. But is one of the major factors of the decline of Western civilization and modern culture is that it's all built on short-term solutions, knee-jerk reactions, and instant gratification, so to speak, or near-instant solutions, as opposed to long-term thinking, long-term solutions. So again, if you're building a house and you rush the foundation, the structure, how solid is your house going to be? Now, if you just need somewhere to live and you need somewhere to live super quick, you can possibly justify that, especially if you're going to say, well, it's going to last. What's the difference? You're going to build a solid foundation to last 500 years or do a nice quick job that might only last 60 years, but in 60 years you'll be dead anyway, or you're planning to move, so who cares, right? So is that one of the critical factors on why we're seeing the decline of modern civilization, so to speak, in certain countries in certain ways as opposed to the past? And I will compare and contrast to the methodology of the ancients and how they built their civilizations. Some of them are still around today. Some of their philosophies survive today because, of course, the great wisdom they contain. As always, if you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. If you like the podcast, hit the like button. Share it across social media platforms, of which you can find us on Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case, topic, logical analyses, requests, as well as co-podcasters. Get your questions answered in a timely fashion. And depending on your Patreon tier, you can also be a guest on the podcast. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. All right, so let's really compare here. So, certain Native American cultures or tribes. Now, this is very difficult to prove. Again, the victors write the history books, and we really don't know a lot of this for sure. But supposedly, certain Native American tribes have been around for thousands and thousands of years, if not for tens of thousands of years. Native people on every single continent, their way of life has lasted them thousands, if not tens of thousands, if not even longer. We really don't know, but supposedly, this is according to the mainstream narrative, some of which can be corroborated to a certain extent. But the point is, they've been around for a really long time. Longer than 100 years, longer than 200 years. I think even the craziest conspiracy theorists might even say several hundred years, more than 300-400 years. But regardless, their societies and philosophies were all structured around long-term thinking. How successful is a civilization if their way of life can last thousands or tens of thousands of years? Compare and contrast, modern civilization is crumbling, so to speak, because the infrastructure was all built with short-term thinking in mind. I mean, even just looking at the power grid. What year are we in now? And you have power outages. Everything is running on 1960s technology. Nothing is optimized. And look at the budget of even the government, the deficits. I've touched on this in the past. I'll be doing a Trump episode discussing his presidency, whether or not he's a shill, whatnot. We'll have to have JR on that for that. But yeah, obviously the term's not over. But Obama inherited a certain amount of debt, but he accrued more debt than every single president in history combined. Why is that? Is that short-term knee-jerk reactions? I just did a podcast with Johnny Mills, who's had his eye on the economy and financial and investing issues, and he kind of pointed out that the 2008 crash, because they were just giving loans to anyone and everyone, again, short-term thinking, and then the bailout, which was just a Band-Aid, basically, short-term solutions. Now, eventually, you can keep stacking on those Band-Aids, and they'll work in the short term, but eventually certain crumbling will occur. And that's where you have to really think. Even look at ancient Rome again, obviously, mud flood theories aside. This kind of overreaching civilization attempting to conquer the whole world, is that sustainable? Now look at certain tribes, certain Eskimos, Bushmen of Australia or Africa. You have these people that have lived the same way for long periods of time, regardless of whether you want to say hundreds of years, thousands, tens of thousands, perhaps longer, who knows. But this way of life is sustainable, and there's a certain wisdom and happiness in that way of life. Now, obviously, that doesn't mean it's a utopia. There's also a lot of suffering, like any living thing on Earth. There's a certain amount of suffering in regardless of what kind of life you have. But they're kind of preoccupied with being useful, living off the land or hunting. There's not so much depression in these tribes, only when their way of life is threatened, of course. I mean, if you, in the case of Native Americans, if you're kicked off your land and you have most of your people killed and then they coop you up in a reservation, then you might get depression and alcohol problems. But if you're living the way your ancestors lived in a sustainable way of life, it seems there's a certain amount of wisdom there. And why do people look to the wisdom of the ancients? How much modern wisdom, how many modern philosophers are there? I mean, there's a couple. There are some really great minds, but it's almost like they're all dipping to the ancient philosophies for their information. They're not taking it uniquely and exclusively from post 1900, post 1950, whatever. So our way of life right now, everything is built on short-term solutions and knee-jerk reactions. And that builds so much debt in every way, and that builds so much suffering. If you guys haven't checked out my podcast on assumed competency, I believe it's one of the biggest issues in the world as well, where people just kind of assume that people in authority know what they're doing and have a certain competency level. Obviously, that's a big mistake. And that's the cause of a lot of problems, a whole lot of problems. Now, is the other cause simply short-term thinking? And does that tie into it? Because if you're very, very competent, would you favor short-term knee-jerk reactions over more solid long-term solutions, even though it might be a little bit tougher in the interim? So it's not an easy quick fix. It's a lot harder work and it'll take longer, but it's a much more solid foundation. And is that really one of the primary differences between modern civilization and ancient civilizations that seem to be built on more long-standing bedrock principles that were not to be adjusted or compromised in any way because of long-term thinking, long-term solutions? I mean, one of the biggest issues, again, in modern society, if you live anywhere near cities, look at the traffic problems. I mean, this is 2020. Now, should there be, whether there's flying cars or not, let's put technology aside for a moment, advanced technology aside for a moment, and just look at the road systems. Now, when the roads were initially being built, of course, you want to get to point A to point B, and sometimes if it's too tough to make a second road, you could just repave it, whatever. If all of the solutions are always for the short term instead of the long term, now we have the problems we have now. And I really don't hear this discussed either, because MINDSHOCK, of course, a podcast for critical thinkers, logical individuals, not cognitive dissonant sheep hopelessly indoctrinated into the cult of state and authority worship and scientism, the Church of Scientism. This is for critical thinkers, for logical thinkers. And that's why we discuss topics on this podcast that are just not discussed elsewhere. Some of them are basic, like this one. And this issue, it's so critical, and how much of that is just ill-equipped parents, incompetent parents. I might have to do a dedicated podcast just on parenting in 2020 and beyond, or even post-2000 parenting. The average parent seems to have lost quite a bit in the discipline department, because I don't know if I guess the entire generation just got softer, because of course there's that old adage, tough times create tough men create easy times create weak men create hard times. So it's just this ongoing cycle. Now, are we just at that dip in the cycle where the recent generation, parents did not instill long-term thinking and discipline in their children because they couldn't stand to see their children crying or unhappy? They wanted to appease them real quick. And of course, it's difficult because you don't want to see your child suffer, but at some point, do you have to think long-term and realize that you'll bring even more suffering by doing a quick fix, easy solution. And in the world of politics, of course, this isn't a political podcast, but I think an apt way of describing even Democrats or Republicans, personally, I'm not either, and I don't advocate for either, obviously. This is not a podcast for state worship or false dichotomies that have been enslaving the masses since the institutions of government. Everybody should read The Art of War by Sun Tzu. I mean, these little tricks where you create this false dichotomy and controlled opposition within Democrat versus Republican. But that aside, it seems like the Democratic way of thinking in modern times is these quick fix solutions, dump money on it, and create trillion-dollar deficit and all of these things to quickly appease because you don't want people to suffer. And this kind of short-term thinking, it really blinds people to the fact that is the short-term solution going to create even more suffering in the long term? And that's something really, I think, just personally watching all of the political chaos this past year. Of course, this past year we've seen a lot of chaos in a lot of different departments. But just on the political side, it seems like Democratic policies and everybody arguing on the Democratic side, it's all about short-term thinking. It's trying to make people happy in the short term, which again, and I'm not saying that's bad. You have to be a good person to try to alleviate the suffering. But now here's where the divide happens, because on the Republican side, you do have some more cold-hearted individuals, but they're thinking more long-term, which could potentially alleviate even more suffering than the short-term thinking would create even more suffering in the long term. So that just seems to be a difference. Obviously, that doesn't mean one group of people is bad or another group of people is bad or good. It seems it's just being short-sighted versus thinking long-term. Now, of course, logic and reason should always be the foundation for everything. But in general, is that the way modern civilization has slid in all these first world countries? It seems like it's cyclical because I wanted to get a little bit more specific than just tough or hard men create easy times. When you get right down to it, why is that? Why? I don't hear anybody talking about why that is. Is it as simple as short-term versus long-term thinking? And again, I always advocate for logic and reason and real science. On this podcast, very few people are actually doing that. And remaining objective and neutral in examining everything from paranormal topics to topics such as this, like the decline of civilization. Are we seeing a decline? Is the average individual in 2020 really healthier and smarter? Obviously, they're better at using cutting-edge technology, but less than 1% of the population created that technology. So as an entire civilization, is it really more successful? Whereas if you look at ancient civilizations, all of the tribe members were contributors. You didn't have the dead weight, the cognitive dissonant sheep and lemmings. So again, when you're looking at it as a whole, is modern society really better than some of these ancient societies? Obviously, you can cherry pick and say, oh, well, the Mayans did human sacrifices, so they're evil. I'm not talking about that. And again, there's so much conflicting information about that and exactly when that was instituted and how and by whom and whether or not there was some occult influence or external influence on that civilization from ancient secret societies. But that's not the podcast for that. So just in general, we have this kind of short-term versus long-term way of thinking, and which will yield more success and more progress as civilization as a whole. We're talking not just productive, but we have happiness. The average individual as part of Western civilization or modern civilization, modern culture, look at how many people are happy versus unhappy. And now let's look back. I know it's difficult. I'm sure there were some unhappy people in tribes. But when you look at the totality, if you take 100 people in this tribe and 100 people from modern society, which 100 out of the 100, which is modern versus ancient going to have more unhappy people, more suicidal people, more contributing people, and smarter in the sense of their level of understanding of the world around them? Because if you look again at our modern culture, we have these zombies walking around glued to their cell phone. They're really good at using their cell phone. I mean, they could probably get a really high score in Angry Birds, but do they really understand the world around them? They're so plugged in and they're living in this tiny little bubble. Compare that to someone living in an ancient society. It's very interesting to consider these things. I don't hear anybody else talking about them, but I think they're really important things to think about and consider. Mind-shocking revelations to be had for those willing to learn from history, those willing to re-examine everything and take nothing on faith. Because this is Mind Shock, and on Mind Shock, the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. If you enjoyed the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. If you like the podcast, hit the like button, share it across social media platforms, and you could check us out on Facebook, Reddit, Twitter, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case, topic, logical analyses, co-podcaster requests, and you could also have a guest spot on the podcast. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to Mind Shock. In today's episode, we will be taking a look at one of the silliest arguments put forward by cognitive dissonant coincidence theorists, those hopelessly indoctrinated into the cult of state and authority worship, the anti-critical thinking, anti-logic, anti-science crowd. This is, of course, one of the king of all strawman arguments that they use. The "so you're smarter than" arguments. You're smarter than everybody. You're smarter than experts. You're smarter than etc. And I will be explaining why this is one of the goofiest arguments one can use. As always, if you enjoy the Mind Shock podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. If they still don't, you could just go to youtube.com/Mindshock for the latest mind-shocking podcasts in the fields of the paranormal, true crime, and conspiracies. That's right. Sometimes humans are fallible, and sometimes more than one criminal, even in so-called positions of authority, may work with another. They don't always act alone, to the shock and awe of coincidence theorists everywhere. You could check us out on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. And if you are a patron, big thanks to supporting the Mind Shock podcast. And don't forget to request your case or topic or logical analysis to be covered on Patreon. If you like this particular podcast, hit that like button, share it across social media platforms. Questions, comments, thoughts, theories, suggestions, rebuttals, or debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. All right, so let's look at this argument. So whether we're talking any of these highly triggering topics like vaccines or climate change, this is why this "so you're smarter than the experts" argument is so hilariously dumb. I mean, I'll put it in blunt terms. Who do these coincidence theorist goofballs think wrote all of the books, produced all of the documentaries that convinced people that sometimes humans are fallible or corrupt? I mean, let's look at the case of vaccines. So the anti-vaxxers. So you guys are smarter than all the experts? The experts are the ones that wrote the anti-vax literature. The experts that they revere due to their cult of authority worship. I mean, these are doctors that have spent their entire lives in the field of medicine, and at a certain point, they had enough integrity to say, wait a second, these vaccines are doing so much damage, and then they start actually researching instead of just keeping up the hoop jumping that they had to regurgitate certain information in whatever government mandated texts they had to regurgitate from to get their degree of indoctrination. Some people are capable of overcoming that. So how silly are the people saying, well, you think you're smarter than? No! Nobody thinks they're smart. The only buddy they're smarter than are the goofballs that are hoodwinked by corrupt profiteers at every turn of their life. Now, do you really have to be smarter than anybody, or do you just have to have a BS meter? I mean, you could go to even climate change. When you have people like Al Gore, the Obamas, all these individuals that are buying up waterfront properties while they're spewing to the public that everything's going to be underwater in 10 years, how are they going to sell the house? I mean, they want their whole family drowned? So, like, it doesn't take a genius to identify BS artists or corrupt profiteers. So you don't actually have to be smarter than anybody, really, than any of the scientists. You just have to be able to point out BS. That's it. That's really it. Having a BS meter, I mean, obviously it takes a certain amount of intelligence to have a BS meter, but having a BS meter is completely not the same thing as spending a lifetime of studying something. Furthermore, coincidence theorists always love logical fallacies. I mean, all of their beliefs are based on faith and fallacies. One of the fallacies, not just appeal to authority, but appeal to popularity. If you roll those two fallacies in one, you get something called peer review, where if certain corrupt peers, why would they, again, one of the biggest issues with coincidence theorists, they don't even understand the conspiracy being alleged, but they go into this Mr. Smith trigger effect, where they're so triggered, anything that threatens their faith-based belief systems that they were hopelessly indoctrinated into, they're going to have a reaction. They're going to go against it. They're going to, again, it's the fight or flight response of the mind. Cognitive dissonance. You cannot hold opposing beliefs. So if you say you believe in science, but you're also pro-vax, that doesn't jive, because if you don't have actual studies that adhere to the scientific method with verifiable controls, are you following science or scientism when these corrupt profiteers say something is true, aka whatever pro-vaxxers say? So saying someone, oh, you're smarter than all the experts, which experts are they talking about? Because there's experts on every side of every issue. So again, even that straw man isn't even correct. Even the straw man itself, it's possible to make a good straw man. For example, let's say if you come up with a theory that literally no experts believe in, I don't know, let's say iPhones aren't real or cars aren't real. You come up with some kind of conspiracy. Are there any experts pushing that conspiracy? If not, then at least the straw man might be valid. You're as a straw man, where you're smarter than all the experts. Now, maybe they are smarter than all the experts. Maybe there's something everybody missed. I mean, it's possible. Again, it might not necessarily be to being smarter than. It could be a circumstantial issue. I mean, a lot of inventors, it's not that they were smarter than other inventors. A lot of inventions happen accidentally. They might have been luckier, or they might have had unique circumstances that people much smarter than them didn't have. So that's why the you're smarter than argument, this fallacy is one of the silliest you can use, because it doesn't make sense on any level. Not even on a superficial level does it make sense, because, again, we could talk so-called climate change. You're smarter than all the experts? Well, there's a lot of experts that do not believe, because there's no controls in place. So, again, people with brains without verifiable controls, I mean, it could be true. Again, I'm not saying it's not true. I'm not saying vaccines don't work. I'm saying in order to prove something scientifically, you have to follow the scientific method and have controls. For some reason, that's a controversial opinion to have these days, when everybody's hopelessly indoctrinated into the cult of scientism, where you're supposed to take it on blind faith as a religion, instead of having these controls be provided. So regarding climate change, there's experts on, so-called experts, on both sides. So what does you're smarter than the experts mean? Well, what does that mean? You don't have to be smarter than someone to believe them, right? If a supposedly trustworthy person says they did something or whatever, if you choose to believe them based on track record or whatever, so people saying, these same people that said New York City would be underwater, in 2000 or whatever, they've been wrong every step of the way. Now, again, I'm not saying they're wrong this time. The boy that cried wolf eventually found the wolf. So, again, I'm not saying they're wrong this time, but they've been wrong every step of the way. They don't follow the scientific method. They don't have controls in place to prove that carbon dioxide increases worldwide temperatures or whatever. So they could be accidentally correct, but why would you trust that? Why would you put your faith in it? So some people choose to put their faith or trust in other individuals who are skeptical, aka scientific. Science is skepticism. So it's not that they're smarter than either group. They're just choosing to go by the basic definitions of words. So they're smarter than the person making the claim that they're smarter, drawing up the silliest of all straw men. And so it's kind of silly. So again, that presupposes that they're smart enough to judge whether someone else thinks they're smarter than somebody else. So when you're building all of these beliefs and arguments on nothing but faith and fallacies, they don't hold up on any level. And that's why this is one of the silliest arguments. So you're smarter than. Again, I mean, we can even go 9/11. If you haven't checked out the MINDSHOCK 9/11 podcasts, we go over the 9/11 conspiracy, the physics at play. So people say, oh, you're smarter than all the engineers that concluded that it was not a controlled demolition. Well, the NIST report, you mean government scientists? You mean people on payroll? What does smart have to do with it? You're simply not going to trust the information of corrupt people. It has nothing to do with being smarter or mapping out the physics equations better than the physicists. And that's another thing. Coincidence theorists and those that are just hopelessly indoctrinated into the cult of state and authority worship, it's like they don't understand that it's a matter of trust. It's a matter of skepticism. Like some serial killers are very smart. They're brilliant. So saying you're not going to trust some genius level serial killer on their alibi, that doesn't mean you're smarter than the serial killer. That doesn't mean you might know chemistry better and you can make all these poisons that they can make better than they can make. It doesn't mean you can strategize how to kidnap victims and not get caught by police. That doesn't mean you're smarter than the serial killer. It means you're not going to trust their alibi. That's all that means. So the level of silliness that these coincidence theorists plummet to in order to dismiss anything that threatens their fairy tale, naive, faith-based worldviews, where they just put their blind faith in the corrupt, that's what it comes down to. And that's why this is one of the silliest arguments one can ever put forth. I mean, you hear it in Flat Earth too. And again, this has nothing to do with conclusions. You could take the stupidest person in the world. If they accidentally believe something that's correct, let's say for the sake of argument, the heliocentric globe is correct. The stupidest people in the world can believe that model. That doesn't mean they're smarter than a flat earther. There's flat earthers out there. They could do all these equations. That doesn't mean the flat earther is correct. And it doesn't mean the globe earther is smarter than the flat earther. And these are points that, again, are lost because logic and reason is almost gone extinct. If you go on social media, again, this argument by the coincidence theorists, so you're smarter than, I mean, is it possible to make a sillier argument? It's like there's this weird Dunning-Kruger competition at play at all times on the internet. Building fallacies on fallacies to support a belief system. Quite silly. That's why scientism needs to be exposed. And that's why we really need to focus on the scientific method. We really need to focus on verifiable controls. Otherwise, it's very easy for corrupt profiteers to hoodwink these goofy, clueless coincidence theorists because they're counting on the indoctrination being too strong for these poor people to overcome. And again, this isn't an attack on coincidence theorists or those hopelessly indoctrinated into the cult of state and authority worship and scientism. Most of the time, these are good people, and they don't want that. That's the thing. It's like fairy tales for adults. Coincidence theories are fairy tales for adults. They don't want to believe that there's corrupt people out there because it's a scary world. The illusion of safety, the illusion that all these people wouldn't be corrupt, it's much more comforting. They don't want their safety blanket. They don't want their blankie taken away. And that's what conspiracy theorists, aka critical thinkers, do. They take away their blankie. and it's very uncomfortable. They're severely triggered, and that's why they default to these fallacious faith-based arguments, because that's all they have. Because if they had legitimate arguments, nobody would be saying, so you think you're smarter then? Because that has nothing to do with anything. Once again, I hope you guys enjoyed another edition of the MINDSHOCK podcast, where we go over topics nobody else wants to go over or is too afraid to in a logical, exhaustive comprehension fashion with logic and reason at the forefront. If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. If you like this particular podcast, hit that like button, share it across social media platforms, of which you could find us Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analyses, requests, co-podcaster requests, and based on your tier, you could also be a guest on the podcast. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire, signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. Today we are talking about a typical coincidence theorist so-called argumentation tactic. Stop talking about XYZ. And there are various issues there. And in typical MINDSHOCK fashion, we'll be exploring what those are and why those are, with logic and reason at the forefront, as always. If you enjoy the MINDSHOCK podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications, and make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. And then if you're still not getting them, you can just go to youtube.com/MINDSHOCK to see all the latest podcasts and videos. You can check us out Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analyses, requests, co-podcaster requests, and depending on your tier, you could also be a guest on the podcast. If you like this particular podcast, hit that like button, share it across social media platforms. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, or debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. All right, so what am I talking about when I say XYZ? Well, one of the common things, especially on MINDSHOCK, is stop talking about logical fallacies. So you see goofballs that are triggered, they use that one a lot, particularly in some of the true crime cases even, where certain triggered individuals, either narrative steerers in certain cases or just people who are not very good at critical thinking, deductive reasoning, or logic of any kind, they don't like that pointed out. Their ego can't handle it. So it's easier for them to say, well, stop talking about logical fallacies. Well, what are logical fallacies? Logical fallacies help keep a conversation or discussion or argument of any kind on the tracks of validity. So if you're a train and you're going off the tracks, and there are means to keep the train on the tracks, why would you not utilize those means? I mean, that's really what logical fallacies are. You're just calling foul. Wait a second, that's not going to stay on the tracks of validity, because what is logic itself? Strict principles of validity is what logic entails. Again, it's not that difficult. We're not talking rocket science here. If some of these coincidence theorists are simply illogical individuals, those part of the cognitive dissonant masses, or those that have trouble keeping up, those hopelessly indoctrinated to the cult of scientism, if they just took a break from their keeping up with the Kardashian watching or Netflix watching, they just take 10 minutes out of that a day, they can really get to at least a children's level understanding of logic and logical fallacies, and then they wouldn't be clamoring for people to stop discussing logic or logical fallacies. Like if you're having an English conversation with somebody and you're like, stop using vowels. I mean, it's just so silly because vowels are an integral part of English words. So, not that it's completely impossible to have some kind of gibberish based discussion. I mean, I don't know. But if you're trying to have a valid discussion, a grammatically correct discussion, you're going to need to use vowels. That's just the way it is. Same thing if you're discussing any topic. And the whole point of a podcast being logical analysis, whether it's a paranormal topic or a true crime topic, you're going to ask people on a logical podcast not to use logical fallacies. I mean, some of these goofballs on social media are just really astounding regarding their Dunning-Kruger issues. I'll be obviously doing a dedicated episode on the Dunning-Kruger effect, and that's another thing that people say, stop talking about Dunning-Kruger. Well, if that's the most common issue, a particular individual, if I'm doing a logical analysis on a video, whether it's scientism priests versus flat earthers, whichever side is being stupid, whatever, if I'm calling out the Dunning-Kruger because that particular individual is too incompetent to realize they're incompetent, if that's the primary issue, why would you not point that out? If that's the primary issue. And the reason a lot of these triggered goofballs keep saying, well, stop talking about Dunning-Kruger, stop talking about logical fallacies, it's really strange because they don't realize, again, it's their psychological projection, which is actually another thing that people say, well, stop talking about that. But if that's the primary issue, and if that's going to resolve the problem, like if someone's dehydrated, but they also possibly have other health issues, they go to the hospital, I mean, they hook them up to an IV. They get some fluids in them because, yeah, it's not that they might not have other issues, but the dehydration is such a major issue, and it might be the primary obstacle to survival. That's why you get hooked up to fluids. That's why they give you an IV. It's not that you don't have other issues. It's not that other issues don't exist. It's not that they won't be discussed or gotten to. It's just there's a certain hierarchy when it comes to prioritizing survival. So in any kind of logical analysis, if the main issue is the Dunning-Kruger, or the main issue is the lack of logical comprehension, it's not that there aren't other issues. It's not that other issues shouldn't be discussed, but it's almost a moot point if they can't get through step one or step two. I mean, another analogy we could use is if someone is, let's say, wants to go play basketball, but they don't know how to walk or run. So if you want to teach a 6-month-old how to play basketball, it might not work. It might not work. I'm just saying. Or even an adult with the motor skills of a 3-month-old, there's a certain hierarchy. Not that they won't be able to do it in the future. That's not what I'm saying in any way. Definitely they can, and the only way they can is if the order of issues is prioritized properly. So they have to be able to walk, run, dribble, shoot, all those things if they're playing basketball. If you don't like a basketball analogy, I mean, we can go football. What about ice hockey if you don't know how to skate? I mean, you could try to pull a Happy Gilmore, but if you don't know, if you can't grip a hockey stick, I mean, there's only so much you can do, so you have to go through the priorities. If you identify the most major issues, you handle those first, which will enable you to get to the other issues. Again, I'm not pretending the other issues don't exist. And the goal, of course, is not to make fun of people, although obviously humor is subjective, and I happen to find Dunning-Kruger comedy stylings quite amusing, psychological projection, triggering all these psychological issues of coincidence theorists and illogical individuals due to their hopeless indoctrination to the cult of state and authority worship and scientism. I find it amusing. That doesn't mean other people do, but the whole point, everything I discuss on the podcast, it's to help move the discussion forward in a logical fashion. Yeah, maybe I laugh a little too much along the way. Again, that's subjective. Some people think I do. Some people think I don't. Some people don't care because they're not here whether they don't care whether certain people find certain things amusing. They're here for the actual discussion and the point's gone over, so they don't care either way. But anyway, these are issues. If those are the primary issues to overcome, they need to be called out. Otherwise, they will never be overcome. I mean, the silliness, again, that just proves the point with, again, the Dunning-Kruger. If they're not competent enough to understand that, how can they understand something else? I mean, they might accidentally, But again, it's kind of moot because you'll never be efficient in any kind of conversation if you can't identify your own deficiencies. Now, that's why I'm constantly talking about objective, empirically verifiable definitions, because it has nothing to do with me or my Dunning-Kruger, my Dunning-Kruger issues. I mean, the entire motto of the podcast is the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. So I'm not saying anything is true or untrue. I'm just calling out objective definitions and attempting not to fall for logic fallacies of any kind. I'm a human being. I might fall for logic fallacies. I even call them out when I do fall for them. I even call them out preemptively because sometimes I recognize that I'm going to use one, and I use it anyway as food for thought, not necessarily trying to prove something true or untrue, because again, the whole basis is the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. So I hope that addressed some of the triggered goofballs out there that keep saying, stop talking about logical fallacies, stop talking about Dunning-Kruger effects, stop talking about psychological projection. And it's very telling because whatever triggers them the most, if they don't have any actual logical points, if their argument has no merit, all they have are these fallacies, of course they're not going to want them called out because then they have nothing at all. Then all they could do, I mean, they have their ad hominem attacks, and that's pretty much all they have. So if all they have are logical fallacies, they would prefer someone making them look stupid would not talk about logical fallacies because then they won't look that stupid. Again, it goes back to the ego triggering and the Dunning-Kruger effect. Of course, if they don't want to confront even the possibility that they're not competent to notice their own incompetence, to realize they're not competent enough to understand a particular point or issue, why would they want that pointed out? Again, very damaging to the ego. But if they actually do take these possibilities to heart, again, I'm not even saying it's definitely true or untrue, but because I don't know the exact severity of anybody's suffrage from the Dunning-Kruger effect, but if they continue demonstrating post after post, or they're making their post illustrates that they didn't even comprehend what was being put forth, let alone making a valid counter argument, because how can you make a counter argument to something you don't even understand unless you're just regurgitating talking points from the idiot box, which is what most coincidence theorist goofballs do. But the final thing I was going to discuss, the final point is indoctrination and the psychology of cults, because people don't want that talked about either, because again, they're on such short strings of their ego. And nobody wants that pointed out, because not only does that make them look silly, but it makes them, again, it points out that they were hoodwinked. As Mark Twain allegedly once said, it's easier to fool someone than convince them they've been fooled. And so these psychological issues, the cult of scientism, if these are the primary obstacles preventing one from understanding a particular argument being put forth, should they not be called out? And it's very telling when certain individuals want you to stop talking about XYZ, any of these issues that they find triggering personally. And again, the people that don't say that and actually engage, regardless of whether they understand or not, they might change their argumentation tactics or whatnot based on these things being pointed out. They're obviously less triggered, but it's very telling, the triggering itself. And then some people even say, stop talking about triggering. Well, clearly they are triggered. So again, all of these things, very, very telling when people try to fascistically shut down certain things being pointed out. Again, due to their own insecurities, due to the subconscious recognizing the truth of these points being put forth, they don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear it. It's like that old saying goes, if you make people think they're thinking, they'll love you. If you make people really think, they will hate you. Because nobody wants to really think deep about anything, because then all of these ego, it's like there's all these minds. Your mind is a minefield. And anything that trips that ego, for most people who haven't studied psychology, logical fallacies, all these things, it's really not that difficult. Like I said, this is not rocket science. This is children's level understanding. And a lot of times children don't have, I mean, some children do, but a lot of children, they're kind of, because they're expected to be children and not really know anything, there are less issues with the ego. I mean, they still throw their little tantrums. I want this. I don't get what I want. Wow. But in general, they don't really feel stupid when they don't understand particular points that they feel society as a whole should make them. I mean, maybe they do, like if they can't tie their shoes in their whatever age, but in general, conceptually, when talking about concepts or ideas and putting them forth or understanding them, with children, their ego gets less in the way. And then as an adult, of course, your ego has grown to a particular point. And if you haven't studied specifically how to overcome it, it's going to trip you up and you're going to get triggered when people point that out. They point all these things out. So, again, thank you for all the MindShock listeners out there, not just those that appreciate logical discussion on these topics not being discussed anywhere else. Coincidence theorists versus conspiracy theorists. And that's even another thing. I could throw that out too. There are some people that are so triggered, they don't even like me using the term coincidence theorist because again, their subconscious is triggered because they realize how apt it is. Because they would rather believe in endless coincidences than think that humans might be corrupt or criminals might not work alone. Corruption or incompetence in certain authorities is just an impossibility in their minds. They would prefer infinite coincidences be true, and they would rather buy into that to soothe their cognitive dissonance and their very fragile faith-based worldviews just built on these fairy tales for adults, aka mainstream narratives. So it's very, very telling, very, very obvious, but I just wanted to touch upon that for those that aren't, that it's not. And again, thanks to all the MindShock listeners, and thanks to all the MindShock haters out there. There'd be a lot less content without you guys. So again, thanks to all the trolls, the steers, the obfuscators, the triggered coincidence theorists, and cognitive dissonant masses that continue to comment and prove and illustrate these points that I'm putting forth. And again, they're unintentionally proving all these points true, but that in and of itself has merit. So thank you to all you goofballs out there as well. As always, if you enjoy the MindShock podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. Or you can just go to youtube.com/MindShock to see all the latest podcasts and videos. If you like this particular podcast, hit that like button. Share it across social media platforms. Let's start to reintroduce the nearly extinct logic and reason that once was probably more prevalent in society. If you have thoughts on that, you can leave that in the comment section as well as any other thoughts, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind. That's what the comment section is for. You could also check us out: Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons who get priority for case, topic, logical analyses, requests, co-podcaster requests, or you can be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MindShock. This is your host, Bruce McGuire.
And Sid Irwin.
And we have a mind-breaking topic today, as usual, on MindShock, where the only thing for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, like and follow our Facebook page. You can also check us out, Twitter, Reddit, and Patreon. All right, we have the Mensa-minded Sid Irwin. I'm going to test Sid's IQ for this one. Really try to use all those points to digest this topic, because it's something that I see a lot, and it is related to either conspiratorial topics or extreme scientific theories. But here's something that the layperson, the cognitive dissonant masses, they fall for this one. It's tied into appeal to incredulity fallacies, where if they find something difficult to believe or they find something ridiculous, somehow they associate it with being untrue or the likelihood being less true even though they haven't investigated the topic or applied science, logic, or reason objectively and non-fallaciously. So, here is the order of the day. The truth is not dependent on one's ability to understand it. So a layperson, if you bring up some really advanced scientific topic or whatever, some kind of extreme conspiracy, aliens, cybernetic Bigfoot, or the earth being flat, something completely extreme, their small, illogical, cognitive, dissonant mind will immediately strawman to the extreme and grasp at every fallacy under the sun to maintain their dogma because they're so comfortable with their mode of existence. They don't want anything disrupting their illusion of reality, which they've become comfortable with. So, and you see this all the time where the more extreme a truth, the more logic and mental strength is required to honestly, objectively, and scientifically examine it. And again, pick any extreme topic, and you'll see 99% of the masses immediately dismiss it or appeal to incredulity. What do you think about that, Sid Irwin?
I have to admit, I find it kind of sad that people like that. I honestly feel for them. If only they willing to keep an open mind and just honestly understand that this like they're just saying like if something is true, it doesn't matter whether or not you care to believe that it's something else. It is what it is. Like simple math, even 2 + 2 is always going to equal 4. This is what it is.
Yeah, well, that's actually using math is a pretty good way to compare too, because if you give a pretty advanced calculus equation, someone who's never heard of calculus would be like, "Oh, that's extreme and ridiculous. We know this arithmetic is true, so stop talking nonsense with the calculus because this and this," and they don't realize that some of these more advanced concepts require a lot more logic and reason and mental ability to wrap your brain around, regardless of whether someone wants to religiously jump to one side of something. Just simply being truly scientific, which is actually being skeptical of all sides and just seeing where the evidence leads you. Sadly, most people have kind of been indoctrinated into this cult of authority worship where they have an expert that's whatever expert is plugged on the media that they're familiar with, they're going to just brainlessly agree with them, regardless of what it is, and completely disregard decades, centuries, and millennia of historical data proving that a lot of the leading scientists in any civilization, they were wrong more than they were right. And there's the extreme hubris of humans to think that our society is the special one, where we have everything figured out and none of these fringe or extreme theories could be true because our civilization's humans are so infallible. Whatever physics that they all agree with their consensus based on, if someone's indoctrinated into the same system, of course they're going to agree with each other. So if everybody's working with a wrong theory, they're going to agree that the wrong theory is right. So how does, obviously science is not determined by consensus. The truth is not determined by consensus. So this fallacious reasoning and saying, oh, well, scientists agree. What does that have to do with the truth?
Exactly. There's nothing to do with the truth. The truth is what the truth is. She wants determined and brought to the light. That's what it is. I mean, if anything, sometimes I feel bad because even certain people, like you said, get caught into the voices, not just the masses, but of certain specific people that they can't help but deem true. Those people sometimes do tell the truth, and sadly enough, people become so comfortable with that truth that they give, even if it isn't that one honest truth. Every lie afterwards that person might tell, they'll believe anyway just because. They felt, like you said, they feel that comfortable now, that safe with the knowledge that they're giving them.
Well, do you think a lot of it is with modern society? Everybody's so distracted. Because, let's compare even with the with the American Revolution when Thomas Paine was giving out his common sense pamphlets. I'm sure people were busy. They had their farms, they had to grow their food, they had to do their job. But, they had their families. But at the same time, they weren't sitting on their cell phones. They weren't watching HBO. They weren't, on Twitter trying to follow every piece of news. So it's like their brains almost understood logic and reason naturally more, where they're like, wait a second, this Thomas Paine guy, he might be making some common sense with his common sense pamphlet. But as even he pointed out, common sense is not so common. So I think a lot of people forget that the radical truths throughout history, I mean, obviously they all began as blasphemies, right? I mean, King
Right.
George is the king. How dare you try to defy him and not pay his extortion fees and speak of rebellion and revolution? How dare you? So, it's the same thing in science when if someone wants to, like Runzi Kao debunked Einstein's relativity point by point quite thoroughly at approximately a fifth grade level, being all you need to understand it. And yet, all of these scientists, because there's so much invested in the system and the status quo, obviously the authorities are going to protect their investment. Because if the world doesn't work the way that all these experts claimed, they lose all their power. So it's like they're so terrified of anything that's going to rock the boat that any kind of radical truth or even radical theory that may or may not be true, it's not going to be scientifically and logically examined because there's too much vested interest in maintaining status quo. And I don't know why that's difficult for the masses to understand, to most of the sheep-minded humans out there. Obviously, MindShock listeners are not part of the masses. Otherwise, they wouldn't be listening to MindShock, I don't think. But but yeah, no, for the common man, the layperson out there, yeah, it's like that old saying goes, people don't want the truth because they don't want their illusions destroyed or their illusions shattered. Because those illusions are so much more comfortable with the truth. The truth hurts.
The truth can hurt.
Or even just examining what someone's idea of the truth is can be scary, because if they come to find out that it's not really the truth. So even questioning logically, scientifically, and honestly, non-dogmatically, not non-religiously, because the modern science has been so politicized that it's basically its own religion. Some people are calling it scientism, because it's like, as if you speak out against this, you're anti-science. When you're actually pro-science, for actually being skeptical and asking questions. That's what being scientific is all about. And questioning the evidence, not just believing it like a priest preaching gospel truth. And unfortunately, you see that in our modern society, where people hold these experts to these high standards as if they're deities or priests, and anybody questioning their interpretation or even methodology of experiments, or the corruption and the money trail involved in a lot of these studies and experiments that obviously all lead back to lobbyists and taxes. People don't want to see the truth because it's too scary, it's too uncomfortable. So again, just to circle back to what I said originally, you see it all the time. You bring up a conspiracy, like flat earth is the funnest one, because people's brains just go completely haywire. They're like, oh, well, all the pilots would have to be in on it. And that's ridiculous. That's not possible that so many people would be in on it. So that must mean it's not true. I mean, so that's like, they just spin this web of fallacies. Yes, if it's not true because of real reasons, not because of those made up straw men. So it's kind of weird where they, people equate truth with their own brain's ability to understand the theory being discussed, as if their own perception of reality is some kind of neutral compass of truth. It's kind of ridiculous if you think about it.
It is ridiculous.
Why would their subjective, ignorant mind be what determines whether something is true or not? If an ant can't figure out the motivations of people doing a podcast, that doesn't mean people aren't doing the podcast. That just means that the ants don't have the mental capacity or consciousness level to understand why humans would be interested in doing podcasts. And that's basically the same thing people do whenever a conspiracy too extreme or an idea too extreme is brought up. And then on the flip side, also, like with some of the proven conspiracies like chemtrails, as soon as they start calling it geoengineering or aerosol spraying, all of a sudden people kind of pretend that they never denied the chemtrails just by changing the terminology. That's kind of amusing as well, because they couldn't wrap their brain around why chemicals would be sprayed in the sky, so they had to pretend that it was just a fringe loony conspiracy. And then now that it's all public and all these geoengineering and aerosol spraying programs, they're all public now, they're not a conspiracy theory anymore. These are proven facts and admitted facts. All of a sudden, all the conspiracy deniers, all of the extreme coincidence theorists who they believe it's all a coincidence and that corrupt, power hungry people would never do anything shady. Criminals can only be acting alone and poor. They can never be the rich people in high positions of power. I guess that's the coincidence theorist's
Right, in the
position.
public's eye.
Yeah, so they never re-examined to see how they were wrong about all these things, so then they can never really learn from them. So it's just they keep their head firmly planted in the sands of ignorance. What are your comments about people's equation with their own brain being able to understand something being equal to the truth?
Uh, well, like you said earlier, I mean, people are just like, especially those who are afraid to have like to be disillusioned, and have like their entire world kind of shatter before them, everything that they understand, that they know, that they've learned and dealt with, just to be like, wow, well, this is a shock. Like, this isn't the truth. Like, I've been lied to the entire time. Like, everything I've done has either been meaningless, pointless, or just, more against myself than my actual motives of either helping myself or helping others. So, again, that people are afraid to have that happen. And also, I can't lie, those who do give out these lies, who betray the masses, who misguide the sheep and lead the flock off the cliff as opposed to away from it. You know, they again have all the power just by again being able to spin that tail to get the people to believe. Because after all, most power really does come from having the people on your side, without a doubt. And that's a truth that's been expressed immensely over the years, without a doubt. Especially if you think about mobs, even, you know, if someone can rally against somebody else, whether it's justified or not, whether it's true or not, but if they can get those people to believe them, then at that point right there, that person will be considered right, which is again one thing ridiculous because people just roll with it. They've just been led to believe that this is the truth, and it's again, like I said, it's just disappointing that some people aren't more scientific in the truest fashion, meaning it was like really question and wonder the information that they're given. Because in all honesty, I think anything should be taken with a grain of salt. Period. I mean, even the words that I'm saying right now, I like to think someone to really take a moment, think about what I said, what you said, and be like, I wonder if these guys are really right. And let me do my own research. Let me think about this for a minute, and truly try to see through any fallacies that might have been presented to me.
And that's actually a very good point because that's why empiric verification is so important because science is not about faith and trusting the words of humans, which are fallible, so they might think they're telling the truth. They might be benevolent. They're just simply mistaken because humans are not perfect. So they could be mistaken, and they have been throughout history about even the most important things. So, yes, to empirically verify is very important, and nobody should trust the words of any human. I'm just we're giving people food for thought, and they can empirically verify any definitions that we're given here to make sure that the words are defined as I define them or as you define them, and they can draw their own conclusions. Very good point. But what's your secret, Sid Irwin? Because I've actually never heard you. I've never seen you shaken by any theory ever presented, no matter how extreme. So, do you have any advice to the people out there that get all triggered depending on which topic is brought up to maintain your calm, cool, and collected demeanor, regardless of how extreme a topic is?
Well, at least for me, my truth is the fact that, as far as I'm concerned, since I don't know everything, which is the absolute certainty, that basically anything is possible, and I would have to see it from with my own two eyes, to decide whether or not something's true or untrue. Until I've actually encountered it myself, or either personally done my own research. Hearing what people say doesn't have to bother me. It's like, all right, cool. That's an interesting theory. I might do some research on it. Look into it myself. Determine whether or not it's true. That's how it is.
There you have it. True objectivity and true skepticism. The real definition of science and being logical, coming right from Sid Irwin, the Mensa minded master of IQ himself. We hope you enjoyed another edition of the MindShock podcast. If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications to get updates when new podcasts come out. And make sure your device allows those notifications to come through. If you like the podcast, hit the like button. Feel free to share it across social media platforms. Any questions, comments, theories, rebuttals, just leave them in the comment section. And make sure to like and follow our Facebook page for exclusive updates. You can also check us out, Twitter, Reddit, and Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off.
Sit early.
Catch you guys next time. Welcome to MindShock. This is Bruce McGuire. Another mind-bending, mind-shocking podcast coming at you on the subject of useful idiots and their place in the world of narrative steering and propaganda proliferation in our modern society. As always, if you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. If you like the podcast, hit the like button. Feel free to share it across social media platforms. You can check us out, Twitter, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case or topic requests and podcasts. Make sure to like and follow our Facebook page for exclusive content. Any questions, comments, theories, rebuttals, debunkings, leave them in the comment section. It would be more effective if you had at least an introductory understanding of how logic works if you are going to be leaving suggestions or debunkings on material in the podcast. Not a requirement. Comments can be entertaining, so all comments are welcome. All right, so on the subject of useful idiots, many people may have heard this term before, but exactly what is it? So, I mean, even in the world of politics or corporate espionage or corporate warfare, where you have people taking sides and agendas being pushed, you get people on certain sides. Now, are people recruited specifically because they're idiots? And they're going to fight really, really hard for something because they're not competent enough to understand the real truth. And these useful idiots get recruited in these positions, many of them public, to push certain narratives, and they do so effectively because of their position or perceived status of some kind. Now, in my previous podcast on true crime debate, I postulated that online narrative steerers might fall into two categories. Those that are suffering from severe Dunning-Kruger, where they're not competent enough to see their own incompetence in not being able to understand something or their own mental deficiencies. They don't have the competency to see or understand their own mental deficiencies. We see this all the time. Or another group of people who are competent and maybe even highly intelligent, but are either playing stupid or trolling to push a narrative. But was Bruce McGuire guilty of a black and white fallacy there? Is that a black and white fallacy, false dichotomy? Is there another group of people? Are there a group of useful idiots that are being employed? Now, in the True Crime Debate podcast, I mostly addressed the Stephen Avery case and the Maura Murray case, which for some reason have an insanely unusual amount of online narrative steerers. Subverted social media platforms that are controlled, where one side shuts down all logical questions. Any kind of logical application, critical thinking, deductive reasoning, all shut down under the guise of maintaining some kind of civility or whatever excuses are come up with by the shams that call themselves moderators on many social media platforms. Obviously, not all of them are. There might be some good ones thrown in there, but for the majority of official platforms, once again, like the Making a Murder subreddit on Reddit or the official Maura Murray subreddit, Maura Murray on Reddit, where the majority, if not all, of the moderators are shams and are pushing an agenda. But again, is that a black and white fallacy? Are many of them simply useful idiots that have been hoodwinked by certain individuals pushing a narrative to help them push that narrative, to help them steer that narrative, to help them shut down any kind of logical inquiry into legitimate lines or avenues of investigation? Again, this is all plain to see, but why? So again, we have to examine, we have to follow the money. The interest groups that stand more to gain are clearly on certain sides in these cases. So if a useful idiot, possibly even a very kind-hearted, good individual, if they got hoodwinked in a particular fashion and they don't have the mental capacity to understand exactly what all of the facts are, what the difference between a fact or opinion even is. And were they specifically recruited as a useful idiot? Are they not acting alone? I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of cognitive dissonant narrative steerers and Dunning-Kruger sufferers who are acting alone because they're just whatever, pushing their opinion online like many people do. But are specific individuals being used as useful idiots? The more and more one looks at the very bizarre online behavior in, again, these two particular cases, Stephen Avery, Maura Murray. However, you could apply this to anything. I mean, is Neil deGrasse Tyson a useful idiot? Do certain powers that be like him to push? They want him to be the establishment mouthpiece that toes the propaganda line with either climate change or some of these other topics, regardless of what's true or not true. That's not what I'm not discussing. That those some people are so cognitive dissonant and emotionally weak that they get emotionally triggered anytime I say something like that. They immediately think I'm either denying something or pushing something else. I am doing nothing of the sort. Explicitly stated. I'm not picking sides on any of this. I am objectively and neutrally calling out these things while sitting on the fence. So it doesn't, for the purpose of what I'm saying now, it doesn't even matter what's true or not true. I am only addressing whether or not certain individuals are being useful idiots. And I know that's a triggering term for some people, idiot. The only reason I use that term, I mean, you could, I guess, call it a pawn as well. A useful pawn who does not have high mental capacity. But useful idiot it's an established term that many people are familiar with. I mean, there's probably people out there that are not familiar with it, but it has been a term for quite some time now, so that's why I'm using it. And some of these useful idiots, they might even be highly intelligent people, but they just have these cognitive dissonant blind spots. They have these triggering issues where no matter what, due to just extreme confirmation bias and other cognitive biases, severe indoctrination or whatnot, they might fully understand logic and reason and science and all these things, but due to, again, some of these triggers, they're just going to hit that off switch in certain things. And if there are people out there, certain individuals and narrative steers, they recognize this, they are smart people, they identified these blind spots in these useful idiots, they might have specifically recruited them to toe the propaganda line in many ways. And that's why they might not fit into the first two categories. So just an interesting clarification and more exploration into the fishiness that goes on with a lot of different things. And you can expand this useful idiot idea. I mean, there's a reason it's a term. There's a reason useful idiots are employed, because they're effective. They're effective when you're recruiting an army, when you have pawns to do your bidding, regardless of whether you're an oil tycoon or you're a high-ranking Illuminati member or you're a lizard person that wants to rule the human race. Regardless of where you're coming from, useful idiots are useful. That's why they're called useful idiots. So to deny the existence of any and all useful idiots, again, that would be moving firmly into the realm of hardcore coincidence theory. Because we do have examples of these useful idiots as well. You could study history, you could study many different conspiracies. You have people that always believe the official storyline that is peddled, the official mainstream establishment propaganda, no matter how many times it's proven false. There are people out there that are so severely indoctrinated, they will grovel at the feet of these so-called official priests, and they will hang on every word that is regurgitated to push these narratives and this propaganda, regardless of whatever we're talking about. So there'll always be useful idiots out there, because just like anything, it's really hard work to understand logic, reason, science. It's much easier to just regurgitate what you were indoctrinated with in your youth. And the more advanced degrees you have, the harder it is to climb out of that hole. Am I speaking from experience? I'll leave the listeners to decide that. But it's not easy. It's not easy to undo indoctrination. So that's why a lot of people are just so hopelessly indoctrinated, and they're easy to recruit as useful idiots. And that doesn't mean these people are stupid. They can be highly intelligent, especially in particular areas, in compartmentalized areas. In fact, the smarter they are in one area and the more obtuse they are in understanding general logic or reason, these blind spots, again, they can be exploited by narrative steers or people commissioning the narrative steer, the propaganda line. If this is their full-time job, they're probably very good at identifying and recruiting useful idiots. So this is just one of the many things to watch out for whenever you're examining any topic, any true crime case out there. There'll always be useful idiots. And it's probably a good idea to be able to differentiate and not just paint with a broad brush and just assume everybody's completely incompetent, or assume everybody's a highly intelligent narrative steering troll, intentionally obfuscating and directing different lines of inquiry while shutting down other lines of inquiry. That's why logical fallacies are so important. These black and white fallacies that plague everyone at all times. No one is exempt. I've studied logic for a very, very long time, but that does not mean that I'm going to be able to see every single logical fallacy from a mile away and never commit any under any circumstances ever. On MINDSHOCK, the motto is, the only thing for sure is that we don't know anything for sure, and we should probably amend that to, and we're not even sure about that. Because maybe there are some things that are for sure. The fact that humans aren't perfect and that humans don't speak truth 100% of the time, either by being mistaken, by being corrupt, or maybe being brainwashed. There's always unknown variables, and useful idiots are a great way to control and steer, to get people, specifically people in high positions of power, which, depending on what you're looking at, so again, in the military or police forces, and even the government, depending on which umbrella you're talking about, which specific compartmentalization, it's not necessarily a good idea to hire logical people. Logical people ask questions. People who have the power of advanced deductive reasoning, they might not just do what you tell them. So, especially in police forces, you can't have officers constantly questioning their superiors' orders. Every single superior is not going to be the greatest genius in the history of the world that's not going to be fallible. But in the line of command, it's seen as a virtue to blindly follow orders. So what kind of people are we dealing with in law enforcement, or whether it's local, state, national, whatever the case may be, whatever law enforcement or government official capacities these people operate with, the people at the top, at the very top that you'll never know about, they're probably incredibly intelligent and logical. They're the ones manipulating and moving all these chess pieces. But all through the bottom and the mid-rank and even the lower end of the high-ranking individuals, are they really going to be the type of people that are capable of logic, of the most advanced logical assessment, of the most advanced deductive reasoning, critical thinking, scientific application? Are they going to be the best at that? I would say in most cases, no, which would make them very useful idiots because they're just going to assume that the orders from the top are legitimate. They're going to assume that anything peddled by official sources or the state is going to be legitimate. So these are all the problems that are evident, very blatantly evident, to anyone that actually sits down and thinks about all these things objectively and neutrally. You don't have to be a genius. You just have to be non-dogmatic. You just have to think scientifically, objectively, neutrally, logically. Now, it is very difficult to do that, but you do not need Mensa or Prometheus level IQ to do these things. It's just simply a matter of willpower. If you're really interested in the truth, you could sit down, you could spend even 20 minutes a day. If you just did logical exercises, Logic 101, critical thinking, scientific method, you could get there in probably days or weeks at most. Just 20 minutes a day. These are not the most genius. You don't have to be a genius to understand these things. That's part of the reason why I find a lot of this stuff amusing, is because a lot of what I'm saying is actually quite basic. It's just when one is just so indoctrinated into a particular cult, whether it's authority worship or whatnot, mainstream narrative worship, despite the amount of times it's been proven wrong, or just this idea that certain people that wear certain costumes are infallible. It's a bit strange, but it does not require a high-level IQ or incredible intelligence to see through all of this. This is all basic logic and reason. So, just another category of people to watch out for, the useful idiots. Hope you enjoyed another edition of the MINDSHOCK podcast, always providing food for thought in various avenues that are not discussed on other podcasts or documentaries or the internet in general. If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. If you like the podcast, hit that like button. Feel free to share it across social media platforms. Questions, comments, thoughts, suggestions, theories, debunkings, leave them in the comments section. Check us out, Twitter, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for true crime case or topic requests and podcasters. And make sure to like and follow our Facebook page for exclusive content. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is Bruce McGuire. Today we have another interesting topic. The topic of well-read zombies. And I'm sure a lot of the listeners out there, particularly MINDSHOCK listeners, those who are partial to the utilization of logic and reason, and not quite fond of scientism per se, other than the comedic value it can provide. So I'm sure the listeners out there have encountered many individuals who don't consider themselves zombies, part of the cognitive dissonant masses, the coincidence theorists hopelessly indoctrinated into the cult of state and authority worship and scientism. They consider themselves separate from the same cult they belong to just because they've read more propaganda studies. So they have just gone over more information, possibly memorized it, to just be able to regurgitate it on command. So they consider themselves a lot more informed than your average zombie. And because of that, they think that qualifies them to disassociate themselves from the rest of their cult. while pretending they're not in the cult of scientism. So I'll be examining that. As always, if you enjoyed the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. If you like the podcast, hit the like button, share it across social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic requests. So if you're not a patron, jump on over to our Patreon page. Consider becoming a patron. Help us get more podcasts out quicker in a variety of topics, true crime cases, and logical analyses. To continue to promote the use of logic and reason and expose scientism masquerading as science, one of the biggest issues in modern society. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. All right, so I've actually done a lot of research on this, of course, in my continuing encounters on social media with these scientism worshippers, those hopelessly indoctrinated into the cult state authority scientism worship. And they just take as gospel whatever they see on the idiot box. Now, this group, I'm not going to fall for false dichotomies myself. That'd be logically fallacious. So there is a clear distinction between the non-well-read zombies, those who don't even look at any kind of reports or studies or the source material of anything. They just take as gospel whatever they see or hear on the idiot box by the corrupt profiteers. Now, there are even those that deny that scientism even exists. They're so triggered and heavily indoctrinated, they have to pretend that the religion of scientism isn't even a thing. That's how triggered they are. They're that silly that obviously their subconscious is triggered because their subconscious accurately identified their membership in this cult. So denying the cult's very existence, that's a convenient way of avoidance and denial. But there is a clear distinction, because a certain percentage of the brainless masses, the cognitive dissonant sheep, is well read. They read a lot more propaganda. They don't just read the headlines of the propaganda. They read the full reports, the full studies that don't adhere to the scientific method, but they pretend they do. They do a lot of reading. So this group are well-read zombies. And they think that justifies them to elevate their own position and opinions, again, whenever asking for any kind of proof adhering to the scientific method with actual verifiable and definitive controls, which is the very basis. Otherwise, how is it to be determined that what is being claimed is true and is because of one factor or variable and not another one? The burden of proof is always on the one making the positive claim. These are the basics of logic. But these well-read zombies, it's difficult to say. Their Dunning-Kruger's probably even more extreme because they've spent so much time with the propaganda. They have that much more invested that they're unable to critically analyze their own cognitive abilities and the validity of what they're regurgitating on command, like trained circus animals. Whether they went to an indoctrination facility and actually paid for a degree of indoctrination, or whether they just spent their time reading all this at home. And again, that doesn't mean the final conclusions are wrong. There's a lot of goofs out there that are so triggered, they think that I'm saying that certain things are true or untrue. I'm not purporting anything to be true or untrue. I simply advocate for the scientific method and the use of logic and reason, which is going extinct in 2020 and the modern age. Even the past decade or two, it's been a slide. And of course, now you have even National Geographic coming out and endorsing certain corrupt politicians over other corrupt politicians under the pretense that it'll save the planet in some capacity. The silliness is off the chart. But the indoctrinated, clueless masses is what made it possible. Because all these corrupt politicians, these corrupt profiteers, they would have no one to peddle this propaganda to if there were logic and reason in the majority of populations, which there aren't. And again, a lot of that has to do with the good-hearted nature of the average human. It's very difficult unless you actually put in the time to study how these corrupt profiteers and psychopaths work. Because the average individual, again, my opinion, is that they're a good-hearted, good-natured human being. Therefore, it's very difficult for them to put themselves in the mental frame of a corrupt profiteer, and the fact that they would hoodwink. And then, of course, there's a fundamental lack of understanding by most coincidence theorists on how conspiracies are even carried out, because obviously you would have as few people in the know as possible. And then again, due to hubris and scientism, for whatever reason, the thoroughly indoctrinated have a really hard time with understanding that humans are fallible. I mean, it's not rocket science. Humans are fallible. They could be mistaken, and humans have egos. And as Upton Sinclair once said, it's very difficult to get a man to understand something which his paycheck depends on him not understanding. So whether you're talking climate change, vaccines, whatever, when there have been trillions of dollars invested in particular propaganda, regardless of whether the initiators of the propaganda really believed what they were saying, because maybe they did, but if they were mistaken, egos and these machines, the government, academic, big pharma, industrial complex, anything that threatens it, just like any system of authority or power, anything that threatens it must be quelled. And what's the easiest way to do that? You co-opt terms. You pretend scientism is science. I mean, that shuts things down real quick. They did a really good job with that propaganda. You pretend critical thinkers can just be written off as tinfoil conspiracy theorists. So when you have all this propaganda working together, it's actually pretty effective. I mean, whether you're a member of the scientism cult or not, you have to admit that it's pretty effective. True or untrue, I'm not even talking about whether it was true or not. I'm just talking about efficacy. And it's pretty effective. That's why so much money is dumped into it, because it's effective. And nobody even really cares about the truth. I saw an interesting study that the KGB did, which it's getting a little bit of airtime on social media now with people sharing information about it. But when you inundate a population for, I think they said it was 2 months of fear-based propaganda, regardless of whether it's true or not, in the study it was false. After about 2 months, they are so brainwashed, they have lost all ability to discern. So no matter how much fact-based information, empirically verifiable, definitive truths you show them, at that point, their brains are no longer capable of towing anything other than that fear-based propaganda lie they were indoctrinated with and inundated with for that 2-month period. Is that what we're seeing on the news cycles for this so-called pandemic? Is that what we're seeing? And is that why so many people are just flipping out over masks and all these things? And you never see anybody discussing the scientific method with controls. It's like nobody even knows what a control is, and they pretend this is scientific, and common sense and real science is anti-science. And when you have all these people pretending, it's difficult to get any kind of kernels or truth or legitimate lines of inquiry in. But of course, that's where studying basic psychology comes in. Because identifying what makes people triggered and why, because they've recognized of either the truth or the extreme validity of the line of inquiry. It's like, wait a second, if masks don't work, why are we wearing masks? And if they really do work, why has the information not been presented? So, with controls, of course. And then, obviously, regarding the pandemic, it all goes back to Pasteur's germ theory, Béchamp's cellular theory. If you haven't checked out the MINDSHOCK podcasts on that, check it out. We go over coronavirus quite a bit with logic and reason at the forefront, not scientism, not logical fallacies, because scientism only has faith and fallacies within its propaganda to back it up. Once those are all exposed, there's really nothing left. So these well-read zombies out there, for whatever reason, they think that just because they've read more propaganda and in more detail, that their scientism is somehow not scientism. It's quite amusing in its own way. But it's definitely a group of people, and of course, the truly well-educated, so-called educated, or the highest levels of indoctrination, the PhDs, the people who, on both sides, the people that are actually scientific, they can identify BS, and then the people who are just hopelessly indoctrinated into the cult of scientism, who also have PhDs. Both of those groups don't typically go on social media. So the people that you have on social, I mean, there's exceptions, of course, and I've talked to some of them, but most of them don't. So these well-read zombies are not the cream of the crop. But because instead of, they watch X amount less hours of Netflix, or, they spent less time at the bar than other Joe Schmoes, they consider themselves not part of that scientism delusion cult. And it's interesting because they're able to regurgitate more information, but they're still not able to actually prove how any of it adheres to the scientific method with controls. And that's what's amusing. So these well-read zombies are definitely distinct from the not well-read zombies, because obviously zombies can read. Comprehension is a completely separate issue. And then also individuals, when triggered, obviously, comprehension falls by the wayside once an individual is triggered and their faith-based beliefs are exposed as faith-based. But the easiest way to identify these people, I mean, they talk very similar to the non-well-read zombies. They make these circular reasoning, logical fallacies, these faith-based presuppositions as claims, and they just stack them on top of each other. Obviously, if you guys have not checked out the Scientism Simplified podcast, I go over easy ways in which to identify scientism, how people hopelessly indoctrinated into the cult of scientism argue or present information, and also where they are unable to discern real science from scientism. But it's really quite simple. If you can prove adherence to the scientific method with controls, definitive, verifiable controls, so you can prove that this factor caused this and not a different factor. But if you're just piling on House of Cards assumptions and then deferring to faith and fallacies like appeal to popularity, peer review, I mean, all false theories that passed peer review were peer reviewed. At a certain point when the propaganda money runs out or the corruption is exposed, then how much, in hindsight, you can see how much that peer review is worth. And that's why appeal to authority, appeal to popularity. That's why these are logical fallacies, because they have no validity when it comes to truth, because the truth is whatever it is, regardless of how many people are fallible or mistaken or corrupt and paid off, or a combination of the two. And for whatever reason, coincidence theorists and those hopelessly indoctrinated into the cult of state authority worship and scientism, they just have a really hard time with that. But well-read zombies, of course, are their own unique breed. And their Dunning-Kruger is even more severe, because they think that going over more information somehow gives their opinion more validity. If you read a million books on a false theory or a million different studies, if you really spend the time and go over that tobacco science or that sugar science, it's not going to make it any more true. It's not going to magically make verifiable and definitive controls manifest out of the ether just because someone spent time on it. You could read false theories all day long, all year long, your whole entire life, which is actually what most people do without even realizing. But, which, I mean, again, this is just humans and the lessons of hubris, of course. Plenty to be learned from that. If you haven't checked out the podcast, Hubris and Maturity, I go over that as well. So these are very, very interesting factors in how the average human exists in modern society, inundated by corrupt profiteers spreading their propaganda on the idiot box. And identifying how it all works and how people respond is all quite interesting, especially if people are really concerned with the truth and why so many people fall for this propaganda and why logic and reason has been indoctrinated out of a population, because it's the easiest way to keep everyone compliant and under control. I've actually been asked multiple times to make up a reading list, but and I will do that. I guess I'll release a podcast where I go over an essential reading list for not to fall for coincidence theory or scientism. I'll probably have Sid Irwin on for that one. He's quite astute, and I'm sure he's read a diverse catalog of philosophers and analysts on a variety of topics. But one of the top books would have to be Sun Tzu's Art of War, because some of these tactics, controlled opposition through false dichotomies and all these things, these are old tactics that have been around for a very, very long time. The reason why? Because they work. And they work very, very well, as we can see just by observing these zombies walking around, well read or not. Hope you guys enjoyed another edition of the MindShock podcast. If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. If you want to send along a request with a PayPal, you could do that also if you don't want to go through the trouble of becoming a patron. But if you do become a patron, you could help support the channel and get more podcasts out, more true crime cases covered. We have a bunch more wrongful exonerations to go over. And you can request topics based on your tier. You could be a guest on the podcast. And you could also get any and all questions answered in priority fashion. You could also check us out Twitter, Facebook, and Reddit. If you like this particular podcast, hit that like button, share it across social media platforms. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
This is MindShock. I am your host, Bruce McGuire. Delve into the world of conspiracy, the paranormal, true crime, and anything and everything in between. Occult, mythology, history, altered history. We discuss it all on MindShock. In our ongoing psychological examinations of coincidence theorists, individuals who will write off everything as coincidence, as anomaly that has nothing to do with anything and could never be part of a scheme by humans, because humans, especially in positions of power, are so morally pristine, are so incorruptible or incapable of making mistakes and having egos to cover up those mistakes, even if the intention from the outset was not nefarious. It all turns into a web of lies. For some reason, coincidence theorists are incapable of processing that line of inquiry. And on MindShock, we also ask why that is. As always, if you liked the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the podcast. Hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. Feel free to share the podcast across social media platforms. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, debunkings, rebuttals, leave them in the comment section. You could also check us out on Twitter, Reddit, Patreon, Facebook. Patrons do get priority for case topic podcaster requests. All right, so let's jump right in here. I'm going to come out with this idea to explain coincidence theorists and the way they just run from all kind of logical inquiry, critical thinking, deductive reasoning, or any kind of logical analysis as to whether or not the scientific method was adhered to when processing the propaganda put out by the establishment and, of course, all areas of authority. Coincidence theorists also usually heavily indoctrinated into the cult of state or government worship, perceived authority worship, clueless about logical fallacies and where they apply. So, I'm going to say this. The human brain recognizes when it is weak. So, of course, I'm not going to go into splitting hairs and Darwinism. Of course, the theory of evolution, unproven. It's kind of silly when you look at it objectively and neutrally, i.e., true science, which is skepticism. Not taking on blind faith the word of priests, regardless if the priests identify as scientists. Are they really scientists? Coincidence theorists seem to be very allergic to any kind of examinations on science versus scientism versus pseudoscience versus religion and faith. Obviously, real science would have to adhere to the scientific method, not taking as gospel truth on blind faith the words of perceived authorities, those dialed into the establishment. Those, as Upton Sinclair once said, are difficult to get to understand something which their salary depends on them not understanding. Of course, conspiracy theorists, aka critical thinkers, this all is obvious, pretty much common sense at this point. Humans are not perfect. More than one human might be involved in something that's not morally upstanding. I don't know why that's so shocking to some. But in fact, like, the opposite is true. Those attracted to politics are usually even more criminally minded crooks that want to loot the taxes and other people's money and manipulate. Those are the types of people that are usually, obviously there are exceptions, but those types of people would be attracted to positions of power. It's so bizarre on how the cognitive dissonant masses don't understand that those are the type of people that would be moving towards public offices. Again, there are exceptions, but it's undeniable the amount of, especially nowadays with a lot of information coming out, where even the most cognitive dissonant of the masses can kind of force to look at some Epstein things or things of that nature, where there is some, or those even with Trump derangement syndrome who think that everything he does is a conspiracy. I mean, they're already entering that line of inquiry. Of course, if it's done logically, that's perfectly fine. So to just take on blind faith as gospel truth that people in positions of power are incorruptible, that they would never be greedy, they would never have egos or cover up any kind of trails for any reason, or try to make money outside of the guidelines of the law. I mean, coincidence theorists are quite amusing. But let's look at this. Back to Darwinism, the theory of evolution. Let's put that aside and just look at survival of the fittest. The fight or flight response, which is undeniable, that adheres to the scientific method. It can be observed. It can be measured and repeated in many different processes and experiments. You could toss all that aside and rely just on empiricism. If anybody's ever been in some kind of confrontation, either with another human or an animal, you can feel that adrenaline, that fight or flight response setting in. So, obviously, your subconscious and your main consciousness recognizes a threat, and a response ensues. So, some people theorize, especially in the world of the paranormal or the occult, if there are demons or other entities or ghosts, if they're all around us, if your brain recognizes that it is not in your best interest, your reticular activating system might not register it. Again, humans know very little about the brain. To put all this blind faith that scientists already magically figured everything out about the brain and know exactly how it works, I mean, that's just silliness beyond silliness. But coincidence theorists usually cling to it. They like their official narratives, which, of course, anybody studying history can see those completely torn apart every 100 years. So anyway, your brain might be, if you're a coincidence theorist, your brain might have recognized the mental weakness where the brain might break down, cause insanity or whatnot. It might not behoove the host. It might not behoove the organism to utilize logic and reason to deduce what is the truth if the individual can't handle the truth. So if you're a hardcore coincidence theorist, your brain might have recognized that you're too mentally weak to understand the truth, and writing it off as a coincidence is the better course of action for your survival as an individual. Because how has life always gears towards surviving, right? That's the way everything works in nature. Now, obviously, with humans and free will, that does get shady. But in moments, again, of a fight or flight response, that surpasses your main thought processes. You go into that fight or flight response. You don't start thinking about some TV show you watched yesterday. That's not how the brain is designed. Everything is designed for survival. That's the whole point. Regardless of evolution, adaptation itself is real. So organisms are adapted to survive. And whether there have been countless changes in the adaptation, that's irrelevant to the point right here. The point right here simply is that the fight or flight response is real. It can be empirically verified. You can do it yourself. Just go pick a fight with a Rottweiler or just some random human on the street. No, don't actually do that. But if you did, or you just look upon the experience, I'm sure everybody out there that's older than a certain age has had some kind of experience where their fight or flight response has been triggered, so you know what it feels like. So obviously, what humans understand about the brain is very little. It could pretty much be rounded to zero. But if certain individuals, your brain, again, unique to you, your DNA is unique, your brain is unique, everything is unique, your brain might recognize that being a coincidence theorist is better for your survival because the truth is so extreme, it's too extreme for you at this time. Just like I use this example of expecting people who don't understand logic and reason to understand something. It's like people who don't exercise their logic and reason. It's like asking an obese person to roll off the couch and do a triathlon in record time. It's not going to happen, and it's an unreasonable ask. If someone who's never studied logic or reason doesn't know what a logical fallacy is, if you want to talk to them about the physics of Building 7 or whatnot and the possible implications, it's not really going to work. Unless now, of course, if they're not an obese person rolling off the couch, if they're kind of like a weekend warrior who works out occasionally and they do know a little bit of logic and reason, then yes, they might understand a lot of it. They might be able to honestly, logically, objectively consider certain aspects of certain conspiracy theories, conspiracy facts, conspiracy realities of the world. But if they haven't, they're an obese person that you're asking to roll off the couch and do a triathlon in a good amount of time. Not going to happen. So what happens if that person trains for a very long time? So if you're a hardcore coincidence theorist, just because your brain has recognized that you're not ready right now and that you're too weak and it might cause some major problems that would interfere with basic function and survival, and it has determined for you that you're not going to be logical or reasonable in examining certain conspiracy theories or lines of inquiry into anything. If that is the case, that doesn't mean you can't train and do it in small pieces. Like an obese person that just starts going on short little walks every day. In a certain period of time, couple years, I mean, who knows? Again, everybody's different, also fix up that diet on the side. I mean, maybe in a couple months, you can start doing super slow versions of mini triathlons, but a year or two, probably a reasonable period of time to get somewhere. So just if you're a hardcore coincidence theorist, your brain has recognized that you must do so. The brain must write off all of these things as coincidences and anomalies for survival purposes. Or it could just be laziness and convenience. Again, I'm not going to fall for black and white fallacies. We're just examining many different psychological possibilities. I think in a lot of cases, people are capable. They're just lazy. Just like an average American who's not obese is probably capable of doing a certain amount of exercise, running, swimming, biking. They're just lazy. It's just easier to watch TV and be entertained than actually think critically and logically and use deductive reasoning to examine the world around you, because it's inconvenient, it's scary, it's obviously you do have to have a certain amount of mental strength and willpower and just plain old desire for truth. Some people, depending on your personality, they just don't really care about the truth. It doesn't matter to them. They're focused on their job or their entertainment. Got to watch that Netflix, or got to watch that football game or that basketball game, whatever the case may be. That's just what they're focused on. That's how they developed as a human. So to ask them to change on a dime, that might not be a reasonable ask. That's all I am postulating here on the MindShock podcast today. But just to round it out from the beginning, if you're a hardcore coincidence theorist that writes off all critical thinking as just impossible conspiracy, coincidences and anomalies that could not ever, under any circumstances, be part of any plot by any kind of humans due to immorality or greed or lust for power of any kind, because humans are just not known for that in history, right? Your brain might have done that for your own protection. And again, that just might be one of the ways that the brain protects the individual, and there's probably countless others. And the fight or flight response is a good example of that. Cognitive dissonance itself is just a discomfort when your brain recognizes opposing possibilities or beliefs simultaneously, and it's very uncomfortable. So people usually, again, resort to logical fallacies to soothe that dissonance, to minimize that effect of that, because I don't think the average human's really that stupid. And again, when you see people get emotionally triggered, people don't get emotionally triggered over things that don't mean anything. So again, I use this example all the time. If you listen to the Joe Rogan podcast, I mean, Joe Rogan, Jamie, some of the, what's his name? Brian Callen, all these people, they get heavily triggered anytime Eddie Bravo brings up certain conspiracies because they know it's a logical line of inquiry. They know it's legitimate. They know they took certain things on faith from the establishment, but they pretend they're being scientific about it. They pretend it's all given facts. And it's already been scientifically examined, which is why people believe in it. Regardless, you could take the most extreme of theories, even flat earth theory, whatever you want. That emotional response, that triggering, is because their brain has recognized the legitimacy of the inquiry. Regardless of what the jump to conclusion is, the assumption, it doesn't matter if they're right and there is no conspiracy, but the line of inquiry was recognized as legitimate by their subconscious, and that caused that emotional triggering. In other occult study, some people theorize that your intuition, your subconscious is always dialed into universal truth, and that emotional triggering is simply when your main conscious and beliefs are at odds with the truth of reality, the universal truths. I will leave the listeners to dissect that one. But yes, I think anybody is probably capable of pursuing the truth with logic and reason. It's just the indoctrination and propaganda is so strong in the Western world, and probably all over the world if you're looking at religious fundamentalists and extremists of all kinds. You can only know what you've been exposed to. So if you haven't studied the logic and reason, you have no way of discerning truth from whatever you were indoctrinated into. So, as always, very interesting thoughts to ponder on the MindShock podcast that is guaranteed to shock your mind, discussing ideas that the mainstream does not want even discussed. Hope you enjoyed another edition of the MindShock podcast. If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. If you like the podcast, hit that like button and share it across social media platforms. You can check us out on Twitter, Reddit, Patreon, Facebook. Make sure to like and follow for exclusive content. And any questions, thoughts, comments, theories, debunkings, rebuttals, leave them in the comments section. This is Bruce McGuire, signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK, discussing the most mind-shocking topics, conspiratorial, true crime, paranormal, and otherwise. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. And as always, if you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. If you like this podcast, hit the like button, share it across social media platforms. Questions, comments, thoughts, theories, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. You can also find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analyses, or co-podcaster requests. All right, what's the topic of the day? I'm going to address something that has been semi-addressed in the past by others, but not really with the focus that it truly deserves. If you haven't checked out the podcast Coincidence Theorists, I go over the telltale signs of the thoroughly indoctrinated worshippers of the cult of authority and scientism, and why most people feel comfortable in just defaulting to the sheep mentality and just follow the herd of the corrupt profiteers pulling the strings of societies. Now, another very, very important factor that we didn't really discuss in full is the concept of time. Is this all a question of time? You hear this from many conspiracy theorists, aka critical thinkers. A lot of these people, now we haven't done official polls, but there's the old cliche, the guy living in his mom's basement with a tinfoil hat, because he's got a lot of free time on his hands. Now, obviously that's a black and white fallacy in and of itself, because even people without families or full-time careers, they still manage to fill their time. Some of them become drunks. Some of them just play video games. Not everybody's just going to start exploring conspiracy theories because they happen to have some free time. Similarly, even the busiest, consummate professional, maybe multiple full-time jobs, or some kind of CEO or scholar in one field or another, if they're not directly involved. If they're directly involved, of course, these are the whistleblowers themselves that blow the whistle on conspiracies. But if they're not directly involved, let's say they're in some kind of completely other industry, when they're on flights or they have layovers, instead of reading some kind of pop culture books or magazines, they might be attracted to true crime, to conspiratorial theories. And they're all about JFK or 9/11 or whatever, and that's what they choose to spend their very, very limited free time on, but they become well-versed in those conspiracy theories. So I don't want to fall for this black and white fallacies off the bat. This is going to focus on the group of individuals. I can't really ascribe percentages. I don't want to say there's that many, but I don't know if there's that few either. It might be a sizable group that if they had more free time, they wouldn't just default to coincidence theory and suspend all logic and reason and pretend that evil people don't act alone ever and that nothing would ever be covered up and that corrupt profiteers wouldn't hoodwink anybody for any reason. There are these individuals that if they had more free time, maybe they would learn to think more critically, or they would have the time, energy, inclination to pursue the truth. And obviously some of it is ignorance. Obviously the internet changed everything. Before the internet, what were the people that would end up being conspiracy theorists, aka critical thinkers? What were they doing? Because this giant spread of information quickly was not possible. This frame-by-frame analysis and kind of discussion with visual aids wasn't possible. So what were these people doing? Obviously, they were concerned with other matters. So does this all boil down for a specific group of people, for a specific group of people that would, upon further examination and development of critical thinking and logical skills, they would be on the side of the conspiracy theorists versus the coincidence theorists if simply they had more time? And is that an important thing to keep in mind when discussing conspiracy theories, either online, in person, wherever, that a certain individual just doesn't have the time or energy And so the mental capacity they have, even if it's a lot, even if they're a super genius, they're simply preoccupied. Now, and they don't understand the ramifications. Of course, there's a certain normalcy bias, all these other cognitive biases that I've gone over many times in the past. If you haven't checked out previous episodes of the MindShock podcast, you can check those out, including Is Your Brain Weak? And, of course, Coincidence Theorists. And I've done many other podcasts on these subjects. And again, without presupposing the conspiracy is true or untrue. Because, of course, the burden of proof is on the one making a positive claim. And if we actually did a poll, I wonder how it would come up, because some people are kind of just thrust, of course, into conspiracy theories where something just caught their eye or something seemed wrong. They didn't really go looking for it. They didn't really have the time necessarily, but then they were forced to make the time because something sparked their interest. So, of course, that's a category of individual as well. And so how many people are out there that are more neutral than they seem, and they just simply default to coincidence theory because it's just easier? And people generally take the path of least resistance in life. Of course, everybody's kind of experienced this with most people. Obviously, there are exceptions. There are the few that are dedicated and they will put a ton of time into things. And that's one of the biggest differences between conspiracy theorists and coincidence theorists. If you just pick one random conspiracy theorist out of 100 and one random coincidence theorist out of 100, the conspiracy theorist will most likely be much more well-researched and well-informed. Even if he's wrong about the conspiracy in general, he'll be much more informed. He'll have all the facts and the different viewpoints. He might even understand that most of the time the conspiracy theorist has a better understanding of the coincidence theory than the coincidence theorist. And you see this all the time with no end in sight, with the amount of hilarity with flat earth debate. A lot of times the flat earthers, even if they're completely wrong about everything, they have a better understanding of the heliocentric globe model than those arguing for the heliocentric globe. So that's an important thing to note as well. But going back to the issue of time. Now, will this entire lockdown due to the coronavirus pandemic, however you view it, I'm not going to pretend to know what this is. All we know is that there's been a long lockdown and a lot of people aren't working. A lot of people have more free time, or at least they did. Hopefully things are looking up recently. But just in the past several months, are there more conspiracy theorists? Has this led to more conspiracy theorists? Difficult to say. I think very possible. It's definitely led to more of a certain brand of conspiracy theorists, because again, when you see, it's kind of interesting, when people's own biases come into play, they're more willing to believe conspiracies, whether it's Russian collusion or whatever involving Donald Trump. Anything, the Donald Trump haters, anything involving Donald Trump being wrong or evil, they're willing to believe any conspiracy. Whereas previously, they would never entertain such notions, again, due to their indoctrination to the cult of state or authority worship. But now it's kind of been focused, and that's the whole point of false dichotomies like political parties. A two-party system, I mean, that's a corrupt profiteer ruler's dream, because then they could just corral the sheep into two different columns. As long as the sheep recognize that corrupt profiteers are necessary to rule them, then they're happy. But in general, I mean, I would say, I mentioned this in the past, the whole Epstein suicide, Epstein didn't kill himself thing, it seems like that brought more attention to conspiracies in general, and the distrust of government just keeps going up and up. And to just do a mud flood tie-in, and of course, if you haven't checked out our Altered History podcast series on MindShock, check that out. History is, of course, written by the victors, so we don't know what really happened. But if there have been mud floods or resets of sorts by either the powers that be, the Illuminati, whatever you want to call them, perhaps the Illuminati as we know them are also puppets for other puppeteers. This is, of course, MindShock, where the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. But if this is all part of the cycle, civilizations reach certain points in technology, and then with the technology, there comes a point in the unnatural living, or things get too comfortable because of technology, and this kind of government overreach naturally happens because absolute power corrupts absolutely, and that's a slow creep. whether it takes decades, centuries, or millennia. Again, we can look to the Roman Empire for a lot of these patterns, but if that naturally happens with government, are we in the end times? Are we in that end of the cycle where everything's about to restart again? And what do conspiracy theories have to do with it? Because if this is simply the name of the game, I mean, obviously the term conspiracy theory, of course, engineered by the CIA to shut down critical thinkers regarding the JFK assassination. This is all known. We've talked about it in the past. They've done a pretty good job in the media of brainwashing the hoodwinked, cognitive dissonant masses into believing that the word conspiracy has something to do with being untrue or crazy. Obviously, the truth is stranger than fiction. But if this is just looked upon as history instead of conspiracy, let's swap out that word conspiracy and just, if this is all merely historical fact of corrupt profiteers and rulers exploiting people for their own gain, I mean, this is nothing new in history. It's really bizarre how indoctrinated the average coincidence theorist is into thinking that any of these conspiracies are really that outlandish. I mean, obviously, you can find some outlandish ones. You could cherry pick. You can engage in some cherry picking logical fallacies in order to do enough mental gymnastics to dismiss all the other conspiracies, including the ones that have turned out to be true. I mean, conspiracies, it's basically human nature. To a certain extent, those in power, again, absolute power corrupts absolutely. So, and people are greedy. It's just nothing new to humanity or Earth. People are greedy. They do things for their greed. Greed and power. So, if this is just a natural cycle and this is how it all manifests, what understanding the conspiracy and how the world works and how these corrupt individuals exploit the masses, that's all par for the course for anybody interested in any kind of truth. So does it really come down to a question of time? If you're scrambling and just figuring out where your next meal is coming from, or shelter, if you're worried about where to live, what to eat, you're probably not going to have enough time to deal with studying this history, whether you call it conspiracy, history, the way the world works, whatever you want to call it. So the question of time really is relevant, and not just on that end of the spectrum, but then you have the other end of the spectrum where there's these just comfortable, entitled millennials who just play their video games. They have plenty of free time, but they don't care about any of that stuff. They just want to play their game, watch their movie. They're just glued to social media, their screens, their Instagram validation. They don't have time to look into any of these conspiracies and how they affect them, how the world works. They don't have time to study logic and reason. They don't have time for any of this. So the lockdown might have produced more conspiracy theorists, aka critical thinkers, and it might have caused a certain amount of coincidence theorists to question the coincidence theories they put their blind faith into, due to being indoctrinated into a cult of state and authority worship. But always interesting questions to ask and things to ponder, factors to keep in mind. Of course, there are always many, many variables. And if you're not falling for logical fallacies, you are keeping all of these in mind. So time is definitely an issue. Definitely an issue regarding conspiracy theory versus coincidence theory. Hope you guys enjoyed another edition of the MindShock podcast. If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. And make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. If you like this podcast, hit the like button. Share it across social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Reddit, Facebook, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, co-podcast, or logical analyses requests. You could also get your questions answered in priority. Questions, comments, thoughts, theories, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is Bruce McGuire. Today, I am going to ask a very, very important question, possibly one of the most important questions in the history of humanity and civilization. The question is, are humans, particularly humans in large groups, easy to control? Are humans easy to brainwash? Are humans easy to manipulate? If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to let those notifications come through. If you like the podcast, you can hit the like button. Feel free to share it across social media platforms. You could also like our Facebook page and check us out on Reddit, Twitter, and Patreon. And patrons do get priority in requesting topics and or cases to cover. We have a long list of requests. We'll be trying to get to all of them, patrons or not, but the patrons do get priority. Any questions, comments, thoughts, or theories, leave them in the comments section. So, the topic of philosophizing today. The old allegory of Plato's cave comes into play. Social engineering and social conditioning, the psychology of normalcy bias, appeal to popularity fallacies, appeal to authority fallacies, indoctrination and mass brainwashing, whether for good or bad reasons. How does this all affect the individual in their life? How does it affect you? How does it affect any of the listeners? How does it affect anybody in the world? In studying history, there are certain patterns that emerge. How rulers rule, how governments function, even without delving into the dark side of some of these conspiracies, which are its own rabbit hole, of course, endless rabbit holes there. Are humans just generally trusting? It seems like less so nowadays, with the media exposing its biases. Once upon a time, the media was considered neutral. You could turn on the news to a certain extent, obviously to a certain extent. But decades ago, you turn on the news and it was at least more objective than it is today. Today, there's always the slant, the spin, the narrative being spun, the propaganda in overdrive, or at least overdrive in comparison to what it was decades ago. A half a century ago, it was a completely different world. So it's weird because people were less and more trusting in different ways. And then, of course, different people, different personality types, all of that factors in. And something that also a lot of people don't discuss when going over these highly controversial and conspiratorial topics is that of genetic memory, and that of fate and determinism. If people kind of are just reliving past lives in a way, and they're possibly programmed to do so, so there's new technology, new surroundings, new names for the countries, but in the end, there's nothing new. Nothing new under the sun. Everything is as it always was and just goes around in these cycles of repetition. It's mind-shocking to think about, but how easy is it to control a population? Is that why governments want such a handle on the educational system? Now, without going into Horace Mann and the foundation of the modern educational system in the United States, at least in the West, and the origins in Prussia and Europe, where soldiers actually would run off the front line and flee, leaving the opposing army to conquer them, or at least win the battle. So certain politicians devised nationalism as a way to instill these core beliefs and values in the youth of a population, the youth of a nation, to want to support and possibly even die for their country and their belief systems. And the rise of nationalism is intertwined with the rise of the modern public school system, the modern educational system. So through propaganda, indoctrination of the youth, we get to where we are today. Now, is this good or bad? So I'm not saying this is all bad either, although it would appear to be on the surface, because if you value liberty and freedom, you're not necessarily going to want politicians dictating what you should or shouldn't learn and how you should or shouldn't learn it, and whether or not religion or whatever religion, whether it's belief in government, belief in scientism, or belief in the Bible, whatever religion you're choosing, if you're doing it in a religious fashion. Obviously, real science is based on logic, reason, the scientific method, not faith-based assertions. So, which is basically what most of modern everything is today. Everybody takes everything on faith, and that kind of circles back around to how easy is it to control people. If all you ever know, as in Plato's cave, you never know the light, or you never know anything other than what you're looking at. So if you grow up in a society where the norm, the social norm, engineered by social engineers, by masters and controllers, this is all engineered, how much do you question? And if there are penalties in place for questioning, for example, a child in school, if they don't regurgitate the faith-based information on command, whether it's to answer a teacher's question or to put the answer that they're looking for, it could be completely wrong, but if you put what the book says, what the government text says, even though the victors write the history books, the victors determine what the truth is. If you don't write their truth, regardless of whether it's actually true or not. Now, maybe it is true, maybe it isn't. But if questioning or going against the status quo is punished, then you're basically just engineering a generation for mass subservience and obedience, not unlike factory workers. And the factory worker system is actually what the modern schooling system is based on. You have your bells, you walk around in lines, you have all these rituals to prepare people for factory life or for just simply taking orders, regardless of whether the path they choose, what path in life an individual chooses. Is this all good or bad? Some people would argue that it's good. And they're going to use strawman examples like a life of crime and gangs and violence is worse. Yes, it is worse to be some kind of drug-addicted fiend in a gang killing people and selling children drugs. That's horrible. You don't want that. It is better to go to school, go to college, get a job. Now, these are very interesting things to think about that are multifaceted and multidimensional, because it's really not that simple. I mean, if you go to college and get a job as some kind of, let's say, some kind of weapons engineer for the army, and you come up with ways to kill people, is that really better? Because then you're responsible for killing even more people than you would have if you were in a gang. So it's nothing's that simple. We don't want to just fall into all these random logical fallacies. So that just reaffirming existing belief systems instead of really pushing for the truth in an honest fashion where you're examining different possibilities. And that's what MINDSHOCK is all about. So in other podcasts, I mean, I've gone over just many different things that are involved in these worldwide conspiracies, whether they're true or not, whether they're not true. Examining some of these, I mean, it's almost like just working out your brain. I mean, some people really, the most extremely ignorant and cognitive dissonant, willfully ignorant and cognitive dissonant, they don't find any value in examining any of this. Like, they don't even want to know about it. It just makes them too mentally uncomfortable. They can't think outside their little box they created for themselves and what their life is, and it's too painful to re-examine some of these really big issues. And they frown upon anybody else doing it. But that's not unlike that. That's almost like being obese with your brain. You're just sitting on the couch watching TV, literally. Your brain is off. So someone who doesn't exercise, their muscles are off. And there's nothing wrong with exercising. So there's nothing wrong with going for a run or doing weight training or playing a sport or whatever you want to do. You exercise. Same way you'd exercise your brain. That doesn't mean you buy into any conspiracy theories. That doesn't mean you buy into anything. That just means you objectively, honestly, and logically examine information and think about it. The foundation of all philosophy. Is part of the reason the world in such a sad state is because people just don't do that anymore. They're just so mentally lazy, it's easier to just swallow up the propaganda that's being shoveled into your face from all these news outlets and media outlets than actually think for yourself. That's hard. That's like watching sports instead of playing sports. A lot easier to do. Doesn't really require that much effort. You can get excited about it. You can back your team no matter what, but it's a completely different animal to logically examine anything for veracity. So, in controlling a population, if the Illuminati is real, if these masters and controllers are pulling strings behind the scenes, how would they do it and how easy is it to do? So, when you have control of the schooling system, and even through I've seen people bring up the argument that there's private schools, there's homeschooling, and all these other alternatives, but is it all just a facet of controlled opposition? Because if private schools still support the establishment, if they're still funneling into these establishment universities and establishment corporations that all make the Illuminati plan go round and round, then it doesn't really matter, does it? So, there's, yes, it's obviously not quite that simple, but with government schooling, the government decides the curriculum. The government decides whether nationalism and pledging allegiance to flags is on the agenda and how valuable it should be. And under one world government, would it be better, would it be worse? If you haven't checked out the MINDSHOCK podcast, the pros and cons of a one world government or new world order, you can check that podcast out. We examine the pros and cons in such a system. But in our current system with competing countries, is it really for the betterment of all mankind all over the world? Is nationalism really a good tool? Or is it just an effective way to manipulate and control the population by making it think it's better than other populations? And willingly and obediently just funnel over tax money to support whatever government of whatever country they're a part of because they believe they're the best. Does that quell rebellion, so to speak? I mean, there's a lot of examples in anarchy. If you haven't checked out our anarchy or anarcho-capitalism podcast, we go over statism and a lot of the issues with anarchy political systems. But examples that are brought up are, for example, slave plantations. You have different slave owners in different plantations. They all have a vested interest to maintain their slave population. So if every once in a while one slave wants to go to a different plantation, that's fine because the plantation system is still supported. I mean, George Carlin once said you don't need a formal conspiracy when interests converge, which, I mean, that is quite profound. There's a lot of fans of George Carlin that don't even really understand the underlying message of a lot of his comedy. I mean, he routinely spoke of your slave owners, the owners of the country, and how the masses are kind of brainless and all of these things. And in very crass ways, he said those things. But the underlying message was it was almost an Orwellian message of the coming dystopia. Very, very scary of a coming police state. And it's these cycles in humanity are all quite interesting, especially examining the history. You always have the rebellious-minded. So is humanity just bound to these cycles where the oppression gets worse and worse and worse? Then there's a sort of restructuring. A new power system comes into play, and then the system rinses and repeats, and nobody ever learns. Aldous Huxley also famously said the real lesson of history is that men do not learn from history. Now, that's also quite profound because those who don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it, and yet we have these same historical lessons all the time, and it seems like society or the string pullers aren't learning from it. Or is it all by design and they do know, and that's why it keeps repeating, but the masses not learning from history is what's enabling the cycles to repeat? All very curious questions to ponder. mind-shocking questions that might yield some mind-shocking answers. Obviously, the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. So I'm not coming at you with definite answers or even definite questions. There's a lot of questions that can be asked in different ways, in different directions. Which ones are the right questions to get the right answers? I don't pretend to know. I am just, as always, delivering food for thought, because the truth is not afraid of investigation. So those pursuing the truth will investigate any and all questions, any and all avenues. So with social engineering, we have currently a population that doesn't really seem to think there's anything wrong with being mass consumers. You know, consumerism has been attacked by certain philosophical pundits in the past, and it's gotten even way worse now. I mean, everybody's on their smartphone. Are people just zombies? Everybody's on their smartphone. Everybody just consumes the news, takes it at face value, or whatever team they're on, whether it's Team CNN or Team Fox. They just swallow it right up and denounce the other teams, team or teams. And that's all that's going on there, and it's just like a vicious cycle. So it's all quite strange and bizarre once you take a step back and really think about the way the world is, the way society is, and how absent logic is from all of these things. If logic was put at the forefront of importance, instead of watching the latest movie or catching the news or following a celebrity on Twitter or Instagram or whatnot, the world would be a drastically different place, would it not? Would it not? So, we can factor in genetic memory. Humans were also always kind of used as cattle. They were just, peasants farming for the king, or soldiers marching for a general. Is it in most humans' nature to just, in their genetic memory, to just be followers, and a very, very small percentage to be leaders, or at least question what's going on in the world, or question whether the lemmings are marching off a cliff? And also important to note is something called the Mr. Smith effect. I'll be doing a dedicated podcast on this because it's quite interesting. But whenever you go against what's popular, against the masses, against popular opinion or groupthink, you get an attack. You basically get attacked. So whatever you say that's against the popular norm, you'll be criticized for it by the public. If you say it out in public, obviously, if you're in private with some deep thinkers, those same people might agree with you. But in order to keep up appearances, if you just wander into a random Starbucks into a big city and declare 9/11 was an inside job, I mean, yeah, there might be a few people who'll be like, yeah, maybe. There might even be, one crazy person in the back who's like, right on, man. But for the most part, if you're doing it, a lot of people will just call you crazy, call you a conspiracy, regardless of what. I mean, you could go extreme. You go, oh, flat earth. There's really not a lot of people that will respond in a non-cognitive dissonant, non-brainwashed manner. But they won't say, oh, well, why do you think that? Oh, that's really interesting. I didn't know there were people who still thought that. How often is that the response you get? Neutral, objective, honesty, and logic. That's very rare. I mean, you go declare Bigfoot is real or whatever. I mean, yeah, there's pockets. You might find a person here, a person there. But in general, the Mr. Smith effect will defend the mass indoctrination model regardless of what the model is. And that's quite interesting to see how society functions, because great truth will often be ignored. And we have that old saying, obviously, every great truth began as a blasphemy. As it always does. It seems like the masses are always concerned with defending status quo. Like they've been brainwashed to defend establishment positions or the positions of certain authorities. And the authority worship is a major issue, because any kind of celebrity or so-called established authority, they're almost deified. Whatever they say goes. Oh, Neil deGrasse Tyson said this. That must mean this is true in the world of science. Well, obviously that's scientism and not science. But even if it's true, it's true because it's true, not because of faith-based assertions. And that's an important distinction as well, because it's not, a lot of the times, they're not even saying something that's wrong. It is true. But when you completely abandon logic and believe it in a religious way, I mean, then you're just operating in a faith-based religious fashion. And that's kind of how everything is. Some people believe belief in government or the authority of government is religious. I believe Larkin Rose calls it the most dangerous superstition. So yeah, a lot of interesting things to think about. The other thing that's kind of hard to gauge is obviously since the advent of the internet, with mass communication, a lot of these small percentage of individuals that can see beyond the lies, the shadows and lies of their generation, as Plato once said, those who can see beyond the shadows and lies of their culture will never be understood, yet alone believed by the masses. And that's a very, very interesting quote. Very, very profound. It's almost like he understood the collective consciousness, or sort of like the hive mind of a culture or civilization. And it's almost like any dissenting thought, even if it's for the betterment of the culture or civilization, because it's so radical, it's almost viewed as a virus by the hive mind, and it's attacked by the masses. And this sort of group think. I think there's actually, I don't know, there's probably a certain percentage of the population that's kind of immune to group think for whatever reason. They're just free thinkers, they're honest thinkers, they're just less susceptible to indoctrination and brainwashing. That's what it seems to be anyway. And then obviously there's a certain percentage that just kind of over time, I guess it's almost like they got beat down with the truth. So at a certain point, they just have no choice but to accept it, because it's like coincidence one, coincidence two. And then at a certain point, it's just too much. And either through a radical life event, or it's almost like there's spaces, there's openings for the truth to come through. And that's when people can change their paradigms or belief systems. They're few and far between, and there's different ways to do it. So there's the slow burn. And then, of course, there's a near-death experience or something radical in life that just wakes people up. But the masses remain asleep. And so it's kind of interesting how for thousands of years, if we believe these quotes happened when they did, if you haven't checked out our Altered History podcast, check that out, because a lot of history might not be true either. So we really, there's, once again, the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. So with the way the masses operate, almost like with a hive mind, does that explain a lot of it? Is the Mr. Smith effect like white blood cells coming after pathogens or something of that nature? I don't know. Very, very interesting things to think about, as always, on the MindShock podcast. So a lot of times people fall for the appeal to incredulity fallacy and like, oh, well, there can't be an Illuminati or any kind of conspiracy like that because there'd be too many people. You know, this quote was attributed to Mark Twain. It's easier to fool someone than convince them they have been fooled. So once again, because of ego, all these things in modern times, the Dunning-Kruger effect, which doesn't get a lot of mention, but none of us are immune to it. And once you understand what it is, how it operates, and you might, if you're truly objectively scientific and logical in your approach to everything, you might be wrong about everything. So whenever I examine any topic, I'm always coming from the position of I might be wrong about absolutely everything. And then you actually learn a lot more faster that way. And then if you're honest, you can compare one piece of information to another from an honest, neutral perspective or position, which is what the truly scientific and logical position is. It's skeptical of everything, all sides, and believing nothing, and not having a bias in examining any aspect of anything. So because of ego, it's very difficult for people to admit that they've been tricked or duped, and the greater the dupe, the harder it is for the average individual to accept it. Once again, is this all by design? Is this all part of a grand design of how so-called masters and controllers want the populations of the world to live so that their real master plan is never exposed? But with the internet and these little pockets of individuals who are capable of free thought and logical and critical thought, deductive reasoning, are they able to discern what is going on, which is, once again, will just be laughed at by the masses and discredited when it was the truth the whole time? How many times has this happened in history? And will people learn from it? The issue of convenience is a very important one as well, because it's very inconvenient to be objective and logical. It's very inconvenient to have a conviction of character, to always push for the truth above all else. And just, to even have integrity, it's very inconvenient, especially in a modern world. So, another old saying, the greatest trick the devil ever pulled is convincing the world he didn't exist. Is that an easy thing to do when you just dangle the carrot of convenience in front of the masses? Is that simply enough to control the world? Very, very interesting things to ponder, and I will leave the listeners to do just that. If you like the podcast, you can hit the like button. Feel free to share it across social media platforms. You can donate to our PayPal. Check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. And questions, comments, theories, requests, leave them in the comments section. I'll try to get to all of them. You can also like our Facebook page and check us out on Twitter, Reddit, Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. Today's episode is actually one of the most important I've ever done, and one of the most interesting. I talk a lot about brainwashing, societal engineering, corrupt profiteers manipulating every aspect of the lives of the cognitive dissonant masses, the coincidence theorists, those hopelessly indoctrinated into the cult of state and authority worship through mainstream propaganda. And so brainwashing obviously has a lot to do with it, but what we haven't really talked about specifically is how everyone brainwashes themselves. So this is a podcast on brainwashing yourself. As always, if you enjoyed the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just click the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. And you can also just go to youtube.com/MindShock to manually peruse our ever-growing catalog of mind-shocking topics, logical analysis, true crime cases, and a comprehensive, exhaustive approach. Careful to avoid any logical fallacies, unlike any other podcast. If you like this particular podcast, you can make sure to hit that like button, share it across social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case, topic, logical analysis requests, co-podcaster requests, and you can also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. All right, so let's jump in here. As all MindShock listeners know, and conspiracy theorists, aka critical thinkers, who are able to actually logically assess information being provided by the official sources, the mainstream, corrupt, institutional sources by the corrupt profiteers that run society and engineer it according to their own agendas. Whether you want to call them the Illuminati, whether you want to call them technocrats or biotechnocrats, or simply corrupt profiteers, the criminal class, aka politicians. You can call them whatever you want. The shareholders in the top companies in the world, the banksters. So they've done an excellent job, of course, in propaganda. So the cognitive dissonant masses, the sheep, the lemmings, they just regurgitate whatever they see on the idiot box. And they don't have the wherewithal, the critical thinking skills. And they've been indoctrinated into thinking that critical thinking is simply nonsensical conspiracy theory, despite the fact that so many conspiracy theories are actually true, because obviously not all humans are perfect. I know, very, very shocking and difficult for coincidence theorists to understand. They would rather believe in these house of cards stacked so high with logical fallacies and coincidences. They would rather put their faith in corrupt humans than logic and reason, and pretend that there aren't these humans that would do bad things and make these plots in order to make money, in order for control and power, ignoring all of history and even basic human psychology. It's quite strange, the methodologies of coincidence theorists. If you haven't checked out the Coincidence Theorist podcast, check that out. I go pretty deep into the mentality of coincidence theorists, who of course provide endless entertainment for those that find these Dunning-Kruger antics hilarious. But anyway, for this particular podcast, brainwashing yourself is actually more effective than other people brainwashing you. Now, let's not overlook, of course, Mark Twain's very astute observation that it's easier to fool someone than convince them they've been fooled. And of course, this plays to the ego, because modern society is all propped up on pandering to the egos of the brainless masses, because they don't want to believe that they could be tricked or they could be wrong. They don't want to live in a way, and it's also too scary. So their safety blanket, I talked about this in other podcasts, conspiracy theory is simply taking away their safety blanket, their blankie, their pretend fairy tale world where corrupt profiteers wouldn't exercise these plots, many of which have already factually been proven true and admitted by them. I mean, from MK Ultra, Gulf of Tonkin. I mean, you could go on and on and on. That's not the purpose of this podcast. Changing the word chemtrails to geoengineering and aerosol spraying. All of a sudden, when you change names, all of a sudden, the coincidence theorists can still pretend the conspiracy theorists were wrong, that this was simply not exhaust fume from airplane. It's just, it's endlessly hilarious. But anyway, these are the mentalities we're dealing with. But in brainwashing yourself, this is where cognitive biases come into play. And if you haven't checked out the podcast, Are You Mentally Weak?, I go into several variables that are critical in separating conspiracy theorists, aka critical thinkers, from coincidence theorists, those who can't think critically and would rather believe everything's a coincidence to soothe their dissonance. But anyway, and to soothe and to cover up and to indulge their ego and protect their mental weakness from being exposed. But when you're playing into these biases, people are obviously going to ignore anything that goes against their faith-based belief systems that they've been indoctrinated into. So they're going to disregard, and they're going to use, of course, these cues and trigger words and buzzwords that they see on the idiot box and all this mainstream propaganda to prop up their own belief systems, brainwashing themselves even further and digging that hole even further. Because, of course, humans have free will. No one's truly forced to accept any narrative on any side of any issue. You do so of your own free will. Now, obviously, that doesn't mean there's not influence. There's a tremendous influence. That's why trillions of dollars have been spent and are going to continue to be spent in pushing forth the propaganda of the corrupt profiteers that stand to profit far more than they invest in this propaganda. Propaganda works. I mean, that's an indisputable fact of human psychology and history. That's how all the great evils of the world were able to be perpetrated, because the propaganda supported it, and human psychology, the average human, has been indoctrinated out of the use of logic and reason, which have enabled them to not have the mental strength required. Most people. Obviously, some people do, and due to the internet, that number is ever, ever, ever growing, which is even why this podcast exists. This podcast would not exist if it weren't for a certain percentage of people, which has actually far exceeded my expectations. I didn't think thousands and thousands of people would be interested in a podcast dedicated to logic and reason and exploring these topics that the mainstream is too terrified to expose, because obviously it doesn't fit the narrative. You can't control a population with logic and reason, because the logic and reason exposes the corrupt profiteers attempting to do the controlling, and very successful. I mean, they're pretty successful. It's not just an attempt. So with all of the propaganda at play, it's very, very easy for the corrupt profiteers to execute these agendas and have people brainwash themselves and police themselves. I mean, look what happened even with the mask wearing, with the pandemic, whatever you want to call it, scamdemic. There's a lot of different people with a lot of different takes on it. I'm not going to go into that here. I've done a bunch of podcasts on the coronavirus in the past. You can check those out on the science or lack thereof regarding coronavirus. But look at how individuals get so triggered. Of course, it's due to propaganda and indoctrination, but they've brainwashed themselves to such a degree that they can't. It's almost like they've dug the hole too deep, and they've connected it to their own identity and ego. So they obviously can't be wrong. And they have this obvious blind faith in the system, which all of a sudden they think might have their best interest at heart, which, I mean, that's a whole nother topic. But look at how vehemently and with religious fervor the mask wearers want everybody else to wear masks to share in their subjugation under the guise of the common good. And they will not, their brain will reject all of the scientific studies that show that masks do not reduce viral spread and all these things, but they just parrot these phrases that they heard on the idiot box, like monkeys jumping through hoops, like circus animals, basically. And they continue to brainwash themselves, so they just reaffirm for themselves all these beliefs. And I mean, through confirmation bias and all these other biases, I won't go into all the biases here. That's obviously a topic for another podcast. But once you're in too deep, the ego then seeks to protect itself, tied in, of course, with Dunning-Kruger, where the ego prevents people from realizing they're too incompetent to see their own incompetence. And that, of course, I mean, all of this is related. That's why I discuss it. That's why this is MINDSHOCK. I don't want to remiss and not address variables and factors that play a great role. Obviously, there are many. It's not simple. We don't do black and white fallacies here at MINDSHOCK. There's not usually only one aspect to something on one side or another. It's usually multiple variables in play. But in regards to brainwashing oneself, once someone has gone out there and has chastised other people for not wearing masks, putting other people in danger, obviously with no science to back it up, but they were hopelessly indoctrinated, they were hoodwinked into it. But at that point, they're just continuing to brainwash themselves. So the information, to a certain extent, is also coming from themselves. After they've regurgitated what they heard on the idiot box or saw on mainstream media a certain amount of times, that repetition is a brainwashing process. It's no longer just subliminal, it's right in your face. And if you believe you're listening to your own voice, if you believe you're not a sheep, and you've come to these conclusions rationally, which of course the faith-based propaganda, the scientism surrounding a lot of these topics, where they pretend it's legitimate science, and obviously the cognitive dissonant coincidence theorist masses, the sheep, the lemmings, they don't have even, I don't want to say they don't have the intelligence, because I actually believe they do. But due to all the brainwashing, indoctrination, and flat-out laziness, I think laziness is far more of a factor. And mental weakness. Mental weakness is not directly related to intelligence, because you have to be willing to go against the masses. You have to be willing to conquer your own ego, to not allow hubris to pervert your thinking. And most people just aren't willing to go through that work, because it's hard work. I mean, that's really what it is. It's hard work. You got to put in the time. You got to do the research. You have to learn logic, reason, the principles of science, empiricism, how to verify this or that, how to assess for validity. This is tough stuff. The average person just wants to watch their reality TV, play games on their smartphone, or go to the bar and get drunk. They don't want to go through this. It's a lot easier to play pretend in Fantasyland. That corrupt profiteers really aren't corrupt. That corrupt profiteers would never lie or manipulate for their own to line their own pocketbooks. Obviously, vaccines cannot be made for any other reason than the common good. Obviously, humans are so infallible they can never be mistaken on any aspect of vaccine theory or virology or any of these things that are, of course, once you put them under that logical microscope, there's a lot more at play. And again, I've discussed those factors in relation to coronavirus in previous podcasts. Our latest one on coronavirus was coronavirus science, in quotations. We do go over Louis Pasteur's germ theory and Antoine Béchamp's cellular theory, which would corrupt profiteers be more likely to embrace. And that's what it comes down to. I mean, money really does dictate how the world works. And for some reason, there's just a lot of adults out there that are just so hopelessly naive. They cling to these Santa Claus type notions that humans are just that infallible, and that the scientists and priests of the past just couldn't be mistaken, and that the scientists and priests of today, they would have definitely figured it out. They would have somehow had the mental strength and the wherewithal. They would be lacking the egomaniacism. They would be able to overcome all those years and years of indoctrination into the field of medicine, which lines the pockets of the corrupt profiteers of big pharma and all these other lobbyists. The entire academic, medical, government, institutional complex that all relies on all of these moving pieces within itself to support itself. So again, I talk about this a lot. What the mentally weak coincidence theorists fail to understand, that if the conspiracy theories are true, if these critical thinking theories are true, obviously they would all be in on it, and obviously they wouldn't even know it. Because brainwashing yourself, when the corrupt profiteers and societal engineers engineered all of this propaganda, they realized that brainwashing yourself is far more effective than simply listening to the idiot box. Obviously, you need that impetus. You need that to start the ball rolling. But once it's rolling, people brainwash themselves. I mean, there's a very famous experiment on the mental weakness and lemming nature of the average human, where, I mean, most people have seen it. I believe it was a viral video. So it just takes place in an office when some kind of bell or buzzer sounds. Everybody stands up. Nobody knows why. And then new people come in, and then the trend continues. Nobody knows why. They just keep doing it, because that's how mentally weak most people are. And again, I'm not saying it's their fault. I mean, from a young age, children are just hopelessly indoctrinated into this cult of state authority worship where you simply do as you're told. Don't think critically. Don't ask questions. Don't employ logic and reason to assess for validity what you're being told by fallible humans. Just simply obey. Subjugation is a virtue. Just accept it. That's what people are taught from such a young age. I'm not even saying necessarily that it's their fault, but that's how it all plays out. So the next time you truly believe something, and you're not willing to ask why, it's almost a snowball effect where someone just brainwashes themselves to go further, to just keep digging that hole. And once you've brainwashed yourself for X amount of years, now your identity is tied to that brainwashing. So an attack on the ideas that you possess, that you were brainwashed into by propaganda, and then reasserted by brainwashing yourself even further, that is now you. And any attack on those ideas is an attack on you. And that is why we see all this emotional triggering on all of these topics. So I thought that was a very, very interesting thing to address, which is not really being addressed anywhere. Pretty standard for MINDSHOCK, but out there in the mainstream world, these things are, of course, not addressed, because logically assessing, asking questions, and exploring even the basics of logic and psychology are frowned upon. Because you cannot indoctrinate slaves if they're actually willing to use logic and reason to assess the validity of what they are being told and how they are being enslaved, because then it wouldn't work. And what more effective means than have all the slaves brainwash themselves and also police themselves with the brainwashing? Much to ponder. Much to ponder in the year of 2020 and going into 2021. Hope you guys enjoyed another edition of the MindShock podcast. Like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Everything helps us get out more and more mind-shocking episodes in a variety of topics, conspiracies, the paranormal, true crime, and more. If you like this particular podcast, hit the like button, share it across social media platforms, of which you can find us on Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority. Case, topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You can also be a guest on the podcast, depending on your tier. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. If they're still not coming through, you can also just go to youtube.com/MindShock, and you can see all the latest episodes there, as well as our ever-growing back catalog of mind-shocking podcasts. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire, signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MindShock. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, bringing you logic and reason in an illogical and unreasonable world during illogical and unreasonable times. The topic of today is clown world escalation. Something that the astute, the awake, have noticed. It's almost as if the puppet string pullers, the puppeteers, who pull the strings of the masses, the cognitive dissonance sheep and lemmings, the coincidence theorists, they're pulling their strings. It's almost like there's some kind of a game by certain people in control to try to get people to believe the most insane, outlandish things. Like, can a man get pregnant? Can a man be a woman? Or can a woman be a man just by the power of imagination and trying to get people to go along with it? As well as many, many other things. Is logic completely dead? What is going on with this escalation of insanity? We will examine. As always, if you enjoyed the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description to get more mind-shocking MindShock podcasts released quicker. And you could also check us out on Twitter, Reddit, Facebook, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case and topic requests. If you like this particular podcast, hit that like button and share it across social media platforms. Questions, comments, thoughts, theories, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings, insults of any kind, leave them in the comment section. All right, so 2020 has been a very interesting year. An unprecedented year, but even if we go back slightly farther, the past year, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, has there been a trend? Now, this isn't really a political channel. We're not really going to talk Democrat versus Republican, but this is something that I think people notice is more of a Democrat thing. Democrats seem to be a little bit more hopelessly indoctrinated into the cult of state and authority worship, as long as those state officials or representatives or authorities are Democrats. So, and have certain agendas in mind. If they align, then all of a sudden there's a cult and they must be telling the truth. No logic or reason or criticism allowed. Attack, it disintegrates into nothing but virtue signaling, because when there's no real argument, when there's no logical or scientific argument, it has to devolve into just virtue signaling. You're a bad person because you don't support XYZ. Who cares about facts? If you don't respect feelings and emotions, you're a bad person. Now, the irony is not being emotional would enable people to make better decisions, which would actually help even more people. So that's what's really bizarre and insane about the kind of the illogical calls to actions or knee-jerk reactions where all these laws need to be passed. I mean, criminals don't follow laws anyway, so whatever. But that's that's something that needs to be examined separately because yeah, the logic doesn't quite work. But with all these protests or certain insensitivities where certain groups and individuals are calling for other people to be more sensitive, even if it's actually in the worst interest of an individual, as long as it makes them feel better in the short term. So it could completely destroy their life, result in suicide, and just completely destroy society, which we are seeing. But as long as you make them feel better in the moment, that's the only thing that counts, right? It seems like that's kind of a Democrat type argument. Not on all things. I'm not falling for any black and white fallacies here. I'm just saying, just observing this kind of clown world that's been going on, there are certain people in certain positions of perceived power. It seems like it's really a game to them to just escalate the nonsense and see how many people they can get to believe it and go along with it. Like you can read all these studies on even with COVID, the masks. Are the masks effective? And you can find studies on both sides, but it's insane how people who don't wear masks are attacked by the brainless who are just happen to be Democrats. I mean, I guess that's a coincidence there, but and saying that they're not respecting other people's safety, but it ultimately is your health, your own responsibility. So if you're going home to the junk food in your fridge, drinking alcohol, not, staying up late, and then you want to blame someone else for not wearing a mask when you're not taking your own health seriously and your immune system doesn't work, whose responsibility is it to keep your immune system in good shape? And that's kind of, again, the crux of like a lot of these clown world issues where Democrats seem to really think it's everybody else's fault for everything and everybody else needs to fix everything, as opposed to taking responsibility. Now, I'm not a Republican. I'm not advocating anybody listen to Republicans about anything. I mean, in general, government officials are basically brain dead. I mean, if you look at the history of government, I mean, government is the most inefficient, incompetent institution. I mean, it's just a cult. It's a cult of state worship. But regarding clown world escalation, it seems like the most ridiculous and insane ideas are all coming mostly from Democrats, where they're saying if a man believes he's a woman, then he's actually a woman, and gender can no longer be defined. So once you throw all the terms of the dictionary out, I mean, is like in their social constructs. So like if white people identify as black people, what happens, like, it's, let's say a police officer committing police brutality, if it's a black police officer committing police brutality against a white person, but they identify as white, so then it's not racist, or vice versa, where a white police officer is committing police brutality against a black person, but they identify as black, so then that's black on black crime, right? Because if everything is just a social construct and everything is fluid, it's in flux states, like what gender you are, what skin color you're, if you're just making stuff up and everybody has to go along with it, like it's actually quite interesting, because if anybody studied the fall of the Roman Empire, they've had similar issues in the breakdown of their society and the crumbling of the empire. If you believe that, obviously the victors write the history books. If you haven't checked out the MINDSHOCK Altered History podcasts, you should definitely check those out. The Roman Empire maybe didn't even exist. I don't know. I wasn't around back then. But according to accepted history and certain accepted, institutionally accepted, commonly accepted accounts, the decay of society is related to gender lines kind of being removed. And you can actually see that with certain emperors that dressed up as females, and I don't know, depending on if you believe those, what was written, whether they're identifying as females or whatever they're doing. It's just, it's really interesting to see how it's almost like certain individuals decided this is this, and the brainless and certain brainless groups of masses just agreed, not only agreed, But now they're willing to fight and die on the hill that these terms are fluid or whatever. And you could just imagine it. It's really bizarre. And the amount of hypocrisy, obviously, it pertains to certain situations, but not other situations, all depending on the agenda. So it's quite interesting to see the ante upped in how much ridiculous nonsense certain corrupt profiteers in positions of power are trying to get people to go along with. Like obviously they had to change global warming to climate change because obviously many models show no warming, and the idea that CO2 definitely that's definitely the variable that causes global warming. And anybody disputing it, anybody being actually scientific instead of just worshiping at the altar of these scientism institutions, they're criticized. So anybody questioning the religion and the dogma of scientism is criticized. But that's what real science is. Science is skepticism. So to believe that all these corrupt profiteers funding these studies and all these humans that are hoodwinked, they might be genuine, honest people, but they're hoodwinked and operating with the wrong information. To believe they're completely infallible, it's very strange. It's very strange. So they accounted for all the infinite variables, and they can say with certainty, it's not solar activity, it's not solar flares, it's not all these other variables that can't be helped by humans that are causing climate change, but it's definitely the CO2 emissions caused by humans, and anybody questioning that is an idiot. It's like the asininity is just so extreme, and it seems to be getting more and more extreme each year. So this clown world escalation is quite interesting. I mean, even you could on the Republican side, you could see Donald Trump. I mean, he's just trolling everybody, and they're that silly that they just jump. It's like he just holds out the hoop and they jump right through, like they don't have any brains. They're just playing his game and getting triggered. It's so bizarre, and everything is just escalating. So there's an old saying, nothing popular is true, nothing true is popular, or a variation thereof. So obviously the majority of people are wrong about the majority of things the majority of the time. Anybody who's studied any kind of history can see that. Anybody who studies basic logic or psychology can see how the ego would prevent one from admitting that to oneself. This is all very, very obvious to even children who are not that indoctrinated. So this escalation of insanity and what the masses are being asked to believe, it's very interesting on how it's been escalated, and the Mind Shock listeners can chime in. Does anybody see this stopping anytime soon, or is this snowball of insanity and what either the mainstream media or the corrupt profiteers, the puppet masters, what they're asking the public to believe and the propaganda they're peddling, it seems like it's getting more and more ridiculous. And the amount that the brainwashed believe it, they're getting more and more devout and radicalized over the nonsense. So it seems like the more ridiculous the nonsense is, the more certain individuals, usually the Democrats, not to pick on them, but that seems to be the way it's playing out. The more devout they become, the more radical they believe in the ridiculousness, and it's almost like a weird game that these you could call them the Illuminati, the New World Order, whoever you want. It's like they're sitting back and laughing that they can't believe that this was bought, that this level of BS was just swallowed whole. So then they just make it more and more ridiculous. It's like they're just trying to one-up each other to see how many people they can get to go along with the nonsense. Like you can't have a small gathering at your house, but some kind of protest with thousands and thousands of people dancing close together, that's fine. But if you dance in your own backyard, that's not fine. It's really, really quite insane. But this is the clown world escalation we are experiencing. And it's just, the year's not even half over. We still got a half a year, 2020 to go. What will it bring? Time will tell. But it probably will be very, very mind shocking. And this is, of course, Mind Shock, where the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications to come through so you'll know when new MindShock episodes drop. You can check us out Twitter, Reddit, Patreon, Facebook. Questions, comments, thoughts, theories, suggestions, debunkings, rebuttals, insults of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MindShock. This is Bruce McGuire.
And Maxwell Powers.
And today we are discussing a critical aspect of conspiracy theory. The anti-conspiracy theorist, the anti-critical thinker, the anti-logical individual, one of the cognitive dissonant masses. We are talking about coincidence theorists. People who simply chalk everything up to coincidence, kind of like Maxwell Powers. He's actually kind of like a king of coincidence theorists, even though he ends up believing in a lot of conspiracies. It doesn't make any sense. The one, the only, Maxwell Powers. So yeah, these coincidence theorists, no matter how many coincidences there are, no matter how many anomalies there are, the cognitive dissonant masses are so mentally lazy, so bereft of logic, critical thinking, deductive reasoning of any kind, that they all chalk it up to coincidences no matter what, to maintain their dogmatic authority worship, establishment following, narrative, anything to avoid following the objective and neutral scientific method while pretending that's what they're actually doing in their blind faith belief in the establishment narrative, the authoritative doctrine of modern society and governments. Any thoughts on that, Maxwell? Because anytime we go over conspiracies, true crime, like you usually chalk things up to coincidences as well.
Yeah.
So would you consider yourself a coincidence theorist or a conspiracy theorist?
I don't know. I think both, but I don't know. But I really like coincidence theorist as like probably the best defense to the word conspiracy theorist or the phrase.
Well, we're going to do just briefly going back into the history. We talked about this on numerous podcasts. You actually bring this up, how the CIA propaganda, the CIA are the ones that introduced the term conspiracy theorist and started the multi-decade propaganda against conspiracy theorists. So anyone who thinks that criminals can't act alone, anyone who thinks that humans just are that morally sterling in their behavior that they would never ever conspire or work with other people, no matter how corrupt, no matter how evil, they must always work alone. And anybody who doesn't believe that, anybody who wants to employ critical thought, deductive reasoning, any kind of logical thought processes, anyone who studies logical fallacies and doesn't want to fall for them, the CIA term conspiracy theorist and the propaganda campaign against conspiracy theorists, against anybody who actually wants to think about something instead of just blindly accepting on blind faith as gospel truth whatever talking heads they see propagate on TV, even though history has shown how all of these official government narratives are usually false because it's not really in their best interest to let the public know what's really going on. So we discussed the background of the conspiracy theory word and conspiracy theorists, again, put forth by the CIA to kind of shut down critical thought amongst the citizenry and to just get everybody to be blind faith followers. So anytime anybody questions anything about anything, you could just throw the word conspiracy theorist at them as if it's an insult, as if it's some kind of tinfoil hat wearing psychotic deranged loony, which of course there are some of those out there. But how is it it
Well,
just
and they succeeded at that you know purpose.
I
Like
would say until now, because even with politics going crazy now, you got like with all of the what do they call it? Trump derangement syndrome. People that are so anti-Trump that they can't use any kind of logic or reason of any kind. They're starting to get in on conspiracy theories about like Russia and the election. I don't know if that's true or not, but regardless, you're seeing a lot more of the mindless, brainless zombies kind of starting to question. So
oh, is that so? That's interesting.
well, the whole Russian conspiracy about Russia meddling with the election, that's a conspiracy theory. And you had normally like the brain dead zombies that can't think for themselves, even they were kind of saying, "Oh yeah, Russia." They're starting to use the word conspiracy.
Oh, so are you saying that the weapon of conspiracy theorists phrased by the CIA is not working anymore? Is that what you're
No, no,
saying?
I would still say it's working. It's just slightly less. The effect, it's slightly less effective in recent times, especially with the internet and all of these things.
Because you're saying because there's so many conspiracies going on that it's hard to deny. Is that what you're
Well,
saying?
yeah, and like with the new Epstein thing, like even the most brainless of zombies actually questioned the Epstein suicide. Whereas if this was like 20 years ago, nobody would question something they saw on the news. You see what I'm saying?
I see.
Like like the internet changed everything. I mean, even though critical thinkers, aka conspiracy theorists, they're still in they're still, I wouldn't say they're the majority, but I would say numbers are increasing from the days of Bill Cooper.
Yeah.
And back when you only had a couple of books before the internet, I
Yeah,
don't know.
it was like Bill Cooper and Alex Jones like back in it.
Well, Bill Cooper predated Alex Jones. He wrote On a Pale Horse.
Ah, I see. Damn, that was a long time.
Yeah, so this information's been out there for a long, long time. But anyway, with the term coincidence theorist, because if you're not, I don't know, you think about it in defensive or combative terms. I think about it as just looking at it neutrally and objectively. Labeling,
Wait,
lab,
I have to give you credit for that phrase coincidence theories theory.
it's a good one, isn't
Because
it?
wait, isn't it like the isn't it because like you called me that? Or I don't know how you said.
I have called you that, yeah, but it's an interesting term. It's an interesting term, and because that's what you are. Because if you don't believe that humans can only be corrupt or commit crimes by themselves, because that's what an anti-conspiracy theorist is. A coincidence theorist thinks that anybody not acting alone, anybody. To me, it's really bizarre how the propaganda even worked, because how bereft of cognitive function must one be to just blindly accept what's told without proof? Like even if you go to JFK, I think the JFK assassination really opened, I would say that got the ball rolling, because to just take on faith that the bullet can be a magic bullet, that everything happened that way, that this guy took there was one shot, like it's just, I mean, yes, it's possible it happened that way. It's possible 9/11 happened the way the officials said it did. I mean, it's a theoretical possibility, but why would you believe it without proof? Why would you believe everything against the known laws of physics? It's just weird. So I mean, even if we take the Stephen Avery case, Making a Murder, that's a popular one. We cover that. If you haven't been following our Stephen Avery coverage, make sure you check that out. Episode 20 was the most mind-shocking of all regarding Teresa Hallback and revelations that she left the Avery salvage yard. But just as another example, I've called that a common sense test for adults. As if police would never be complicit in some kind of frame up. I mean, a lot of those same officers framed Stephen Avery before, and people still don't believe it. So I mean, so they would just chalk that up to coincidence as well. So they would they're just these hardcore coincidence theorists, and there's different categories. There are non-hardcore coincidence theorists. There are, I guess you'd call them, there are some fence sitters, not a lot, but there are some people that could entertain the notion. I mean, that's kind of what I am. I mean, I don't know if I believe, would you say I believe in any conspiracy theories? I mean, we discuss a lot of them. The Mind Shock motto is the only thing for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. But I don't know if I would say I believe any conspiracy theory. But I'm not a coincidence theorist. I'm not going to deny, I'm not going to write off these things as coincidences. Even if they're not coincidences, that still doesn't necessarily mean a particular conspiracy theory is true. But I'm not going to recognize it as a coincidence. There's definitely more going on. I'm not going to pretend I know what it is. So, regarding the term coincidence theorist, that's pretty much what you are, right? Because if no matter what, no matter how much evidence is presented, if you just always chalk it up to coincidences, you're a hardcore coincidence theorist, which is a lot sillier than believing that humans are not perfect and that humans can lie, be paid off, they can be corrupt, and they can engage in illegal activities. For whatever reason, that's just seen as insane by the people who propagate the myth that conspiracy theorists are illogical or crazy or whatever. Which, and if you haven't checked out our episode Crazy People and the Paranormal, that's a really good one because we go over if certain people are telling the truth, that would drive them insane. So, how is using their insanity? I mean, it's kind of like an inverse circular reasoning fallacy, a straw man as well. You're trying to say if a hardcore coincidence theorist is going to try to say someone wasn't abducted by aliens, if they were abducted by aliens, would you expect them to be completely normal and not crazy? It's really weird the illogicality the coincidence theorists grasp to. I mean, every fallacy under the sun. That's how you can tell a hardcore coincidence theorist because they're gonna just grasp desperately to any fallacy they can find to justify their faith-based dogmatic belief system that whatever the government says is always true, whatever you see on the news is true, and that evil humans only act alone. They could never, ever conspire with others or execute plans to get richer or seize power, even though all of history shows that that's what humans do. Kind of bizarre, right?
Yeah.
So what's the real? I mean, it's just kind of strange. Like you kind of in our when we did predictive programming, and you thought it was strange. Some of these, what was it? The Sandy Hook conspiracy theory in the Batman movie, The Dark Knight. You thought that was a little strange, but you didn't think all these much stranger ones were strange about the planes flying into the World Trade Center that were all over media, and not only that, but specifically terrorists flying the planes, and then not only that but that the planes were remote controlled or whatnot, like in the pilot of The Lone Gunman,
I didn't
the
hear
X
about that.
the X Files spinoff.
Oh, yeah, I don't remember that one, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't remember those issues.
What a shocker!
I was thinking about the Maura Murray ones and the podcast that we did on that, and I was like, I did say like, yeah, I would do that, and then I would think that they would do that. So, or I don't know. I think that's
Well, I went the more no, but I don't think that wasn't so much coincidence. I don't think that was too much coincidences. A lot of the coincidences at the scene of the crime in New Hampshire, you were saying it was all a coincidence with the police officers, the cover up, all that stuff. For whatever reason, I don't know. I think sometimes you just go in full contrarian mode and you just argue for the opposite of whatever I'm saying. That's what it seems like. But I should test that out
well.
more. I should give the
I
opposite.
wouldn't. I don't think I'm contrarian. I'm just I kind of just think about it. I'm like, well, I can see, I can see how it can be a coincidence. So like,
Would a contrarian say that they're not a contrarian, Maxwell?
because I think about like how I was. Like, I don't feel like I'm I'm trying to contradict anyone just for the sake of contradicting anyone.
Well, yeah, but that's how it comes off, though. But anyway, regardless, which group of people you think are sillier? The hardcore conspiracy theorist or the hardcore coincidence theorist? Because to me, the hardcore coincidence theorists, I mean, that's as lazy as you can get. Like, they're not willing to even engage critical thought. Whereas a conspiracy theorist,
I guess all the way to the other side of the spectrum. Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
because you could call conspiracy theorists a lot of things, but they're not really lazy. If they're going to put in the work to go through all these documents, to read all this information, to concoct these various theories and scenarios, regardless of how outlandish or untrue, or maybe they are true. I don't know. But it's definitely not lazy. They're definitely employing their brain power. Whether they're doing it aligned with logic and the scientific method or not, that's a separate issue. Some of them do, some of them don't. But I think the laziest of all are the hardcore coincidence theorists because they're so insecure about their worldview. Anytime it's threatened, they just completely write everything off as coincidence because they're not mentally strong enough to even entertain the conspiracy theory. It is the mark of an intelligent mind to consider a concept or idea as true without believing in it. And that's something that's really, really lost on the hardcore coincidence theorists. So they come off looking so silly. As if, to me, the strangest part is historical context. Because the people, I'm not going to pick a side on the whole vaccine debate, but by the people who are saying the government would never conspire with pharmaceutical companies to make money, they would never conspire with industry powerhouses to make billions or trillions of dollars. Like, have they not studied any so-called tobacco science and the history of the tobacco industry and the US government and the medical industry? Have they never studied anything relating to sugar? Because the sugar industry started a pretty big campaign against fat, trying to blame fat for all the health problems that sugar actually caused. And all of this corruption and conspiracy was all exposed. It's all factual. Anybody can verify it empirically, and it's basically admitted by all sides with settlements and all these things that have all been proven. So I would say the hardcore coincidence theorists are very, very lazy, illogical, and also very uneducated and uninformed because they have such blind faith in the dogma. They just assume the priests that they're listening to are saying the correct information because it's the priest that represents their side of things. And some conspiracy theorists do this as well. They're guilty as well because they'll take some prominent conspiracy theorists like Alex Jones or David Icke, and they'll just parrot what they say and believe that the scientific method was adhered to in relation to whatever points are being peddled. Sometimes it might have been, sometimes it might not have been. But I would say on average, a conspiracy theorist is much more well informed and logical than a coincidence theorist. Would you agree or disagree, Maxwell?
Agreed.
And you put yourself in both categories, so what does that say?
I don't know. I go back and forth.
Oh, that's funny. You're a flip-flopper, Maxwell. You're kind of like Joe Rogan on his podcast. Depending on his guest is depending on his view. Or the perceived status of his guest. Because somebody, if he feels like bullying somebody with a certain view, if he thinks he could get away with it, he says the complete opposite. And when there's a more prominent figure or someone he views as a higher status than he does, then he just agrees with everything they say.
Well, I turn into like this coincidence theories. Like if it's like with I don't know, with Bill, what's his name, Billy Roush, like
Bill
buying a
Roush.
car. Yeah, like I don't see like nothing strange with him buying a car out of state when there's like I don't know, like that was kind of.
Well,
That has
actually,
nothing to do with
we'll be covering that more in the next Maura Murray podcast coming up soon. But let's
Yeah,
not, we don't need to go into that now. But
yeah,
I think what you're trying to say, and correct me if I'm wrong, your own personal biases based on what you would or wouldn't do, you allow that to prevent you from thinking objectively because you're using your own personal
yeah.
preferences.
It's like a personal bias. It's just like
Yeah.
my personal bias kind of like it just it doesn't make sense. So I'm like I don't know. I mean I think I should. I don't know. Are people just that weird and shit?
I mean, some people are. And I think also appeal to incredulity is a really big fallacy that hardcore coincidence theorists fall for. They find something too hard to comprehend because their normalcy bias and their dogmatic worldview. They've been indoctrinated in a very specific worldview. So anything that deviates too far from the norm regarding their normalcy bias, they won't even consider it.
Yeah, agreed.
So with this appeal to incredulity fallacy, so if something's too extreme, they won't even consider it, especially because whatever they're seeing regurgitated time and time again on the TV box or whatever box they're listening to, whatever mainstream narrative, which again, it's kind of weird. It's they don't even have the basic critical thought necessary to consider that if there is some kind of systemic corruption, that the controlled media would, of course, parrot against it. So I don't know why that's such a difficult concept for some of these hardcore coincidence theorists to grasp. And I'm not even saying the conspiracy is true. I'm just saying if it's true, do they really think the mainstream media would broadcast? It's just so strange how they think that if it were true, it would just be broadcast on all channels. Like they think the medical industry and the pharmaceutical companies can't be corrupt because otherwise it would be all over the news. As if their best interest is really in the hearts and minds of these corrupt individuals that are carrying out these conspiracies. It's just really, really bizarre, the thought process or lack thereof of a hardcore coincidence theorist. But of course, I mean, they're so inundated with all of this propaganda that's in favor of authority worship. Which the thing that's strange to me, Maxwell, is that you're a self-professed anarcho-capitalist, right?
Yeah.
So you should know the levels that government would go to cover up for itself and to maintain power and control, and yet you write off all these things as coincidences when it comes to things we've discussed on the predictive programming podcast or some of these other conspiracies. You just write it off as coincidences.
Yeah, sometimes.
So I think most hardcore coincidence theorists, I would say, are not anarcho-capitalists because because they're so dialed into authority worship and believing whatever people tell them on TV that they think government is necessary, and they've never employed the thought process to really examine the veracity of the claims by pro-statists. So if
Yeah,
they never
I can
get that,
agree. I can agree with that. Like I saw like the correlation between like so-called conspiracy theorists and anarcho-capitalists. There's like a big correlation.
I've noticed that trend just in online discussion. I haven't done an official poll or anything, but feel free to comment in the comment section. If let us know, are you an anarcho-capitalist coincidence theorist? Are there a lot of those out there, or are you? If we had to guess, I don't want to alienate people. Would you guess the most hardcore of coincidence theorists are Democrats?
Yeah, I would say that.
Now, I would still say there's a lot of Republican coincidence theorists as well, but it's almost like a spectrum. Like most people are not willing to go too far from the norm. So if they perceive if they're like some kind of Republican conservative type individual where they want to limit government because they're aware of corruption, right? Is that one of their talking points? I don't study Republicans and Democrats in depth, but is that one of the reasons people choose to be Republican or conservative because they don't trust the government and they want limited government?
Yeah, something along those lines. I don't follow politics either, so
Yeah, so as far as my political knowledge goes, I believe conservative pundits would argue that government is not only corrupt but incompetent, so they can't be trusted and they will always rise to tyranny. So, but for whatever reason, they don't want to cross that line into anarcho-capitalism. Do you find that kind of hypocritical?
um, huh? I don't know. I haven't thought about that.
I would think you would have, because how did you become an anarcho-capitalist? Because I wouldn't label myself an anarcho-capitalist or even an anarchist. I wouldn't label myself pro-government either, though. So I wouldn't label myself any of those categories. However, let us know in the comment section. If you are a coincidence theorist, you can let us know. Are you Democrat, Republican, Independent, anarcho-capitalist, anarchist of some other kind, anarcho-communist, whatever? That'd be interesting to see the demographics laid out. And conspiracy theorists, where would they line up on the political spectrum? That'd be kind of interesting to see, would it not?
Yeah, I would say anarcho-capitalists, libertarians, those kinds of guys, and Republicans, some of them.
Now I'm going to move into a slightly more controversial area. Do you think that's because they're simply more logical and they just understand the behaviors of humans and that power corrupts and it's that simple? And some people have the basic logic required to see that and others don't?
Um, I can see some correlations there. But there are Democrats that are like have higher IQs, but they don't really. I don't know. I really don't know.
Well, okay, so for the final point, because this is Mind Shock, let's get into the paranormal aspect of it. So I know you're, at least in the past, you've been pretty anti-paranormal. So you would write off in any kind of haunting, you would write everything off as a coincidence. I don't know if that's still the case after so many Shadow People podcasts later, but but you usually wrote off anything remotely paranormal, no matter what, all coincidence, all the time. How do hardcore coincidence theorists rectify anything with the paranormal? Because it seems like they have such blind faith, blind dogmatic faith in the system that they consider science their god. So if popular science views or scientism views, they consider that gospel truth. They consider that their Bible. So they would never believe in anything paranormal, even though, like, let's say ghosts are interdimensional travelers. Let's say in another 100 years, it's all been discovered. The technology gets to the point where it's easy for everybody to understand and see, and they start putting it in the textbooks. At that point, the hardcore coincidence theorists would pretend that they were never against it because that's their MO. They're really fickle. Like they don't get along with logic too well. So, what do you see in terms of hardcore coincidence theorists and the paranormal? Because it seems like they would never be convinced because they're either too mentally weak or too illogical.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that.
Good thing you're doing a podcast on it, right, Maxwell?
Well, I have to like think about it. I don't know. It's kind of.
So think about it. The audience is waiting with bated breath for your answers, Maxwell. You think anybody's here for Bruce
I
McGuire?
think you need to. I think you need to clarify because like I wasn't understanding. I don't think.
So for hardcore coincidence theorists, people who just they're too mentally weak or too illogical to even believe in the possibility of anything even remotely paranormal, they
Oh
would
yeah,
yeah.
because like they've rejected it because like they believe in like science and like they. I don't know. I think they what they have to experience something paranormal themselves to kind of question their own belief system. So I don't really, and if they don't experience any of that, I don't think they will budge because they science is their way of thinking.
You mean
So
scientism?
scientism, I don't say
Real science is objective and neutral. Real science would, if there's a ghost, it's a ghost. If you can prove it scientifically, that's real science, not pretending that it's fake no matter what. That's dogmatic, faith-based religious thinking, aka scientism.
okay. I didn't know like I didn't know the term. So
So there's a quote attributed to Stuart Chase: "For those who believe, no proof is necessary. For those who don't believe, no proof is possible." So I think that's very relevant to hardcore coincidence theorists because here's a question that I ask people a lot of times in any kind of formal debate or conversation where the person is intelligent or at least somewhat intelligent. What evidence would be required? And that's going to get them to think. Like, let's say, because if you're talking to someone who's pretending to be scientific, but they won't believe that anything other than 757s brought down the Twin Towers, even though they were specifically designed to withstand two airplane hits and were built from fireproof steel specifically. Uh, so they won't believe anything, but what evidence would be required of them? And I've never really gotten good answers. So, like, for you could take anything, aliens, ghosts. I mean, what evidence would be required for them to believe? And the most dogmatic, faith based religious thinkers of these hardcore coincidence theorists, they never have an answer.
yeah, that's a good question because you're asking for their criteria, and once that criteria is met, they should believe it. But if they don't believe it, then it's like there's
And they recognize that and they don't like it. So they get triggered and avoid answering the question. Like someone should ask Neil deGrasse Tyson, what evidence would be required for him to believe the earth is flat? I'm not saying it's flat. This is not a flat Earth podcast because I know the very sensitive, easily emotionally triggered people out there. Anytime any subject is discussed, they automatically assume someone is advocating that. No, real, objective, neutral science is simply asking questions, not dogmatically clinging to any belief system. But I wonder what Neil deGrasse Tyson's answer would be to that. What do you think? You think he would just laugh it off and call it nonsense because he recognizes that he's being religious instead of scientific, and he's not going to expose himself. So how is he supposed to answer that question?
Yeah, I don't know what his answer would be. Um, but I think someone asked that at one point. Like, I think his objection was if like photographs and videos they don't count because well he said that would be count for him, but he said that I know the flat earthers will not count that as evidence because they believe that it's fake or something like that. So
Are you
like
sure? Are
I
you
don't know.
sure he wasn't talking about the moon landing for that?
Oh, I'm not sure. I'm not really sure. I don't really follow Neil deGrasse, but like I just saw one of those clips. But I don't really know what his criteria would be. I
But
don't
yeah,
know.
if you're one of those hardcore coincidence theorists, and we do have a couple that are MindShock listeners, they keep listening to MindShock and they leave comments as long as it's not just random profanity, the comments will be approved if they have any kind of logical point. And so the hardcore coincidence theorists can chime in. How much evidence would be required? I knew a guy who was anti-conspiracy and everything, and the only answer you could come up with for anything was if it was admitted, which is kind of strange because if a criminal because they could admit it could be a false admission. So like, but it would be enough for him. So he was just so thoroughly indoctrinated into the cult of state worship and authority worship. If the authority admitted it, that is the only way he would believe it. That's pretty much the only answer I ever got. Every other person I've asked that question just ran away.
You know what's weird about that? The state has uh a what'd you say, accepted, what'd you say, agreed, or what did you
Admitted.
say,
Admitted.
admitted, like they have admitted to like a lot of the conspiracies that were theories back in the day, and like they people still don't believe it, so it
That's a
doesn't
good
really
point.
matter.
That's a good point. They pretend those aren't real because it goes against their fairy tale notion of reality.
Yeah,
So I'm
it's
sure he
kind
would
of weird.
like.
Like sometimes like I mean, you can call Alex Jones crazy, but like he he goes on. He's like, "Yo, these are government like documents that they admitted."
Yes.
I don't know. It's just funny. Like it's just kind of weird.
If you hardcore coincidence theorists out there, if you have better answers, feel free to leave them in the comment section. We'd like to hear them. Because and to the conspiracy theorists that are out there, if they've asked this question of coincidence theories, leave your best answers because I would find it interesting, but the only answers I've ever gotten, and I guess the only other one is everybody knows, so they just hide behind the combined appeal to authority, appeal to popularity fallacy. So I guess when it's in all of the government textbooks and it's just popularly accepted, that's when they would believe. So they're just basically admitted that that they're just sheep, part of the herd, and they have no interest in real science, real logic, real truth. They have only interest in following the herd. The lemmings going off the cliff, that's what they are. So I've never really heard good answers. So if there are some out there, leave them there. And I'm not saying any conspiracies are true. I don't know. Like, have you ever heard? Have I ever said, Maxwell, that I believe hardcore in a conspiracy theory and it's definitely true?
Not really. Like sometimes it's uh I mean, I know what you're saying, but I think in conversations, I think you should, and I think I've seen you do this more often, more recently. So, which is good, but you'll say what your position is before actually, stating the
Yeah, I don't.
arguments
Yeah, so I don't.
between
I
two
don't have
sides.
a
But
position.
what? Yeah,
Yeah,
because like I remember you said, like I remember you just arguing for one point, and I can see you like kind of like not grasping, but like you were like you're so into the reasoning, and so I had thought or
hold on a second. Hold on a second.
falsely assumed that
Yes,
you
yes,
had
but
that
hold on a
position.
second. Could you have misinterpreted my strong argumentation as into pointing holes in the opposite theory, not not supporting, so poking holes in the person that I was talking to, poking holes in their theory, not supporting the opposite theory. I was just pointing out that their belief in their theory was illogical. I wasn't saying the opposite was true.
Yeah. That's fine. But I think this is just for a practicality standpoint. I think it's a good habit to kind of preface your.
I agree. Yes, I agree.
I'm just saying, like,
Here's my position for all the listeners out there. I don't really believe in humans because I don't think humans are perfect. I don't think humans, regardless of which ones, regardless of whether they're scientism priests, regardless of whether they're actual priests claiming to talk to God, I think humans can either be mistaken, so they think they're telling the truth, but they've been mistaken or hoodwinked, indoctrinated, brainwashed, whatever, or not, and simply have been mistaken, but thinking that they're saying the correct information, or they're outright lying because they're corrupt and they're greedy. I think those kinds of humans exist. So humans can lie, be corrupt, or simply be mistaken. That's my position. So I don't really believe one group of humans over another. I can say coincidence theorists seem to be a lot less logical than conspiracy theorists, but that's not necessarily indicative of who has the correct position. And that's what MindShock is all about, just logical examination, not jumping to conclusions on any issue and to any side. Is that clear enough for you, Maxwell?
yes, that's fine.
Any final thoughts on conspiracy theories versus coincidence theories?
I'm good.
Because I think the official narratives, that should just be called the coincidence theory. Because you either believe in the conspiracy theory or the coincidence theory. So the government coincidence theory is theory A, and then the conspiracy theory is theory B.
Yeah, that's a good way to start conversations. I would recommend that to the so-called conspiracy theorists. If they're being attacked as that, then you kind of introduce the talk with coincidence theory.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So, yeah, feel free. All our listeners out there, feel free to chime in. Quite a fascinating topic. And I think we'll be hearing the phrase coincidence theory and coincidence theorists a lot more out there. And you guys have heard it here first on MindShock. If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to let those notifications come through. You can check us out, Twitter, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic requests as well as podcasters. Maxwell is our top requested podcaster. And you could also check us out on Facebook. Make sure to like and follow for exclusive content. This is Bruce McGuire signing off.
I'm Maxwell Powers.
Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MindShock. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. Today we're talking about cold, hard truth and why most people can't handle it, most people don't want it, and most people will get severely triggered by just the notion of pursuing it at all costs. If you enjoy the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. If that's still not working, you just go to youtube.com/MindShock and check for updates manually, or check out our ever-growing back catalog of mind-shocking podcasts in the fields of conspiracy, aka corruption investigation, aka critical thinking, the paranormal, and various true crime cases that are as of yet unsolved. If you like this particular podcast and exploring the psychology of coincidence theorists and conspiracy theorists alike, hit that like button, share it on social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. All right, so in the information age, I mean, now that the internet's been readily available for what, over a decade now, close to 2 decades of ready availability, and people are still cowering away from the truth like never before. It's actually really, really bizarre. A lot of conspiracy theorists, aka critical thinkers, aka corruption investigators, I mean, that's really all it is. Criminal conspiracy is prosecuted every day in the world. This is nothing new. Humans are not perfect. Some humans are corrupt. Humans are capable of lying, being deceitful, pursuing profitable ends, even if that means doing things that are unscrupulous or flat out illegal or unlawful. This is not shocking to anybody who's not at a children's level of naivete about the state of the world and how humans behave and function and think. And I don't want to insult any children there, because a lot of children actually are mentally ahead of coincidence theorists. So yeah, it's strange. Some conspiracy theorists really believed that in the digital information age, where everybody literally has a world library in their pocket. Now, of course, the past 2 years or so with modern day book burning, aka Google and big tech censorship in the past year or two, you're going to have to use uncensored search engines to really get real information and not just propaganda for the corrupt profiteers and companies seeking to make money. So they've kind of exercised more and more control with these COVID 1984 measures, and that has trickled over, that has seeped over, if not flooded completely over the internet space. So it's more difficult now, but let's take the past 2 years or so out of the equation. I think some people actually pinpointed 2016, 2017 for the beginning of the keyword censoring and things of that nature, because obviously the truth is not afraid of investigation. There's no need to censor things if they're that obviously untrue. So that's very, very telling, but for whatever reason, coincidence theorists don't see that. And the thought police is out in full steam. So regardless, certain conspiracy theorists actually believed that in the past decade or two, that the majority of people would see through the lies of the corrupt profiteers. And yet people are still some people are still on the fence about fake news. They still trust what's on the idiot box. Against all logic, reason, history. I mean, it's just basic human psychology. It's just really, really bizarre how it seems like Aldous Huxley has been proven correct yet again, that the real lesson of history is that men do not learn the lessons of history. So no matter how many times something repeats, and we can see it unfolding all around us, whether it's communism or censoring, all these things, the shutting down of ideas, all these things only lead in one direction. Restricting people's rights to defend themselves or how they do that, that all leads in one direction and one direction only. And Aldous Huxley, I mean, he was really onto something. So history repeats, yeah, that's all well and good, and maybe at certain points in the past, that might have even been shocking to some, where possibly human civilizations reach a certain point of technology and they destroy themselves. I mean, are we talking about Atlantis here, Lemuria, Tartaria, who knows? But yeah, history repeats, that's a lesson, but Aldous Huxley went a step further and really identified the true lesson. That, yeah, history repeats, but humans are not going to learn from it. They're not going to learn from it, and that's why we have this repetition, these cycles where humans have it too easy, and their brains kind of atrophy in a way if there's too much comfort. I mean, a lot of different theories on that, and in that regard, I mean, we can go back to how government overreach ends, so to speak. And again, countless examples throughout history. And yet there are still goofballs out there still pushing for more and more governmental control over their lives and to treat them more and more like slaves. But anyway, we're now in the modern age. You would think the truth would be more easy to identify than ever before. And if we want to put the caveat on there, let's talk up to 2017 or so, before the internet censoring. So at this juncture, why are the masses still asleep, so to speak? Why are the sheeple, the lemmings, the cognitive dissonant coincidence theorists, and I guess I answered my own question here, they're so hopelessly indoctrinated into the cult of state and authority worship and scientism, they have this desperate need to look to others to tell them what to think and what the truth is. And any kind of individual, a logical, reasonable individual, a corruption investigator, a critical thinker, or aka conspiracy theorist, one theorizing that humans are fallible and or corrupt and are capable of lying and are capable of twisting things for profit. Wow, what an outlandish concept. It's just really, really funny. But yeah, these individuals, if they come and hint at certain truths that are uncomfortable, of course, I believe it was Nietzsche who said, people don't want the truth because they don't want their illusions shattered. So these illusions are what people cling desperately to like safety blankets. That's their blankie. Coincidence theorists have their blankies, and any notion, even a tiny nudge to get that blanket slightly off, is met with extreme resistance. Their cognitive dissonance starts spinning out of control because their subconscious does realize the truth of what's being presented, that humans are fallible and or corrupt. So again, it's very obvious, even to a child, but these coincidence theorists, these hopelessly indoctrinated masses, they also, on a certain level, it's hard to blame them, because if their subconscious has accurately identified that they're mentally, they can't handle the truth, they'll have a nervous breakdown, it's just too much to handle, then maybe it is a good thing that their cognitive dissonance spins out of control, causing them to get triggered, to become defensive, to initiate that fight or flight response of the brain to protect its own ideas. Because it's very, very scary if they don't have any experience, if they grew up in this everyone gets a trophy lifestyle, where they grew up thinking that all opinions are somehow equally valid, and they don't know the difference between an opinion, a fact, between science and scientism, and they've been conditioned to just take on blind faith as gospel, propaganda peddled by people in certain costumes or on particular idiot box channels. That is synonymous with truth to them. So they don't have the mental wherewithal. They don't have these mental skills, the logic, the reason to discern what is truth and what is not truth. And of course, they would lash out at anybody who does have the mental strength, because it puts that spotlight on them that they don't. And of course, most people's egos have them on such short strings that they can't even admit to themselves the possibility that they could be hoodwinked. I'm going to invoke some Mark Twain here. It's easier to fool someone than convince them they've been fooled. Again, why is that? Because of the ego. And humans have just, in modern society, especially Western societies, they've been so indoctrinated to indulge the ego at every turn. It grows so powerful that it'll trump truth. It'll stomp it out, like the Mr. Smith effect. For the people that aren't aware, the Mr. Smith effect, basically, somebody's a normal person, you're having a normal conversation. If you bring up a particular topic that threatens the matrix or the powers that be, the corrupt profiteers, whether you mention something being off about 9/11 or vaccines or whatever the case may be, anything that's lining the pockets of the corrupt profiteers, anything that is part of the mirage the matrix, the illusion that the system needs to keep working, all of a sudden that individual, their logic switch is shut off, and then they label you a crazy conspiracy theorist. How dare you think critically? How dare you question authorities? They're wearing magical costumes, or they're part of these rituals where they get sworn in at these buildings that gives them the power to rule their fellow man. It's just the silliness, of course, off the charts for any logical individual. But for the cognitive dissonant masses and the coincidence theorists, it's just that triggering. It threatens their illusions because it's much more mentally comfortable to live in a world where government authorities truly do have your best interests at heart, where scientists or people wearing these white costumes, these white capes and lab coats, they really know what they're doing and they can't be mistaken. That gives a certain level of security to the average mentally weak individual, and they don't want that safety blanket ripped away because, again, they can't handle the truth. How many people are truly capable of looking at cold, hard truth? Because cold, hard truth might include the possibility that someone that has been going to an indoctrination facility and they have a high-ranking indoctrination degree, whether it's a doctorate, a postmaster's, something of that nature, they have one or multiple advanced degrees. The mental strength that's required to realize that that was all built on houses of cards. Now, again, I'm not saying it's all wrong. I'm just saying these are opinions of people that have come before that could be mistaken. For example, relativity. Obviously, Ren Zikow has thoroughly debunked Einstein's relativity, but yet that's what's taught in these indoctrination facilities known as colleges, and that's what people get their degrees in. They get their degrees in these house of cards assumptions, but they have to pretend that it's true because otherwise, what would again, the ego dominates them so completely. Upton Sinclair once said, it's very difficult to get a man to understand something which his paycheck depends on him not understanding. Like, again, we can go into the flat earth conspiracy theory. Obviously, this is highly triggering, and I'm not saying it's true, but just for the sake of argument, if flat earth is true, I mean, how much value do all of these people with doctorates in physics, astrophysics, all these so-called academics, how much value do they have? It goes to nothing. So the mental strength required to even entertain the theory, to even consider it as true without believing it to be objective, neutral, scientific, logical, that's a bridge too far for these individuals because their ego dominates them so completely, and you can see all these tells in any kind of debate they've had or public argument of any kind. Obviously, if you haven't checked out the MINDSHOCK logical analyses on flat earth debates, I go over all of these things, and the flat earth topic, one of the most triggering, it's also one of the best to develop basic logic and reason to understand how logical fallacies work. Again, nothing to do with the conclusions. It's just kind of amusing that a lot of flat earthers, even if wrong about their conclusions, are just that much more logical and have that much more thorough understanding of the scientific method. So, yeah, Upton Sinclair, quite astute in that quote, because if your livelihood and your self-identity is tied to your belief system, you will not be able to objectively analyze and audit that belief system. The mental strength required is too much. And of course, most people are just mentally weak, even the ones that haven't been through high ranks in indoctrination facilities. It's easier to go along with the crowd. And some of this, again, ties into genetic memory. If you're some kind of nomadic tribe, if you break off from the tribe, your chance of survival drops substantially. So I'm not going to say there's no reason for herd mentality. But again, the people that value the truth more than their own mental comfort or safety blanket, those are the people that turn into the critical thinkers, the corruption investigators, the, dare I say, conspiracy theorists. So it's very interesting to analyze, even before a debate, how many people are after the cold, hard truth. What are they willing to sacrifice for the cold, hard truth? Because the majority of individuals are not willing to sacrifice their own identity and everything they worked so hard for their entire life if it means that what they believe or their belief system that they have their blind faith in is wrong. They're just not, they don't have that kind of mental strength. And I'm not even saying most people should, or conspiracy theorists, aka critical thinkers, should expect them to. There is a certain amount that their mental fragility of coincidence theorists should be respected. And I did a podcast on that. If you haven't checked that out, respecting mental fragility. Similarly, if someone has a mental disability of one kind, you can't expect them to understand perfectly and flawlessly what you're saying and go along with it. It's too big of an ask. So all of these psychological factors should be kept in mind when anybody is analyzing any conspiracy theory or coincidence theory or engaging in any kind of dialogue with someone who is a scientism or authority worshiping cultist. Because without understanding that mentality, it's not going to be a meaningful dialogue or discussion unless you're doing it for the purpose of those observing. Because those observing, if they do have mental strength and simply haven't been exposed to these ideas, they simply haven't seen the debunks of scientism, they weren't educated in the differences between science and scientism, then they would get a lot of value out of that. That's why I do some of these logical analyses and analyses on debate, and even some of these podcasts right here, because even if it's a vast minority, there's still a decently sized portion of the population that can handle the cold, hard truth. Hope you guys enjoyed another edition of the MindShock podcast. If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Help support the channel and help us get more mind-shocking episodes out, examining a slew of topics from coincidence theorist psychology, conspiracy theorist psychology, the paranormal, and true crime cases. Hit that like button, share this podcast across social media platform. Let's bring an age of logic and reason back to the world so that we can build a better world where the corrupt profiteers do not just hoodwink everyone en masse with no recourse. You can find us Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority, case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast, depending on your tier. And if you want to debate me, we can do that also. Just make sure you are well-versed in logical fallacies, because they will be called out in the interest of valid discussion and valid conversation. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire, signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
You are listening to MindShock. This is Bruce McGuire. Recently, I did an analysis and commentary on a flat earth debate, Anthony Cumia versus David Weiss. Now, in these flat earth debates, it always seems the flat earthers are just mopping the floor with these heliocentric globers, and on the internet, just overall, it's just a really bad look for the heliocentric globe model. And I think there's a lot of confusion about debate in general. Just because someone mops the floor with someone on every single level intellectually, based on science, logic, and reason, that doesn't mean they're correct about their conclusion. The complete incompetent buffoons like Anthony Cumia and his buddies in this particular debate, if you haven't checked it out, check out that episode. It's a pretty long analysis, point by point, on all of the illogicality that most of these vocal public heliocentric self-appointed globe model defenders use, which is pretty unfortunate because it's the heliocentric model. Now, I'm not saying it's true or false, but if it's true, it's just very unfortunate that flat earthers are just demolishing globe earthers in debates. But I think it's important to point out that doesn't mean that the flat earthers have the correct model. Once again, if you like the MindShock podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. If you like the podcast, hit the like button. Feel free to share it across social media platforms. And you could also check us out Twitter, Reddit, and Patreon. And make sure you like and follow our Facebook page for exclusive updates. And any questions, comments, theories, rebuttals, debunkings, I'll leave them in the comment section. So again, I know I'm going to get challenged by flat earthers to debate, and I have been. And again, this is MindShock. The only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. So to be scientific is to be neutral and objective, not to pick a side, especially not to pick a side based on indoctrination and religious dogma, and defend it with religious fervor, like Anthony Cumia perfectly illustrated on how that's done in this recent debate with David Weiss. Now, David Weiss made a lot of mistakes too, and he did not jump on the opportunity to expose these guys' fallacies to the extent that they should be exposed, which is why I did the previous podcast on it. So again, I just wanted to address the very nature of debate. I think it's very important to come to a conclusion if you choose to do so. If you find enough information, if somebody possesses the mental capacity to understand real science and logic, they would be able to discern whether information is valid, whether experiments are valid, and whether there's enough data and evidence to support coming to a conclusion in any issue, regardless of flat versus globe Earth, although this seems to be just a really, really heated topic where people just get emotionally triggered at the drop of a hat anytime their religious indoctrination is questioned. Now, it doesn't matter who the debate is between, whether it's these random nobody buffoons like Cumia's buddies and Cumia, or Neil deGrasse Tyson, or Bill Nye the Science Guy. Like, these guys, they have their indoctrination certificates. That doesn't make them experts in the model. That doesn't make them understand science, logic, or reason, because most of them are just scientism worshippers. So what's really unfortunate is if the heliocentric globe model is true, there really don't seem to be any highly intelligent debaters that are taking anybody up on these offers online. So it's giving the illusion, per se. Again, I'm going to get attacked by flat earthers here. It doesn't matter if the in this case, what I'm discussing, it's irrelevant which model of the universe is true. What's relevant is how people religiously defend their dogma they've been indoctrinated with. And these indoctrination institutions, that doesn't mean they're teaching the wrong stuff. I mean, a lot of it could be true. A lot of it is true and applicable to the real world. The problem is with the way that it's taught. It's not taught to use logic. You have to regurgitate the answers on command for your professor, or you do not pass. And the whole system, the whole Western schooling system, is set up that way. So, and there are some other countries where it's not set up that way. There aren't tests, standardized tests, and all these things. They're more of a discussion-based format where you logically discuss ideas and their validity and different viewpoints. That's a better version of an education, because to be so blinded by one's ignorance, again, Anthony Cumia is a perfect example. He can't even fathom the possibility that he's wrong about anything. He calls himself he says he has all this knowledge about astrophysics, and it's just so silly, the extent of his hubris. And a lot of these people are like that. I mean, every now and then, Neil deGrasse Tyson, for all of his asinine buffoonery, he still makes some good points here and there about what little there is known. And another good documentary you could check out is The Principle, which is actually based on geocentrism. So that's not quite a step far enough to flat Earth. So maybe people can objectively and scientifically look at that documentary just for the ideas that are presented, not to just swallow it as truth, which, for whatever reason, a lot of humans out there, they just want to swallow one propaganda versus another. Again, a lot of flat earthers, their arguments, yes, they can mop the floor with all these heliocentric globers, but that doesn't make their model true. So that's just a very important point and distinction that needs to be made. No matter how bad all of these heliocentric globe believers make themselves look, they make fools out of themselves in all of these debates. I mean, even highly credentialed individuals, with advanced degrees of indoctrination, they look really, really silly because they don't even utilize the basic principles of basic logic and reason. They don't understand the basics of science, and they don't apply them because they've been so thoroughly indoctrinated with scientism. They're so lost that they can't even mount a logical argument without appealing to fallacies. However, that doesn't make their ultimate position false, because if the Earth is a heliocentric globe, just because the chosen self-appointed representatives are ignorant buffoons for the most part that have been, the loudest voices are usually the most ignorant, that doesn't mean their model is false. So I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of experts out there that are just, they don't like publicity, so they're not going to publicly debate, but they should, because there needs to be more people coming out to make defenses of the heliocentric globe model, because this is looking so bad, and all of these public buffoons out there that think they're mocking and ridiculing flat Earth, they're mounting, they're causing more believers. So the flat earthers they're going to be out of control soon, because the buffoons that are choosing to make these public stands for the heliocentric globe model without understanding the heliocentric globe model or the flat earth model. So they don't have the mental wherewithal to even understand either model, and their extreme Dunning-Kruger prevents them from understanding their own lack of mental capacity and understanding, so they'll never really know the extent of their ignorance, and they'll just continue projecting all of this misunderstanding while pretending they understand. Again, Anthony Cumia is a perfect example of this. So it's hilarious in one way, but it's sad in the other way, because we're not getting real scientific logical debate for both sides, because for whatever reason, the most ignorant and the most buffoon-like representatives of the heliocentric globe model are the ones choosing to be the loudest and going out on all these platforms and having these public debates and just making not only complete fools out of themselves and making them look really silly, but they're just such poor representatives of the heliocentric globe model that it's such a bad look in general. And I don't think, and obviously they don't realize it, otherwise they wouldn't do it. But these people, I mean, they're offering $1 million rewards to these flat earthers that, of course, they don't even understand what goes into their proposal. Why don't they put that money towards just hiring a very credible professional individual to just go on the podcast and defend the heliocentric globe model logically and scientifically? It's baffling why it's not done. I mean, if this is some kind of weird psyop and the government wants to perpetuate the growth of flat earthers for whatever reason, I guess they might be encouraging the most ignorant of the buffoons to be the loudest, to make the heliocentric globe model look that silly that there'll just be an extreme rise in flat earthers. I mean, is that one of the conspiracies? Because that's what it's looking like now. I mean, you got Joe Rogan, you got Neil deGrasse Tyson, Anthony Cumia. You have all these ignorant buffoons who don't understand either model, just making a mockery of themselves and logic while pretending they have logic and common sense. Also, notice how often they have to use those terms. It's almost like they're trying to convince themselves they're being logical and non-religious while just being fallacious and religious in their defense. It's so beyond silly that it's hard to believe that this is all going on. And I made this allusion in the Anthony Cumia versus David Weiss video. I mean, have they learned nothing from the election of Donald Trump? Regardless of which side you're on, whether you support government in general or not, there's always a pushback to just this asinine buffoonery, this try to shove down your throat and discredit and make a mockery of something while not understanding anything and being extremely ignorant. The pushback on that is always extreme, whether it's by other ignorant people or whatnot. Regardless of that, the scales must balance in the universe. So again, if you are an indoctrinated religious heliocentric globe believer, have someone more credible make that stand, because you're just making the heliocentric model look so silly when there actually is credible evidence for it. And I know I've been teasing for a very long time about making a proper defense for the heliocentric globe model. But again, if I'm going to be truly scientific and logical, you have to be objective and neutral and skeptical of all claims on both sides. That's the true scientific position. I don't really see anybody else taking it, which is kind of strange. All these people just want to cling desperately to their religious dogma. It's like, what is this mental weakness and psychological need to have a model? You don't need to have a model. If there's not enough evidence or there's too much fraudulent evidence, if the pool has been corrupted and contaminated to such an extent, you don't have to pick a side to go swimming on. You just don't have to do it. You can remain scientific, logical, and neutral.
So I don't know why so many people are refusing to do that, but and there's other theories. There's of course concave Earth, which I have not taken a deep dive into. It's a little more complicated. If these goofballs like Anthony Cumia, if they can't even understand the flat Earth, they're not really going to understand concave Earth because it's a little bit more complex and complicated. But yeah, in general, just to sum it all up, just because you get absolutely demolished in a debate, just because you use every single fallacy under the sun in record-setting frequency like Anthony Cumia does, doesn't mean you're wrong about your ultimate position that you've been indoctrinated into religiously. You know, there are certain religious positions that are true. They're just the methodology to arrive at that conclusion that could be completely unscientific, completely illogical, using no sense or reason whatsoever, but it can be basically accidentally correct. If you were just indoctrinated into a particular model and it's the correct model, you could still be correct about that final conclusion. You probably shouldn't be discussing it in public, though, because that's just, unless you want, I mean, if he wants people to just be laugh at and entertain at his ridiculousness and not even comprehending the basics of any kind of logic and reason, and Joe Rogan does the same thing. I don't know. Maybe they get a kick out of it. Maybe they just don't care, or maybe they're carrying out some kind of shill agenda to make the flat Earth movement rise by making the heliocentric globe position look so ridiculous, silly, and unsupported, even when it is. They're just making it look like it's not. Is that all part of the plan? I don't know, but these are all questions that need to be asked. And on MINDSHOCK, the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. So, we hope you enjoyed another MINDSHOCK look at debates in general and the baffling topic of flat Earth versus heliocentric globe Earth debates. Once again, if you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. You can check us out Twitter, Reddit, Patreon. Like and follow our Facebook for exclusive updates. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is Bruce McGuire. As usual, some conspiratorial topics for all the listeners today. And we're going to start with denialism. The art of denial and its place in society, particularly as pertaining to certain events, staged, hoaxed, or real, and also on a broader scale. For example, hologram theory or simulation theory, where everything is not really real. And the differences between these things, the reactions of the cognitive dissonant masses, the thoroughly indoctrinated masses to what is considered acceptable or not acceptable denialism in our current political climate, and why logic and reason is being intentionally suppressed. Will the truth really set everyone free? Big topics, big discussions, as always, on MINDSHOCK. Not for the faint of heart. Not for the coincidence theorists. This is a trigger warning for the coincidence theorists. They might not like this one bit. But this is MINDSHOCK, where the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. And if discussing that makes people uncomfortable, then they should probably go to a safer space than the internet. The internet is not quite a safe space. You are going to hear opinions that might run contrary to your own, and if that's too threatening or triggering, then one needs to work on themselves instead of crying for the whole world to change for them to accommodate them. That's actually one of the biggest problems we are facing in society today. The need to be offended. I mean, is this just an attention grab? Oh, look at me, I'm offended, I need attention. Everybody change for me, please. Let's identify as dinosaurs, and the whole world must identify with us. It's not enough to identify yourself. You must try to force everyone to go along with you. These are bizarre times in 2020. As always, if you enjoy the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. If you like this podcast, hit the like button, share it across social media platforms. For topics being discussed, you will not see or hear discussed elsewhere, because that's what MindShock is all about. Questions, comments, thoughts, theories, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings, insults of any kind, leave them in the comments section. You can also check us out on social media, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for topics, true crime cases, logical analyses, or subject requests, and co-podcaster requests. All right, so let's look at the scope of denialism. So the corrupt profiteers, the string pullers, the puppet masters, under their very, very careful consideration, it is politically correct to discuss holographic theories of reality, simulation theory. Are we all living in a computer program? In which case, nothing is really real because it's all simulated, it's all fake. But if you only talk about a single event being faked, staged, or hoaxed, that's a no-no. That's something the mentally weak find too triggering. Now, offense is obviously, you have a choice to be offended or not. Something bad can happen to you. Someone can say something you completely disagree with, find distasteful or disrespectful or downright stupid. It's your choice to be offended by it, or you could just be a mature adult and say, oh, that's a silly person. And, continue on with your life. Instead of just completely going off the wall insane, crying, moaning, and just obsessing over someone's opinion. I mean, it's really bizarre. Some people get so triggered because, of course, their faith-based belief systems, whether it's scientism, people landing on the moon, regardless of whether they did or didn't, some of these topics are just so triggering for the mentally fragile. They just can't handle it even being discussed. And you can see the same thing, even these appeals to emotion. And, of course, appeal to emotion is a logical fallacy for a reason, because if you're being emotional, particularly knee-jerk emotional reactions, how dare you question whether an event happened or not? How dare you? I mean, maybe it happened, maybe it didn't. I mean, I wasn't at any of these particular events in history that are highly triggering, regardless of which ones you want to discuss. So I don't really know if it was there or not. I mean, is it really that much of an issue to demand strict adherence to logic and reason and the scientific method? And not taking on blind faith as gospel truth the words of corrupt profiteers who often lie? I mean, how is it disrespectful to potential victims? I'm not saying an event happened or didn't happen. I don't know. I wasn't there. I mean, is that really that triggering? It's just really bizarre. Science is skepticism. The default is not to be religious and faith-based and accept as dogma whatever you hear on the idiot box, regardless of who the information is coming from. So whether you're looking at appeal to authority logical fallacies, genetic logical fallacies, these are all related, whereas you're deeming something being true or untrue depending on the source. Either it's true or untrue, the source is irrelevant. I mean, even non-credible sources can still be correct. I mean, if you hear some crack addict on the street screaming some arithmetic equations, you're going to automatically believe he's wrong because he's a crack addict? That's kind of silly. If he can be accidentally correct, which is, again, black and white fallacies galore that we see with everything. That's why I do some of these logical analyses on MindShock, is because most people don't. They just take for granted the words of corrupt profiteers. It's really, really bizarre. It's really bizarre. We are living in bizarre times. I really don't know. I wasn't around 100 or 200 years ago, so I really don't know if it was that much different in times, in bygone eras. However, there are these old sayings that are quite interesting. Nothing popular is true, nothing true is popular. Believe none of what you hear and only half of what you see. I mean, those are wise words that have been around for a long time. How often have mainstream or official narratives been correct? I mean, if you really dig through history, not very often. So if you're working with a majority falsehood, then you should doubt whatever you hear from any source. And certainly don't take my word for anything. Everything should be empirically verified. I mean, I've had multiple requests to go over gaslighting, the gaslighting process, and what we're seeing with the news, the mainstream news outlets, and even alternative media, and how gaslighting is done and what to watch out for. Ultimately, if you're well rooted in logic, reason, basic human psychology, basic history, you'll be relatively impervious to gaslighting. And I will be going over pros and cons of questioning one's reality, because you should question your reality. You should question your own beliefs. It's almost like doing an audit where you just say, wait a second, I've been indoctrinated into XYZ. Is it legitimate? I mean, let's put it to the fire. Let's test it using objective logic and reason and the scientific method, if you're looking at certain scientific beliefs, just to make sure you haven't been hoodwinked into scientism. I mean, why is doing an audit that much of an issue? If you're doing it objectively, of course. If you're not putting your trust into corrupt profiteers. Trust and faith, as opposed to actual objective logic, reason, and science. And obviously on MindShock, I go over that all the time. It doesn't matter which topic. I mean, why be really, especially the people that pretend to be scientific, those are the ones that are triggered the most. Those have the most Dunning-Kruger, because, as Upton Sinclair once said, it's very difficult to get a man to understand something which his paycheck depends on him not understanding. And then, of course, the more severe one's indoctrination is, the less likely they are going to be to question those base layers of indoctrination. Doesn't matter if it's flat earth, big pharma, vaccines, whatever. Some of these fundamental basic layers, if they were bypassed, theory of relativity, even if they do not hold up to the scientific method, should one believe them? And certain people are just absolutely terrified of anyone even questioning the base layers, and that's very telling. Because if you're just peddling scientism dogma, whether you're worshiping at the altars of the Church of the CDC or the Church of NASA, if that's how you're doing it and you're viewing these people as priests in lab coats and they're not allowed to be questioned, how dare you question? That's just religion. And the people that their scientism is masquerading as real science, when that's exposed, they get very, very triggered. And that's why learning basic human psychology is very helpful, so you can kind of see how the brain works in protecting its own belief systems. You have the fight or flight response, whereas the most secure of people, they don't get triggered. They're like, oh, okay, that person believes that. Oh, that's kind of weird. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not. They don't obsess over anything. I mean, Sid Irwin, one of our main podcasters on MindShock, he's one of these individuals. He's a very high IQ, possibly too high for Mensa. If you notice his reactions to even things he's never heard of before. We did a podcast on flat Earth and what some Mensa ideas on flat Earth, and you can see how he reacts to certain things. And versus other people, you could look through some of the MindShock comments, you could look at reactions to any kind of even flat Earth debate, because if you're that secure in your belief system, regardless of which model you believe in, if you've audited repeatedly to make sure it aligns with the scientific method, regardless of what you believe in, regardless of which cosmological system you believe in, if you're that secure, you're not going to be triggered by others' beliefs. Same thing with any of these possibly staged or hoaxed events throughout history, allegedly hoaxed events. Maybe they're real, maybe they're not. If you're that secure and you legitimately know they happened, would such an individual react by becoming so emotionally triggered? Obviously not. The people that get emotionally triggered, some of these coincidence theorists, they're the ones that realize the line of inquiry is legitimate. And you could view my Joe Rogan logical analyses. Those are really good because you could see Joe Rogan get really heavily triggered when Eddie Bravo exposes Rogan's scientism beliefs, his faith-based dogmatic beliefs, and Rogan realizes it, which is why he reacts the way he reacts. Now, again, I'm not saying Eddie Bravo is correct about any conclusions of any kind, but just in exposing Rogan's religious mindset while pretending to be scientific against all logic and reason in the scientific method itself. Those are very, very good tools to kind of look at how certain people react when their scientism is exposed as such. And the masquerade of pretending to be scientific is exposed. So in denialism, obviously denial is a coping mechanism as well. So you can deny someone's line of inquiry is legitimate if it makes you feel better, because people who really don't know the proofs for the heliocentric globe, just for the purpose of this statement, let's assume the Earth really is a heliocentric globe. I'm not saying it is or it isn't. But if it is, and one is familiar with all the proofs and how they line up to the scientific method, they wouldn't be triggered by a flat earther preaching their flat earth beliefs. But they realized that they took it on blind faith because they were indoctrinated, and that's uncomfortable. So, of course, the subconscious gets triggered. The ego gets triggered. And they don't like the idea that they were basically fooled and indoctrinated into taking it on faith. Now, it might be true. It might be true. But the people that pretend to be scientific, that conflicts with the ego. They can't handle having the fact that they took it on faith thrown in their face. So then they react accordingly. This is all obviously very, very basic. And I mean, even to children, this is very obvious. So I mean, some things I can't even believe I have to go over on MindShock, but I seem to give the average adult walking around too much credit, because I consider myself relatively average with a minimum children's level understanding of English, science, logic, and reason. And so everything I'm saying, I don't believe you have to have any kind of advanced knowledge of any kind, just the basics. But the amount of people that don't even have the basics is actually staggering. Staggering. And it doesn't make me above average in any way. It just means there's a lot of people out there that don't have these basics down. A staggering, mind-shocking amount of people. And just scrolling through some of the comments of a random MindShock video will make that evident, if it's not already evident. So this denialism, it's a certain level of hypocrisy, of course, where you're allowed to deny everything, but you're not allowed to deny certain things. It's just the silliness is off the charts. And I'll be going more into the Mr. Smith effect, but this is known, of course, to conspiracy theorists, aka critical thinkers. Coincidence theorists might not even realize what they're doing because they're so thoroughly indoctrinated, they protect the system and status quo. That's the automatic response. How dare you say something non-PC? How dare you question something that was on the news or the official narrative? Let's pretend nefarious individuals can only act alone, because otherwise it would be a conspiracy. And any kind of tinfoil talk is obviously silly, because nefarious individuals only act alone. They're not allowed to act in groups. How dare you suggest that? We will suspend all logic and reason and all known laws of physics to believe the official narrative, because what's the alternative? Corrupt people acting with other corrupt people to carry out schemes? That's just impossible. Oh man, coincidence theorist mentality is quite amusing. So yeah, that's the gist of denialism. Society, the string pullers of society, the corrupt profiteers, you can call them the Illuminati, the New World Order, whatever you want, just these corrupt people that socially engineer what's socially acceptable for all the peons, for all the cognitive dissonant masses, the sheep, the lemmings, who cannot think or question for themselves. And conspiracy theorists, of course, the critical thinkers, those who employ logic and reason, deductive reasoning, they won't just swallow the propaganda whole. They'll actually be scientific. They'll actually be skeptical, because science is skepticism. It's the opposite of religion or taking things on blind faith, particularly from people who are known for lying. It's just, it's all quite bizarre when you just take a step back and look at things objectively instead of being emotional, instead of allowing the ego to dominate. Mark Twain saying, if indeed it was him who said it, it's easier to fool someone than convince them they've been fooled, because of course the human ego, very, very powerful. It does not like to even have it suggested that one was able to be hoodwinked, because they think that makes them stupid, and they can't be stupid because, of course, Dunning-Kruger. Very, very important effect to factor when looking for truth involving humans. Many humans are not competent enough to realize their incompetence. Everybody thinks they're logical and scientific. And when you put their feet to the fire and actually force them to examine whether or not their beliefs are actually scientific and aligning with logic and reason, or simply logical fallacies stacked on top of each other, that's when all the triggering starts. And it's a tried and true process. I've been dealing with it for quite some time. I've been researching it for quite some time. The longtime MindShock listeners can see this. I mean, you can see this even in our true crime coverage. There's a lot of silly people out there that are just very threatened anytime their faith-based beliefs are exposed as faith-based and not actually rooted in logic, reason, and science and fact. But they're going around pretending it is, and they don't like it when people point out it isn't, because then, of course, that means they were either fooled or they have some other agenda they are carrying out. So that's the gist of denialism. Sometimes deemed okay, sometimes not. But denialism, or basically, that's another way of being skeptical, because why would you just blindly accept? Denialism should be the standard. It should be the standard, just like skepticism. Now, it's a slight step forward, because where skepticism, you're not saying it didn't happen. Obviously, denialism, you're making an assertion that it definitely did not happen. I personally would not go that far to make that assertion, because you'd have to know for sure. You'd have to have a lot of information. And people are also unwilling to just say, wait a second, there's not enough information to say whether this event really happened or not. And I don't know why. It's just, if you haven't checked out the previous MindShock podcast, Rushes to Judgment, it seems to be just a very human trait to want to pick a side. Fence sitting is just not encouraged by modern society for some reason, when it really should be, especially when you have the intelligence to realize you're working with incomplete information, you're working with many distrustful sources. So it's very, very difficult to have enough definitive information to pick a side definitively. So personally, I wouldn't go to denialism, but I would say that those denying would probably be more often in the right than in the wrong, just offhand, just looking at statistics. But in general, I prefer skepticism. I prefer science, where you're not going to outright deny an event, but why would you take it on faith? You're going to be skeptical. You're going to accept evidence that aligns with the scientific method and that holds up to logical scrutiny, that holds up to logic and reason, because otherwise you're just feeding into dogmas of corrupt establishments. Any thoughts, comments, theories, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings, insults of any kind, leave them in the comment section. If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. If you liked this podcast, hit the like button, share it across social media platforms. You can check us out on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic requests. And depending on your Patreon tier, you can also be a guest on the podcast. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MindShock. Today's topic is a little bit of a departure from the normal topics that MindShock covers, but it was requested, so I'll have a logical crack at it. Not crack addict, crack at it. It is, of course, the gender pronoun debate. Some people loop this in with the trans debate and all of these issues. I don't know why it has become all politicized and it can't be discussed outside of political affiliation, but I will attempt to do so. And hopefully the listeners will get something out of it. As always, if you enjoyed the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. Make sure your device allows those notifications to come through. If you like this particular podcast, share it across social media platforms and hit the like button. Questions, comments, thoughts, theories, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings, insults of any kind, leave them in the comment section. And you could check us out on Twitter, Reddit, Facebook, Patreon. Patrons, of course, do get priority for case and topic requests, as well as co-podcaster requests. I know JR is a favorite of many. Okay, so the first thing that needs to be addressed are definitions and what it all means, and the logical fallacies and false dichotomies and hallucinations and delusions brought forth as a result of word definitions, regardless of which side of this so-called debate you're on. But let's say a cat owner wants their cat to be called a dog. Now, we're not talking about the name of the cat or dog. So let's say her cat is named Snowball from The Simpsons, but they want you to view the cat as a dog, but a cat is not a dog. So here is the jump. Here's where the problem lies. If you refuse to call the cat a dog or regard the cat as a dog, does that mean you're against cats, or does that mean you're against dogs? Personally, I'm an animal lover, and I believe in animal rights to the fullest extent that one can do so. I don't want anybody harming cats or dogs. I think all animals of all species should enjoy the right to live without being tortured and killed. That's just my opinion. Obviously, other people have different opinions, and that's independent of the food chain. I mean, everybody's got to do what they got to do to survive, so if a cat needs to kill a bird and eat it to survive, that's what it's got to do. I'm not against birds. I'm not against cats. I'm for both those species. So if someone refuses to call a man a woman or a woman a man, or refuses to view the gender definition as defined by a dictionary, or at least dictionary up until the dictionary up until modern times, up until the past few years of insanity. See, here's where the hypocrisy comes in, because if gender is a social construct and it's not real, so that means someone demanding to be viewed as a woman. If being a woman is a construct, who are they to decide what someone else's view of a woman is? Because if we're going to agree with them and say that gender is a social construct and it exists in the mind of the observer, so to speak, based on their personal views, isn't that intolerant of another person's personal views? Like, let's forget scientific definitions. Let's throw those out the window for a moment. Let's get all emotional. Let's get all about our feelings. So if someone feels that a gender definition as defined by a dictionary or by science, not regardless of whether that's true or not, but that's the way they feel it should be that in their brain, why are certain people so intolerant of that they want to force other people to conform to their definition? That's what's bizarre, because if we're pretending objective, empirically verifiable definitions don't exist, which, yeah, let's do that. I mean, I have no problem with doing that to figure all this out. So then what makes one person's subjective definition trump another person's subjective definition? And wouldn't it be intolerant, regardless of which side you're on, wouldn't it be intolerant to demand that everybody view something like gender or whatever? What if someone views blonde hair as actually brunette? If they identify as a brunette, even if they're blonde, you have to conform to their definition of hair color, because hair color could be a social construct as well. Who's to say it's not? Who's to say it's not? Why are people so intolerant of a view that hair color could be a social construct? I mean, there's actually, some people think blondes are dumb or whatever. I mean, there's a lot of associations you can draw to actually make a case for hair color being a social construct. And if everything is a social construct and nothing can be objective or empirically verifiable, what is with the intolerance of people who have opposing viewpoints? The hypocrisy there is an issue. It's an issue because if we agree that it's all social constructs, which, again, I'm not debating that in this podcast. I am not picking a side on whether it's a social construct or not. I'm actually saying, let's say it is. Let's, just for the sake of argument, let's all agree just for this purpose that it is a social construct. Who's to say which society or which individuals can demand others conform to their own interpretations and subjective viewpoints? Because if all subjective viewpoints are equal and you don't want to demean or diminish one viewpoint over another, what is with this intolerance of people who have opposing viewpoints? That's what doesn't really make a lot of sense. Or we could just use objective, empirically verifiable definitions and it'll all make sense. So, and the other issue is, of course, this false equivalency and this extreme straw manning in pretending that people that don't agree with a viewpoint are against something. Like if somebody is not willing to call a cat or a dog a cat based on not only biological definitions, but also whatever, let's call them socially constructed definition of what is a cat, what is a dog. If that particular individual thinks that in their own socially constructed definition, a cat happens to be the same as the scientific definition, they don't care about it being scientific. It's just their own personal viewpoint just happens to align that way. Other people are going to be intolerant and demand them to call that cat a dog or a dog a cat. And even if that, and here's the main issue is someone refusing to do so is not against either species necessarily. I mean, they could be, but it's not an automatic thing. So, and I haven't actually heard that argued. I haven't seen anybody who's refusing to call a biological man a woman or vice versa. I haven't seen them against anybody or demanding they be treated any different than any other human being. We're all humans on this earth, right? So I think everybody, to a certain extent, is a human rights activist. I mean, that's what it seems like. Most people. Obviously, there are small minorities that do breed hate and all of these things, which is such a vast minority. But both political sides like to pretend that it's a lot bigger group than it is for their own agendas. Again, this is not really a political podcast. I was asked to logically dissect the pronoun issues in this so-called debate, but that's what seems hypocritical about all this, because the people demanding that the whole world conform to their personal viewpoint, they're so hypocritical and intolerant of the people who have their own viewpoints that are the opposite. So they're not allowed to have theirs. It's just really, really bizarre. And even if you say they're not allowed to have theirs, that doesn't mean they're against anybody. That's really weird. I mean, I don't know. This isn't my area of expertise, but I really have it I have watched some debates on the matter. I haven't seen anybody calling for trans people to be treated less than any other human. It's really weird. So the argument that everybody must conform, and if you don't, you're somehow are against the rights of this individual because they have their own subjective viewpoint of what gender is. It's really weird. It's really bizarre. I'm of the mindset live and let live. Everybody should do whatever they believe is right for themselves. So if a biological man views himself as a woman, I'm not telling him not to. And I don't think anybody else is. I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's people out there. But why hypocritically demand that everybody else adhere to their own viewpoint? What if somebody doesn't believe gender is a social construct? Why are so many people that are arguing this topic, they're so intolerant of a more traditional viewpoint? Shouldn't we be tolerant of all viewpoints, including traditional viewpoints? Because isn't that the whole point of tolerance and inclusivity of all, so that all mankind can be happy and prosper? And I think there's a fundamental lack of understanding in how the law works too, because what discrimination is there against people who believe gender is a social construct? I mean, people get discriminated against for a million different reasons. So sometimes people just don't like other people. It's not because of skin color, hair color, eye color, sneaker brand preference, or gender pronoun belief systems. It's because they just don't like the person, and if they're not a cool person, that's fine. But pretending this is some kind of issue that needs to be legislated, as if there's not enough other stuff going on, it's really, really bizarre. But I guess people that are just hopelessly indoctrinated into the cult of state and authority worship, they always cry for the nanny state to do stuff. Obviously, there's a ton of corruption. If anybody listens to the MINDSHOCK podcast, particularly MINDSHOCK True Crime, we cover a lot of wrongful conviction cases. So I am not advocating for the establishment in any way, in any form. there's a ton of corruption. But the law as written, all men are created equal. And as such, have equal rights under the law. There are no exclusions, so there's no real institutional issue. The issue is with particular corrupt or criminal individuals, intolerant individuals acting outside the law, which has always been the issue. And I don't know why that's so difficult for some people to understand, but those particular individuals who are breaking laws, they need to be identified and prosecuted. Adding a million more laws that these types of people aren't going to follow anyway. I mean, how is that really going to change anything? It's really bizarre. But again, just to round this out on the topic of just gender being a social construct, this is not, I wasn't addressing whether that's true or not, but if that's true, then there shouldn't be any hypocrisy in that. So all viewpoints should be tolerated, and nobody is automatically calling for less rights for people just because they have a different viewpoint. I don't know how that got hallucinated into part of the conversation to be politically debated, which is often debated. I really don't know how that happened. People can chime in on their own thoughts, theories, but personally, I advocate for all, including people who identify. I mean, you could identify as a dinosaur. That's cool if that makes you happy and that's what you want to do. I'm not against that in any way, but pretending everybody else has to agree with your subjective definitions, that's where the issue is for a lot of people. Because if you believe in subjective definitions, who are you to tell someone else what they're allowed to have as their own subjective definitions? So either we have subjective definitions or we don't. Either way, there's some major logical issues here for the people advocating everyone else conform to their own view of reality. No one's saying they're not allowed. At least I haven't heard anybody saying that they weren't allowed to have their own view or live the way they want, because obviously everybody should be able to do that. If you're not hurting anybody, do whatever you want to do, have whatever beliefs you want to have. I mean, that's perfectly cool. I haven't heard anybody argue against it, and in this conversation, it seems like that's the target, as if people are arguing against that. So, yeah, hope you guys enjoyed another logical analysis of a topic that is that for some reason is contested greatly. I don't know why. This is 2020. Humans supposedly have reached a certain stage of civilization, but perhaps not. Perhaps we've been experiencing a downward trend in the past decade. Who knows? Again, questions, comments, thoughts, theories, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings. Leave them in the comments section. If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notification. Make sure your device allows those notifications to come through. You can check us out. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case, topic, logical analyses, co-podcaster requests. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
You are listening to MINDSHOCK. This is Bruce McGuire. I'm going to throw something at the listeners out there. A mind-shocking idea that will lead to even more questions, more logical examinations. But in the world of conspiracy and just general psychology, should this one thing be taught in public or government schooling around the world? Would this one thing prevent a lot of the zombie-like madness we see with the sheep, the lemmings that are the masses? Once again, if you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. If you like the podcast, hit that like button, and feel free to share this podcast across social media platforms. If you know anybody interested in the logical examination of conspiracies, the paranormal, and true crime cases focused on neutral, objective, and scientific analyses, introduce them to MindShock, the one-of-a-kind podcast where the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. You could also check us out on Twitter, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for topic case requests. Can submit interviews or debates for in-depth logical analyses. And you could also check out our Facebook page. Make sure to like and follow for exclusive content. So, what am I talking about? I am talking about how to brainwash a human being. Should this be curriculum taught in school mandatory? Would that push logic and reason to the forefront? Because if you understand how to brainwash a human being, would that make you yourself less susceptible to such brainwashing? And of course, those that have been researching these topics for a long time, I don't believe any logical, in-the-know person would think that they would ever teach this ever. Because that would undermine the entire establishment, the entire institutional narrative of authority upon the masses not only being required, but that it is virtuous to subvert yourself to authorities and cast the scientific method to the side, replaced with blind faith in the priests of various institutions, some of which purporting to do science, but they do nothing of the sort. They are scientismic priests. Not all of them, but many of them, because if something does not adhere to the scientific method, then it is not scientific, it is religious, and if you are taking it on faith, then you are not being scientific or logical yourself. So, in brainwashing an individual, how would you do this? You would surround them and bombard them with propaganda. One only has to study the very, very basic history of Maoist China, Stalinist Russia, or Hitler's Germany. All of these things, the propaganda spin. I mean, these people, they were able to get the citizens to go along with just complete insanity. I think there's an old saying, I don't remember where I heard this, but there's an old Russian saying. There was an announcement by a government official, report to the gallows for hanging. And the citizens say, should we bring our own rope? And that just goes to show those blindly indoctrinated into the cult of state and authority worship, they can't see their own change. Now, how did this come to be? That is the question. And those interested in history, even a base level of history, they've been thinking about this. If you even look at Horace Mann's public education system in the United States, what was it modeled after? It was modeled after these European systems, the Prussian system in particular, where some of the goals were to prevent soldiers in the front lines from running away because the kings, queens, monarchs, rulers, aristocrats, they need these people to fight for them so they can make more money and get more power. So they need to brainwash these masses into the cult of nationalism, in one sense, where they're willing to give their lives and fight to defend a flag in their country. Now, when you take a step back and look at that objectively, like pretend to be an alien flying around in a spaceship. I'm not alleging that aliens are real, but if they were, if you're an alien flying around in a spaceship, what do you think of these random humans willing to throw away their lives? Willing to do irreparable damage, emotional, financial, to their families to defend a country and ideal? What is this patriotism, nationalism? Now, I'm not saying it's a bad thing to believe in certain ideals, and that's part of the trick, where these monarchs, kings, queens, governments, they're able to trick people into amalgamating these very good ideals, liberty, freedom, justice, all these things, and they kind of blend it in with the flag and nationalism. So under the guise of when you're making all of, like, you know, the military industrial complex is profiteering, which if people don't know about that, you should read the book War is a Racket. written by decorated Marine Smedley D. Butler. Eye-opening book for its time. I think it was written in 1953 or somewhere around there. But yeah, so when you indoctrinate and brainwash a population, and again, social engineering plays a big role, because who are these masters and controllers dictating the way society needs to be? And is the greatest trick they ever pulled in convincing the world they don't exist? We've heard that one before, right? Because what better way to cover it all up by getting your own population to turn on any of the critical thinkers, aka conspiracy theorists, not anti-coincidence theorists, those who don't fall in line in being hardcore coincidence theorists who cannot examine any kind of coincidences, anomalies, connect any dots, think critically, employ deductive reasoning of any kind. So these people will all jump on the dissident, logical, critical thinkers, exposing this charade. And this is known as the Mr. Smith effect as well. I've gone over this in several podcasts. So what better way to control the population? Now, when you bombard people with all this high-level propaganda, I mean, how much money is pumped into the propaganda system? And if you have all these systems relying on each other, like, again, we can go back to tobacco science, in quotations for the science part, how institutions and governments, how they maintain control, how they spin narratives and propaganda, where they all end up supporting each other so they can't blow the whistle on each other. And now we're seeing this again in politics too. You have certain individuals who are, I mean, you could look at the whole blackmail, human trafficking situation. Everybody's got dirt on everybody, so nobody can blow the whistle on anybody without exposing themselves. Now, again, is this all by design? So when you brainwash a population, if you have all of these institutions and systems in place that rely on the propaganda to support all of them, so it's all like a gigantic house of cards, and you have all these different cards supporting each other, you expose one, the whole thing comes crashing down. So when you have institutionalized science, institutionalized medicine with corrupt big pharma, you have all these things, the CDC, all these government ties. You have all of these pharmaceutical manufacturers serving on government boards. I mean, can anyone say conflict of interest? But this kind of inter-system support of the propaganda, you're going to get very few whistleblowers, but they're out there. And the hardcore coincidence theorists deny that any whistleblowers exist, when there have been many high-profile whistleblowers from the CDC, from Big Pharma, from the government. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. And obviously, it's easier for the cognitive dissonant masses to just stick their head in the sand and pretend none of that is real. And it might not be real, but to pretend that there are no whistleblowers, they might be lying, they might be brainwashed themselves, we don't know, or they might be telling the truth. So to not even hear the case, I mean, if you're interested in the truth, you're not going to just stick your fingers in the ear and sing la 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 like the cognitive dissonant masses do. The hardcore coincidence theorists, that's just how they operate. But if it was taught in school to school children, the earlier the better, probably, of how to brainwash an individual, how propaganda works, because even when looking at, again, communist China, communist Russia, socialist Nazi Germany, you look at these countries and you don't really learn in depth on the propaganda spin per se, because if you focus too much on that, some people might see some parallels on the country that they're in. So it's best to avoid the exact blueprint of how to brainwash an individual. But if this was taught as part of general curriculum as a requirement with math and grammar, what kind of a population would a society that employs this in their basic public education system, what kind of society would they have? Would they be sheep and lemmings that just go along with whatever? They just go to McDonald's, drink their Coca-Cola, watch their TV, don't ask questions, pay your taxes, don't think about anything. Or, they create little boxes. You're allowed to think in these boxes. Some of the boxes are labeled controversial, so the people think that they're actually thinking critically and outside the box and have extreme views when they're still in the approved they're still within the approved boxes. They might be steps ahead of those around them, so it gives them the illusion, the one-eyed man in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. It gives them that illusion, and then everybody's happy, and the masters and controllers don't get exposed. The propaganda spin continues, and there's no problem. But what does it take to really brainwash an individual if they're just inundated with this propaganda for all sides? I mean, you could look at anything. Government is necessary, and I'm not saying whether it is or it isn't, but the propaganda suggests that. The propaganda against any kind of anarchy, against any kind of no rulers situation. Even when you discuss the non-aggression principle, I mean, if taxation is theft, how does that work? But these are questions that aren't really asked by most people. They're not discussed. It's just sort of accepted. So when you indoctrinate and brainwash a human being, you inundate them with all of this just information and propaganda, and it's religious in nature because there's no logical support for it. Children are taught the virtue of regurgitating on command whatever the teacher said, whatever the curriculum says. Is that any different than in a religious school? You go to Bible school, seminary school, whatever, some other type of religion. I mean, I don't know, some of those, some kind of satanic worshiping school in some other country. I don't know. You could pick up the most extreme examples. When you're taught something is a fact without stating why it's a fact, and it's even kind of the propaganda spin against children asking why, that's been turned into a joke. And kids are kind of viewed as annoying that ask, why this, why that, why this, and they keep asking why. And I think part of that whole propaganda spin with the why is because the adults don't really know and they can't really prove it, and the subconscious is triggered in knowing that these are just religious, faith-based views that could be completely wrong, but the conscious mind can't rectify it because most of these adults are so mentally weak, so cognitive dissonant, they just can't. It's too difficult. It's like asking an obese person to just roll off the couch and run a marathon in under 3 hours. It's just not happening. There's a lot of training that needs to be done, and if the training was never done, what are you going to do? And again, so with psychology, now obviously psychology is a field of study, but it's not really taught at the lower levels, and institutional psychology is really the only thing that's taught in the upper levels and in college. But if part of how to brainwash a human being would involve a lot of psychology. So if this was all taught elementary school and in the lower grades, you would have a completely different society. Dare I say, an intelligent, high-functioning society. Maybe not a lot of crime. Maybe not a lot of corruption. Without the subjugation and exploitation, what do you got? So the other really big brainwashing point, and I've seen this time and time again, this gets brought up in medical debates, people that logically question vaccines the same way they would logically question tobacco science or sugar science. They would question the veracity of certain studies. They're attacked and labeled, extremist fringe kooks and all this stuff just for desiring adherence to the scientific method and proof of that adherence. I mean, they're heretics. So one of the propaganda spins is our modern society, Western societies, are so great. Our standard of living is so high. And again, all of this is faith-based, and all of it is kind of this strange black and white fallacy on top of all these other countless fallacies. How do you know what society would be like without all of the corruption? Without all of the exploitation, brainwashing, all of these things? You don't know. If it would be a lot better. Now, I'm not saying it would or wouldn't be. I'm just saying if you don't know, you're just going to go along with the propaganda and pretend we have the greatest society that ever could be, or close to that of, and pretending that anybody questioning scientism would rather have some kind of medieval society. Once again, the victors write the history books. If you haven't checked out MINDSHOCK Altered History, check out our podcast series on whether or not history was altered, how would we know, and how far back does the lie, the cover-up go about history itself. So not to go down the really, really deep rabbit holes of earlier civilizations having more advanced technologies and all of these things, but when you brainwash a population into thinking that these other cultures, other societies that either came before or exist in third world countries are so much worse, and that we have to worship the priests of authority in every single way in order to have a better life, this is how people are brainwashed. So learning not only logic and reason, but psychology and how to brainwash somebody, if these were tenets, if these were all core tenets of the public education system, we would be seeing an entirely different society out there. I don't know if there'd be a lot of people walking around in zombie drone-like states, unable to question, unable to reason, unable to deduce anything for themselves, and just being reduced to having to trust and take on blind faith as gospel truth the words of whatever experts, whatever priests posing as experts choose to tell them based on other information that may or may not be true. It's a house of cards across the board. So, hope you guys out there enjoyed another edition of the MindShock podcast, providing food for thought unlike any other. If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. Make sure your device allows those notifications to come through. Also, hit that like button. Feel free to share the podcast across social media platforms. Make sure to like and follow our Facebook page for exclusive content. And you could also check us out Twitter, Reddit, and Patreon. Any questions, comments, theories, rebuttals, leave them in the comments section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MindShock. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. Today we are tackling an interesting topic, or combinations of topics, in hubris and maturity, or immaturity. Is the identification of hubris within oneself simply a matter of mental maturity? And obviously that's kind of a big question, but it's also simple. Are most people walking around today, the cognitive dissonant masses, are they mature enough to recognize hubris within oneself? And if not, why? As always, if you enjoy the podcast and want more mind-shocking podcasts released in greater frequency, feel free to donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have notifications come through. Otherwise, you won't get them, even if you enable them. And if you like this particular podcast, hit the like button, share it across social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case, topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests, and have any and all questions answered in priority fashion. Depending on your tier, you could also be a guest on the podcast. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. If your insults are not at least entertaining, they will not be approved. And if you're just regurgitating scientism diatribe, probably not going to be approved unless you do it in an original way. Obviously, we have a lot of scientism worshippers and those hopelessly indoctrinated into the cult of state and authority worship getting heavily triggered and commentating, not realize they're proving the points against them in the manner in which they respond with nothing but faith and fallacies to defend their cult. So let's jump right in here. So first of all, hubris. Now this is one of the biggest issues in the modern world, and it goes hand in hand with scientism. Basically, this belief, this blind faith in authorities and the infallibility of humans, and this notion that there's something called settled science, and that modern humans of our current society, they can't be mistaken about any big theories like the Big Bang, evolution. I'm not saying those aren't true, but the notion that humans can't be mistaken about them, the notion that humans are so infallible and their technologies are so infallible. I mean, we have countless proofs to the opposite. I mean, everything from people previously convicted on DNA evidence having their convictions overturned and exonerated as newer technology exposes the fallibility of previous technology. And I don't know, obviously this is hubris, hopeless indoctrination to scientism, but the idea that this is going to stop, that, okay, yeah, technologies and theories in the past were fallible, but our current ones, those are definitely infallible. I mean, this level of ridiculousness and insanity, it all comes down to hubris and egotism. I mean, you look at these individuals like Neil deGrasse Tyson, these scientism priests. Again, I'm not saying they're wrong about anything, but they just talk with a certain reverence. Science is true whether you believe it or not. Obviously, they meant scientism, because true science itself is it's a methodology. It's not a conclusion, because obviously information is always limited. And again, we go to why appeal to authority or appeal to popularity is a logical fallacy. Because history has many lessons to teach, one of which is the majority of people are wrong about the majority of things the majority of the time. That has always been true throughout history. Why would it be different now? And this kind of hubris, this kind of silliness and blind faith in certain authorities of today are just that smart that they can't be mistaken. It's beyond silly, but does it take a certain amount of maturity, mental maturity? Now, I've talked about mental issues, of course, cognitive dissonance, biases, all of these, people being indoctrinated out of the use of logic and reason by indoctrination facilities where they have to jump through hoops and regurgitate information on command like trained circus animals for rewards, like a degree or a job. Obviously, that's not related to truth in any way. The truth is whatever it is, regardless of which corrupt institution, whatever propaganda corrupt institutions peddle. And again, history has already showed us how corrupt institutions operate. I mean, it's the same playbook. I recommend everybody read Sun Tzu's Art of War. You have controlled opposition. You have all of these tactics, to divide and conquer a populace to keep them hopelessly enslaved to their rulers. And for whatever reason, people can't see this. Is it a result of just simple immaturity? And we can pinpoint to a lot of things. Some people believe even the myth of Santa Claus, and then finding out Santa Claus is not real. It's such a traumatic experience for certain people. And even if it's not overtly traumatic to the conscious mind, subconsciously, I mean, you're lied to by your parents, your teachers, and all of these things as a young child. Then you find out they all lied. Easter Bunny, Tooth Fairy, Santa Claus. Does this all stack up and lead to adults being so immature and so traumatized that they can't face the fact that sometimes, I know this is going to be very shocking, trigger warning for the coincidence theorists, but corrupt individuals don't always act alone. Criminals don't always act alone. Now, obviously, maturity is connected to mental strength as well, because if these supposedly functioning adults don't have the mental strength to re-examine their faith-based worldviews, due, of course, to their indoctrination to the cult of state and authority worship and scientism, if they're too mentally weak or immature to re-examine the base layers of whatever they were indoctrinated and or brainwashed into by authorities, again, is it because of an underlying trauma? Is it just because of laziness? And everybody's different. Obviously, the use of logic and reason hasn't been completely wiped out of every single person. Some individuals do have the capability to think critically, to use deductive reasoning to see the obvious. But is there a link between being able to identify one's own hubris? And if I didn't define it earlier, hubris is basically excessive pride, self-pride, or self-confidence. Excessive, as in being so confident that you are not wrong. And people are just terrified of being wrong, so they just keep digging these deeper and deeper holes
which, and you could always identify a cognitive dissonant coincidence theorist or one hopelessly indoctrinated into the cult of state or authority worship and scientism by if all they have are faith and fallacies to support a position or view. And again, pretending that scientism is actually science while not demonstrating the ability to understand the scientific method or how controls work. Because it's usually just these NPC type individuals regurgitating the propaganda they saw in the idiot box without being able to demonstrate how controls were verified and definitively established to prove that there was adherence to the scientific method. Because science without a scientific method is just scientism masquerading as science. Again, whatever hot button issues you want to mention, whether it's vaccine theory, coronavirus, the 9/11 conspiracy, which, by the way, we just did a mind shock on that. That was one of the most requested podcasts. We did a bit of a deep dive, even though it was more of an overview. We still went into certain issues. If you haven't checked that podcast out, check it out. But those that are just so immature, they don't have the mental strength to really think they might have been wrong or hoodwinked. And again, that has to do a lot with people simply, they're just too afraid to be stupid. But again, because of Dunning-Kruger, they just don't realize the limitations of their own mental capabilities. So they think if they don't understand something, somehow that's connected to truth or not. Of course, the appeal to incredulity logical fallacy. A lot of people think if something is too hard to believe, somehow it's not true. And again, their own they don't account for their own mental deficiencies. Would they even have the mental capability to discern whether something is true or not with the information presented? Do they have the mental capacities to understand how much more information would be needed to make a definitive conclusion one way or the other on any of these issues? This is, of course, Mind Shock, where the motto is the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. I am not purporting something to be true or untrue. I simply advocate for the use of logic and reason. That's it. That's all. Logical fallacies need to be exposed, and my opinion is that if someone has a particular viewpoint or argument, if it's to be taken seriously, they need to demonstrate that that position has been reached without faith or fallacies, i.e., with validity. Their conclusion or argumentation is valid. If you cannot demonstrate validity, then it is an invalid, illogical, faith-based position. That's the only point here. So would more mature people, and I've seen this on all sides. I've seen some very, very ignorant people who don't really know anything about anything. They see TV and they kind of admit like they don't really know anything too deep, and they have the maturity to admit that. So they don't necessarily believe or disbelieve a particular conspiracy theory or coincidence theory. They don't particularly subscribe to it. They might think it could be true, but they're open to being wrong. They're not that silly that think they can't be wrong. That's a certain amount of maturity, which of course you'd be able to identify instances where you might be exhibiting excessive self-pride or excessive confidence as opposed to the appropriate amount. And obviously with Dunning-Kruger being such a huge issue, most people are of course too incompetent to realize their own incompetence. And of course, it's also difficult to be objective about yourself. So anyone who doesn't, I mean, here's a basic litmus test. Like, again, I'm not purporting anything to be true or untrue, so you could say I'm wrong, but I'm not really advocating any position or for and against any definitive conclusion or position on any topic covered on Mind Shock. But of course, I could be wrong about everything. I could even be wrong about my definitions, which is why these need to be empirically verifiable. Don't take my word for it that hubris is excessive self-pride or confidence. You can verify it yourself. Things that are empirically verifiable, you don't need faith and fallacies. You can empirically verify it. And that's really the difference between logical people who can utilize logic, reason, critical thinking, and those who either cannot or will not. Because they're either too terrified, they're too uncomfortable with the fact that they could have been hoodwinked by corrupt profiteers in many areas of life, if not most areas of life, whether it's health or other things. I mean, they look at the church of the FDA, the church of the CDC, and they think that if McDonald's was bad for you, it would truly be illegal. And they're so naive and immature, they don't realize the way the world works. And that, I think there's a link there between hubris and maturity, because to think that there's no corruption and that corrupt people only act alone, it's really bizarre. And again, that's why I find coincidence theorists, I mean, in a way, it's kind of fascinating how you could be a supposedly functioning adult and believe in this fairy tale world where there are no corrupt profiteers, or there would never be any kind of corrupt institutions working together, obviously against all evidence of history, going all the way back to, again, thousands of years with the way governments work. And it's just, can it be traced to these root causes of just being traumatized? Wait a second, there's really no tooth fairy? There's really no Santa Claus? There's no Easter bunny? Is that really just that uncomfortable that they don't want to go through it all again as adults? And of course, Upton Sinclair, one of the quotes I use on the podcast fairly often because it is so apt, is it's very difficult to get a man to understand something which his paycheck depends on him not understanding. So how much maturity, how much mental strength does one need to have, particularly if you've been through the ringer in indoctrination facilities, if you've really handed over hundreds of thousands of dollars to get an indoctrination degree, memorizing and regurgitating on command information which may or may not be true, which may or may not be outdated, which may or may not be considered completely bunk in another 100 or 200 years or even sooner, as throughout all of history. But obviously barring some, mathematics is probably going to be relatively the same on the lower level, maybe basic music, basic English grammar comprehension. Everything else, though, everything that relies on faith and fallacies to support it, all these theories, the hijacked institutions and academia through politicizing so-called science into scientism, and all of these things and all this corruption regarding the medical industry and all these things. It's all kind of obvious, obviously, to anybody who's thinking objectively and critically, but to a large percentage of the population that has been hopelessly indoctrinated into this cult of authority worship, it's not. And is it simply because they're just too immature? They're just that naive and they really cling to their fairy tale worlds that they've been indoctrinated into? And is that really all there is to it? Obviously a very big issue, but is it really that simple? And I mean, obviously it's not completely that simple. There's many other factors. I've discussed them, even A Question of Time. If you haven't checked out that podcast, I go over the amount of free time one needs to have, or the amount of inclination one would need to have to research some of this information, as opposed to just going through the motions of a very easy lifestyle of these so-called first world countries and Western civilization, where everything's kind of done for you. You can get a half decent job relatively easily. I'm not saying it's going to pay a lot, but something, barely enough to scrape by. Then you just watch your Netflix, drink your alcohol, go to McDonald's. Your life is set. You can live a relatively easy, simple lifestyle without needing to search for any kind of truth or validity, or to verify any of these propaganda faith-based belief systems the average individual is indoctrinated into in these public indoctrination facilities. And that's really all it comes down to. So anybody out there with opinions for, against, any issues of any kind with what I went over, feel free to leave it in the comment section. If you enjoyed the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. If you like this podcast, hit the like button. Share it across social media platforms. Get the word out. Let's spread the message of logic and reason against scientism and fallacies and faith, because that probably would lead to a more sensical world instead of a nonsensical jester world that we seem to be living in right now, where people just take on blind faith as gospel truth, whatever they see on the idiot box. You can check us out on Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests, and you could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK. In this episode, I'm going to be attacking the conspiracy theorists a little bit. With the imaginary lines that they draw, lines in the sand that are drawn basically arbitrarily, or more accurately, in line with the cognitive dissonance of conspiracy theorists themselves and their own fallacious reasoning in certain regards. And I will be delving into that topic. Some people think I spend all the time dissecting and making objective observations about coincidence theorists, but I fully recognize the issues that many conspiracy theorists have. I mean, a lot of these issues are simply human issues. Some humans, of course, more naive than others. Some humans more illogical than others. As always, if you enjoyed the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. If you like the podcast, hit the like button. Share it across social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons, you get priority for a case topic, co-podcast, or logical analyses, requests, and depending on your tier, you could also be a guest on the podcast. You could also have your questions answered in priority fashion. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. All right, so here's the deal. How often have you heard a supposed conspiracy theorist say, oh, the government would never do that, or the corrupt profiteers, I mean, they definitely would commit some kind of conspiracies, but they definitely wouldn't cross that line. Now, what line? The imaginary line in the feeble minds, feeble to semi-feeble minds, of who's ever making that determination. And it's really bizarre because it's so silly, especially when people appeal to motive. I mean, coincidence theorists usually do that. It's like, oh, well, why would they lie? Well, again, the problem with appealing to motive is, A, you might not know the motive. The motive is some kind of top secret motive. Obviously, if the conspiracy is true, the motive would have to be good enough to perpetrate the conspiracy, which might be expensive. So, and again, obviously, if they're raking in more money than they're using to perpetrate the conspiracy, obviously, then it makes sense. But you in the position that you're in, as a civilian without top secret clearance or above top secret clearance, whatever is required to know the motives, and even then, with some of these conspiracies, even above time, I mean, they might be individuals operating way above the very notion of clearances, where even the people holding the highest military and military intelligence clearances, even they don't know. I mean, if the conspiracy is true, I mean, that's very possible. But what I'm going to focus on is conspiracy theorists themselves. I mean, coincidence theorists use this a little bit. Every now and then they maybe say, oh, well, yeah, they know about one or two conspiracy, usually something that lines up with their biases. Or if there's a particular industry that they don't like, something that lines up with their biases. They'll buy into, okay, whatever, that might be true. But there's no way all these other conspiracies are true, as if they have a way of knowing that, but usually they don't even research that. Now, with conspiracy theorists, this is what I'm going to focus on. It's been referred to in the meme world as diet woke. So, for example, many conspiracy theorists are suspicious of government entities, whatnot. They think 9/11's an inside job. But vaccines definitely are legitimate, perfectly safe, and there would never be any kind of conspiracy within the CDC or vaccine manufacturers and lobbyists and government agendas and any kind of conspiracy crossover into academia. They definitely have some kind of weather modification with HARP. There might be aliens masquerading as the president. But vaccines, no. They would never lie about that. It's really funny to see where different people's lines in the sand are. And if they're really arbitrary, just based on biases and triggering. I mean, obviously, a parent who's had many kids vaccinated, or even a doctor, maybe even a conspiratorial doctor, they really can't handle if there is a vaccine conspiracy, and I'm not saying there is, but if there is, and they're very dangerous, and they're responsible for all of these health issues, if not most health issues that people have, that's a tough pill to swallow, especially for most parents. Unless the parents have lived through it and they saw the damage of the vaccine, they know a lot of these parents, especially that are advocating for vaccine safety and for real science instead of scientism, they're the ones that have been personally affected by vaccine injury. And before the vaccine injury, a lot of these people, they're textbook coincidence theorists, very cognitive dissonant, very indoctrinated into the cult of state and authority worship. But when something really, really impactful, I mean, that's usually what it takes to have the so-called awakening. So where diet woke comes in is you believe the government, for conspiracy theorists to believe the government can do all these other things, but they would never, I mean, forget the tobacco industry, the sugar industry, all of their fake science and hoodwinking, the medical industry into it, all of that. The big pharma cartel, and maybe the government is run by reptilian aliens, but vaccines, that's just a bridge too far. It's really interesting the way some people's brains work and how their personal biases affect where they draw these lines in the sand. Now, with flat Earth, that became very, very blatant in where, I mean, the vaccine is one of the biggest ones. I mean, climate change, sort of. There's a lot of non-conspiracy theorists who are really doubting the climate change agenda just because of how transparent all the tax lobbyists are. Again, this is independent of whether or not man-made climate change is a real threat or not. Whether that's true or false, just the way the tax lobbying is being done is so obvious, relying on scientism instead of real science. Because even if the real science is there, that's not what's being used to propagate the climate change hoax per se. And by hoax, I mean the hoodwinking of the public, not that it's not true. It could be true. So same thing with vaccines, whatever. But the way that people's brains work, where they have to dismiss whatever they can't handle, because again, their subconscious has recognized that what the limit of their brain can handle. So to protect the psyche, these are defense mechanisms. Again, anybody studying basic psychology, this is all very evident. And obviously, conspiracy theorists are not exempt. Conspiracy theorists are human beings. They have these biases and also these defense mechanisms, but it's kind of, they're a little bit more hypocritical. So like hardcore coincidence theorists, they're so thoroughly indoctrinated into the cult of state and authority worship and scientism, they're literally sheep. They believe whatever they see on the idiot box. But or whatever somebody in a special white lab coat says, it must be true. So ignoring, again, all logic, reason, psychology, history, all of these things, just the very nature of human beings, the fallibility of human beings. But conspiracy theorists are a different breed. They recognize all of these things that coincidence theorists do not, but they hypocritically make these lines arbitrarily, in a triggered fashion, make these lines in the sand. And the flat earth is probably one of the most triggering, whereas the government might lie about everything, but NASA's beyond reproach. The Church of NASA, they would never preach something that was not divine gospel. So, and the priests of NASA, of course, would never mislead the public. And what's even funnier are the people that believe the moon landing was faked, but don't believe that the flat earth conspiracy would ever be perpetrated. Now, I agree in the sense that the reason, the motive, which is obviously irrelevant to whether it's being done or not, but the motive would have to be pretty good to facilitate this. That obviously, that doesn't mean we would be able to know the motive. It's like, it's really bizarre. The illogicality of coincidence theorists, some conspiracy theorists use the same fallacious reasoning. Like, if, again, I've heard this example used by many different people, it's a pretty good one. If you stumble upon a dead body and you're a detective and you see, okay, well, you see the crime has been perpetrated, knowing why it was perpetrated, you examine the evidence, but the motive, knowing why, that's not physical evidence. That's just something for a nice little bow tie in your own head just to make sense of a situation. And human beings, part of psychology, human beings like things to make sense. Obviously, whether or not that correlates with reality is a completely separate issue. Most often it doesn't. People need their faith-based worldviews to soothe them because, of course, they don't want the truth. They don't want their illusions shattered. And these are all obviously all quotes from wisdom that is not new. It's not new, but it's kind of amusing to see conspiracy theorists, especially because they pride themselves on being these free thinkers and open-minded and critical thinkers, and they are in many respects, or at least a lot more than coincidence theorists, but they still fall for some of these same traps and pitfalls of logic that coincidence theorists fall to, but they have to be held even more accountable because of the added hypocrisy. Because if they already realize the same arguments they use with coincidence theorists, the different divides that exist among conspiracy theorists are very blatantly obvious. And obviously, also, I'd be remiss not to mention controlled opposition and gatekeepers and shills, basically so-called establishment puppets that propagate a certain amount of conspiracy theories, both true and untrue. And they're okay with a certain amount of truth being revealed, but again, as a gatekeeper, there are certain gates that you can't go beyond. That would be considered crazy, even within the spectrum of conspiracy theorists. And that's why this is, again, as someone who's more of a fence sitter, if you haven't checked out my Real Fence Sitters podcast, check that out. I go over why true fence sitters are so rare, and most people want to just desperately, dogmatically, religiously cling to some kind of side of an argument or pick some kind of team, instead of just hanging back and objectively observing everything. The fallible humans on both sides of all issues. So, same thing with conspiracy theorists, just the way that the argumentation they use, even within certain conspiracies, like we can go 9/11. If you haven't checked out the MINDSHOCK 9/11 podcast, we started covering that. I will be doing a follow-up episode with Sid Irwin regarding Building 7, so that's coming up. But yeah, within this the group of conspiracy theorists who refuse to believe the silly coincidence theory that is the official narrative with unscathed paper passports, surviving infernos that incinerated fireproof steel, and caused collapses that have never in the history of the world been done by, regarding buildings that were specifically built to withstand multiple plane impacts, tornadoes, hurricane winds, all these things. But anyway, within that group of conspiracy theorists that believe 9/11 was an inside job, and if you haven't checked out the 9/11 MindShock podcast, I of course go into the official coincidence theory could be completely false, and the U.S. government could still be innocent. Again, I might be one of the only people that considers such a theory, but anyway, there are groups that say, oh, well, yeah, 9/11 was an inside job, but the planes weren't real. They were not physical planes. They were hologram planes. Or there were no planes at all, and it was all CGI on the news, and the news broadcast was on a delay, and it wasn't really live, etc., etc. Now, within that group, they say, oh, well, they would never fake it to that extent. Well, I mean, yes, we can appeal to incredulity, which is a logical fallacy, and obviously there's the fallacy that just because it's a logical fallacy doesn't mean it's untrue. Maybe they wouldn't. But it's almost an arbitrary line in the sand, because if military tech is roughly 50 years ahead of civilian, we already know that hologram tech in excess of what was required was already around in at least the early 90s. So it's possible that they did it. Now, whether or not they would do it or not, coulda, shoulda, woulda, has nothing to do with whether it was actually done. So they're saying they wouldn't do it. Maybe, maybe not. You wouldn't know. But it's just really interesting to see how everyone's cognitive dissonance and biases manifests even within a group of conspiracy theorists. It's very amusing. That's why, again, I advocate logical, neutral, objective thinking, scientific method with controls, not falling for any of these logical fallacies or other psychological pitfalls that prevent one from being able to discern what reality really is. And all of these factors obviously are at play. But drawing imaginary lines in the sand, it's really bizarre. And then when it happens within groups of conspiracy theorists, even ones that believe in the conspiracy, I mean, we can go crazy into the vaccine one, where some conspiracy theorists believe vaccines are loaded with metals and other nanotechnology to control people via 5G or even old 4G or 3G, who knows. There's different levels of every conspiracy, and you have conspiracy theorists drawing these lines where, like, yeah, the government would lie, but not to this extent. They would perpetrate something, but not to this extent. As if they could know what extent that would be to. It's silliness all around. Again, the purpose of MindShock is, of course, to get to the truth with logic and reason at the forefront without falling for any logical fallacies. And conspiracy theorists also fall for logical fallacies, and that needs to be exposed as well. Again, objectivity and neutrality is paramount if someone is really interested in the truth, instead of just soothing their dissonance or indulging their cognitive biases. So, yeah, feel free, the audience, both coincidence theorists and conspiracy theorists alike, can chime in on what they thought of this podcast and these imaginary lines that are drawn by all parties in all things. If you enjoyed the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. If you're not getting notifications, you can just go directly to the MindShock YouTube channel, youtube.com/MindShock, and you could just manually go to videos and see all the podcasts there. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. If you like this podcast, hit the like button, share it across social media platforms, of which you can find us: Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority, case, topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests, or have a guest spot on the podcast. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MindShock. Today's episode focuses on: is the world designed for simpletons, or the lowest common denominator? And what is that costing humanity? Very, very mind-shocking topic with incredible implications. As always, if you enjoy the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. If you like the podcast, hit the like button, share it across social media platforms. Questions, comments, thoughts, theories, suggestions, rebuttals, or debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. You could also request podcast topics or true crime cases or logical analyses for MindShock to cover. If you are a patron, you will get priority for those requests. You can also check us out Facebook, Twitter, and Reddit. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through so you can be notified when the latest MindShocks drop. And the latest, most mind-shocking topics that no one seems to want to talk about. But I, Bruce McGuire, your host, will tackle any subject in typical MindShock fashion with logic and reason at the forefront. Not assumptions, not logical fallacies. So let's jump into this one. If you take a look at the world around you, is it really designed for simpletons, or the lowest common denominator? Now, the opposite end of the spectrum would be some kind of crazy, psychotic, eugenics society where only the cream of the crop is allowed to survive. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about simply adjusting a curve for humanity to improve, not lowering it. If you look at public education standards, particularly in the West, they seem to be dropping more and more. I mean, there's all this weird reverse racism, or racism, however you want to call it, this discrimination where if you're Asian, you're starting at a deficit. If you're a different ethnicity, you're getting extra points before you even start the test. I mean, is this really encouraging everyone, all of humanity to progress forward. And is it just simply too easy to be alive nowadays? In a previous podcast, I talked about the lack of rites of passage in our modern societies. And what does that mean when you have all of these supposedly functional adults who think their opinion is equal to another functioning adult, supposedly functioning adult? Is that really true, though? Because someone who's got a lot of experience in overcoming hardship or advanced mental capacity, something that puts them ahead of other people, and yet their opinions are weighed equally. In this democracy and mob rule where the majority violently oppresses the minority, but they can switch, so somehow people are okay with it, because if the next voting cycle, whatever other group happens to win the vote, they get to boss everybody else around. So it's like 51% bossing around 49%. It just goes back and forth, while the corrupt profiteer puppeteers at the very top of the pyramid just laugh their way to the bank. And for whatever reason, the cognitive dissonant masses just have a hard time understanding that. But that's not the point of this podcast. The point of this podcast is just, is it simply too easy? I mean, you have all of, I'm not talking about allowances for the disabled. That's not what I'm talking about. Obviously, society as a whole should do as much as possible to help all of society. I'm talking about the average baseline. So not the very top, not the very bottom, but the baseline, what's considered average, is that for the lowest common denominator, whereas if there was just even a slightly upward trend where everything wasn't made so easy. I mean, everything from McDonald's drive-thrus where you get to poison yourself faster, where you don't have to actually enter the building and wait in line for your poison and make your order that way. You could do a drive-thru, you could order it and have it delivered. You can have your poison delivered to your house nowadays. Get a phone app. What has all this technology and societal engineering to the lowest common denominator, where has it brought all of humanity at this point in 2020? Is the average individual's ability to undertake hardship really ahead of where it was, let's say, 100 years ago? Some dock worker starving during the Great Depression, is his ability, who might have had his whole family starved to death or killed, frontier times, where you had people dying of various causes, very, very young age. You have people marrying, remarrying, all their children die. They're getting more children. It's tough. I mean, is the average person today tougher than 100 years ago, than 200 years ago, than 1,000 years ago? Now, obviously, everybody's different, but I'm talking about the average, the baseline. If you take any 10 people, the majority of those 10, are they tougher than 100 years ago? Obviously, we know physically they're probably not. I mean, there were some tough bastards walking around 100 years ago because they had to be. These corporate cubicle jobs didn't exist. You had to work outside, work with your hands, or whatever. You had to walk to work, walk to school, ride your bike. I mean, especially 100 years ago, there weren't that many cars around. It's just the average person obviously was physically very, very, very much tougher and stronger. Now, what about mentally, though? So here's where, obviously, if you look at the top 1% of humanity, there might be more mentally tough. If there's more people around, you could find more mentally tough, cream of the crop individuals today than maybe 100 years ago. But what about the average? If you took 10, the majority of those 10, which category would they fall into? I postulate that all of the eases, that not just technology, it's expectations. I mean, if you jump through a few hoops, again, this is related to rites of passage. If you haven't checked out that podcast, check it out. But not just that, because even if you don't, whether you have rites of passage or not, just the way society is engineered, is everything simply too easy? Like, if you want to survive in this world, you go get a job at McDonald's. I know I'm picking on McDonald's, but is it rightfully so? The listeners can decide. But you can get almost any kind of job if you're willing to do it. So where does that place your value as a human being? Whereas if it wasn't that easy? What if you had to struggle and starve on the street and develop some kind of craft or skill and then make it? Now, if you look at highly successful people, whether it's athletes, entrepreneurs, or various super geniuses or musicians, other types of artists, a lot of time they do. They live in their car, they live on the street before they make it big because they were willing to endure. Now, that's not everybody. That's not everybody. That's not the majority. The majority wants that easy, complacent lifetime. It's easy to be complacent where you can just go to McDonald's or go to the grocery store. Okay, let's say you're eating healthy. You can still go to the health food store somewhere nearby you if you're in a first world country. I mean, there's usually one within driving distance, or a farm of some kind, something where you could eat relatively healthy, where you don't actually have to cultivate or hunt the food yourself. If you did, wouldn't that make life a bit harder? Now, even that in place, even with how easy it is to do that, just the very nature of jobs, you can go get a government job. You can enter the military where you're just. Now, I'm not saying the military is easy. I'm saying you just follow orders. You can mentally check out and then go through the very, very hard. You have to be mentally tough, but you don't necessarily have to question much. You just do what you're told, and you'll be a good soldier, Forrest Gump style. That's the reason he was such a good soldier. So, yeah, and again, obviously there's exceptions, and obviously the people at the top need to be very, very smart, need to be very strategic, and also mentally tough. But the majority, the average, the grunt, there's just so many options in life that seemed to skew and gear towards the lowest common denominator. You have even Navy SEALs lowering their standards to have more women in the unit, or all of these things are just lowering standards in general. Even if you go to public schools, from even 50 years ago, what the requirements for physical fitness, I mean, they're getting rid of pull-ups or rope climbs, some of these things. I know not everything's different, but just anecdotal information, people that I've known, when they were kids, they had to do so much more just for the regular tests. Just the baseline physical fitness tests that now they've gotten rid of. So the cream of the crop seems to be getting better. So if you take that fringe edge, like the top 1% of athletes in the world, they're probably faster and stronger, not just because of nutrition, but just even mentally. When if you look at the Roger Bannister's 4-minute mile, when the guy that the sub 4-minute mile, the guy that came in second also ran a sub 4-minute mile, and I don't even know if he thought it was possible or not. He was just trying to win the race, but he had to because he had to keep up with the guy in front. And then as soon as he broke the 4-minute mile, now there's high schoolers breaking the 4-minute mile. It's just that mental barrier was removed. So now all of the sheep who couldn't think outside the box, now they know for sure it's possible. So they don't have to be that rogue maverick pushing the frontier like Roger Bannister now. And there were other guys who broke 4-minute miles, like even 50 to 100 years prior. I mean, there's some obscure newspaper articles you can find. Maybe I'll do a podcast on that if people are interested. I've done some research into world records. I will be doing a podcast on the greatest world records and the best superhumans, because that seems to be of interest to many people, including myself. And so it might have been broken before, but it was just publicized. It was officially broken by Roger Bannister, and at that point, the whole world knew. So at that point, you can't say it's impossible because someone already did it. Now, every feat that was once considered impossible was considered impossible until it was done. And then all of these just people whose, whatever you want to call it, cognitive dissonance, just appeal to incredulity, logical fallacies, just the mental incomprehension. It's almost the willingness to excuse a task, like making yourself appear less lazy by saying something is impossible or something is too difficult. And that kind of ties in with everything that I'm saying. What are the mental attitudes? You regurgitate information on command in high school, like a trained monkey. Then you do it again in college and you get your degree of indoctrination. Then you get a job. I mean, this was typical in the past. Now with social media cracking, the internet, social media, making money online, all of this is cracking these doors wide open for people who are just not circus animal type mentalities, who are very, very creative, very, very smart, but they don't have that slave mentality of do as you're told and you will succeed. That seems to be indoctrinated at birth into everybody. Just be a little good boy or girl and everything will be fine. You're not allowed to determine what is right or wrong for yourself. You're not allowed to rock the boat or question societal conventions. because that's just that would be madness. that would disrupt the whole cult of authority and state worship. So just looking around you at society, has everything been engineered so that the lowest common denominator can succeed at a base level? Now, what would happen? I'm not talking about a huge overhaul or revamp. I'm talking about slight, small adjustments. What would happen if there was an upward curve of difficulty for the average baseline? So if you want to be below average, you could still live life exactly as you live it now. You get a job at McDonald's, all that's still available. But just that average baseline of what was considered acceptable, and how everything is geared, like even your own health, just taking care of your own health it's people are so lazy. They want the nanny state to give them health care. They want to go to the doctor and defer to appeal to authority logical fallacies and these scientists and priests. Again, I'm not saying what they're saying is wrong. I'm not saying the medications don't work. I'm not saying the vaccines don't work, although if someone wants to say they do, obviously the burden of proof is on the one making the positive claim, and they would have to prove that any vaccine, safety or efficacy, it has to align with the scientific method if they want people to believe it. But I'm not questioning. Let's say everything the doctor says is true. I'm not questioning that. I'm saying how lazy is just the average human individual to not question it. Doctor gives you a medication, you take it. You take the easy way out. Even medications, Advil, Tylenol. You got a slight headache? Take medication. Can't trouble sleeping? Take medication. Because it's too hard to just get get more exercise, eat healthy, do meditation or whatever, yoga. I mean, it's good. People make fun of it, but it really does keep you healthy. I mean, there's a reason that it's been around for so long, because it's useful. Things that aren't useful are usually discarded after several generations, if not even less than one generation. So should the responsibility, just basic responsibility like health, should that be the individuals? And then you have obviously all these the nanny state handouts, welfare programs. You have I'm not saying they shouldn't exist. I'm saying, should the baselines be adjusted? Obviously, there's people that really, really need help. They should be helped. No questioning there. But is that line a little bit off? Where the people that are currently, if they can get on welfare or whatever, they'll get on welfare. They don't have to work or any of these things. They could just cruise through life. And it's made easy. Is it made too easy? So all the listeners out there, feel free to leave your comments. I'll be interested to see where people from different parts of the world are from, give their opinion, because that baseline, if you look at some third world countries, I don't think you can make that argument that baseline's too low. In other countries, non-first world countries, it's a lot more difficult to survive. You got to be tougher mentally, physically. And is that going to push the human race forward? Now, technology, of course, it's tough with technology, but with or without technology, even keeping all of the luxuries of modern tech in place, just adjusting those baselines could still have tremendous benefit, especially if that baseline is just slightly triggering upward. So, hope you guys enjoyed another edition of the MindShock podcast. If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. If you like the podcast, hit the like button. Share it across social media platforms. Questions, comments, thoughts, theories, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings, leave them in the comments section. You can check us out Twitter, Reddit, Facebook, Patreon. Patrons do get priority case topic, logical analyses, requests, co-podcaster requests. And you can also be a guest on the podcast, depending on your tier. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MindShock. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. Today we're talking metacognition. Thinking about thinking. Because in any topic, really, if you don't even understand how your own brain works and why you believe what you believe and how you would reassess information, you would employ the scientific method with controls, of course, and how you understand your own biases, your own level of an indoctrination or hoodwinking into the propaganda of the corrupt profiteers on the idiot box. If you don't know how that works, I mean, all of these debates out there, not necessarily even revolving around conspiracy, but it could be paranormal debates, just understanding one's biases and how one processes information and then goes through certain thought patterns to possibly develop new ideas or consider ideas as true that one might not have considered before. If you don't understand how your own brain works and formulates ideas, what can really be gleaned from any kind of debate, and would any kind of debate or discussion or argument be productive in any way if it's just two talking heads regurgitating whatever propaganda they were indoctrinated into, whatever faith-based belief system they were indoctrinated to? And even if one of the two parties is fairly intelligent and understands metacognition, understands basic logic and reason, regardless of whether conclusions are right or wrong, is it fruitful or productive to have any kind of discussion, debate, or argument with someone who is completely clueless about metacognition? And that's the points we will be going over. As always, if you enjoy the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Help us get more mind-shocking content out there that the mainstream is terrified of addressing. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. You could also just go to youtube.com/MindShock to check for updates if it's not working on your device. Like this podcast, share it across social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. So how often have we seen any kind of debate, any kind of discussion, where one or both parties are completely clueless about metacognition? Now, metacognition, really, in its simplest form, it's just thinking about thinking. It's simply another level of self-awareness of your own brain, how it processes information. Because, and again, I talk about the Dunning-Kruger effect quite often. If someone is too incompetent to realize their own incompetence, however, if someone is familiar with metacognition, they're more likely to be critical of themselves and how they process information. Because let's say something, regardless of how extreme it is being argued, some kind of truth that just seems asinine, seems too incredible to be believed. Appeal to incredulity is a logical fallacy, of course. But regardless of how extreme, if one does not possess a certain competency or understanding of metacognition, how would they even know if a person arguing against them is correct? Just for the sake of argument, if they were correct, regardless of the topic. I mean, flat earth is always a funny one. Again, everybody is so obsessed with conclusions. They don't really learn as much about just basic logic and reason and human psychology as you can, just from the methodology employed by both parties in a particular flat earth debate, or I don't know, Building 7 debate, whatever the case may be. You could pick any conspiracy, aliens, whatever. If one or both parties do not possess the mental wherewithal to be able to understand that they're wrong and the other party is correct, what's the point of the debate? If one or both parties, whatever, let's say one is accidentally correct about their conclusion, but they're going through a process of argumentation, they're arguing for and against certain points. But if they don't understand how the points would prove the opposite side or how their own points are invalid, if they don't possess that ability, what's the point of any kind of argument, any kind of discussion? Again, it doesn't take a genius to be accidentally correct. I mean, obviously we have false dichotomies, but let's say, just for the sake of argument, on one particular topic, one position is wrong, one position is right. A very silly goofball can be accidentally correct. Not everything on the idiot box is false, not 100%. I mean, most things, but not 100%. there are some bits and pieces, certain theories that might be true. So if one accidentally believes them, but they can't really argue properly, logically, scientifically, is it going to be productive? Now, metacognition is very useful because if you understand how the brain works, if you understand how cognitive dissonance works, if you understand if the opposition is correct and you're wrong, if you understand exactly how that would play out, then it could be a fruitful debate because you could walk away either being reasserting the fact that you were correct if you had the mental capacity, the proper knowledge of metacognition and psychology. If you had that proper knowledge, you'd be able to have a fruitful discussion, even if you just came away knowing, oh, you were wrong, maybe you were right, the other party brought up interesting points, you were able to rebut them without being emotionally triggered because the position you've come to was not a result of indoctrination, but it was a result of logical scientific processes that can be explained simply. Because again, if you can't explain something simply, you don't understand it well enough. Now, scientism cultists, even those with, let's say, advanced degrees in psychology, even they, if their ego has got them on such short strings that they can't consider that they're wrong, if they've already come to these circular reasoning logical fallacies where they think they're already right, so there's no reason. So even if they possess the intelligence and knowledge to re-examine, their ego's got them on such short strings that they refuse to do the re-examining. So even when even if they willingly come to some kind of debate or argument, if they refuse to actually engage their intelligence and have a logical discussion, even if they're capable, if they refuse to do so, but then they decide to have the argument anyway while refusing to do so, are those the silliest goofballs of all? Because then it's just a time-wasting exercise, is it not? Most debates are just people trying to play gotcha. I mean, you could see this. I mean, flat Earth debates are excellent for this. It's not even the whole point of the entire argument. You'll see these Dunning-Kruger goofballs. You'll see them try to interrupt and catch a certain individual giving their position on points that don't even matter. They're not really relevant to the overarching argument. They'll try to nitpick everything. They're trying to basically have a scoreboard up and they're trying to score points to be right because they're that insecure and they're that dominated by their ego. And of course, they have no knowledge of metacognition or basic psychology, so they don't even really necessarily know why they're doing it. They don't know why they're that insecure. They don't actually even think about it. They're just kind of like NPCs going on autopilot, regurgitating what they saw in the idiot box and taking great offense at anybody that exposes their blind faith in fallible and or corrupt humans as such. Blind faith. They don't like that because they've been brainwashed into thinking that it's actually real logic and truth. So that's why most of these debates or arguments out there, they're really not productive unless you're specifically studying human psychology in both parties as opposed to trying to get to the truth about a particular argument, which is obviously what I do, but the Dunning-Kruger goofs obviously do not. And it is interesting, again, if you're just studying human psychology as a whole and you're not really looking at it in terms of finding truth or side A or side B being correct, then it's endlessly fascinating. But in terms of actually having a logical discussion or debate for the purpose of either proving side A or side B, it's pretty much just a waste of time. So my advice for those that are actually engaging in these types of arguments or debates is to first identify if the person you're talking to has the mental wherewithal to even understand how their own brain works and why they believe what they believe, how the human brain works in general, how thinking works, the Dunning-Kruger effect, basic logical fallacies, basic psychology. If they understand all those things, again, they could be right or wrong. That's not dependent on conclusion. They either understand those things or they don't. If they do, then it could be a fruitful and productive discussion, debate, argument, what have you. If they don't, then it could still serve a use if you're doing it for an audience or for a podcast online where other people can listen to it, because then they can do what I do. They can dissect the human psychology. They can see points for and against. They can see all these traps that the thoroughly indoctrinated coincidence theorist masses fall for, and then how they're triggered when their hoodwinking is exposed because they're just not secure enough to be wrong or to think. They make that connection that if you're hoodwinked, you must be stupid. Of course, that's not the case. There's plenty of intelligent people out there that are just hopelessly brainwashed and hoodwinked. They do possess the mental capacity, but their egos got them on such short strings that they won't actually utilize their mental capacity to find that out. So another useful tip, I mean, I think this should be required for any kind of formal or informal debate or discussion that is at least pretending to be scientific, or at least setting up to be any kind of productive logical discourse. It would be very helpful to outline all these basics ahead of time. What is metacognition? What is the scientific method? How does your brain work? How are humans brainwashed? What is true objectivity? Just outlining these basic terms and definitions. Of course, logical fallacy is one of the big ones. Because if you're pretending to be logical instead of faith-based and scientism, you need more than logical fallacies and faith to defend your position, and then not just get triggered when that's called out. So having these definitions beforehand, almost like a mini test, or like a refresher or a primer, where you just spend just even a few minutes, even if it takes 10 minutes, wouldn't that save a lot more time than a half an hour, an hour-long debate, 2-hour-long debate? That's just a complete waste of time, because one or both individuals just are too clueless to know how the human brain works and how their own thinking processes work to lead them to believe what they believe. And the differences between coming to any kind of conclusions logically and objectively versus being brainwashed into them through just random propaganda or whatever mainstream narratives are propagated on the idiot box. And to really know and understand why an individual has come to a particular conclusion about something. And I think that would be incredibly helpful. So, and also for the people that listen to debates or discussions on podcasts, identifying these issues early on, if you don't want to waste your time listening to a particular debate or discussion, you can identify that early on. I mean, it's very basic if you know what you're looking for. And that is all I really wanted to address on this podcast, is metacognition. If people really understood how thinking works, how the brain works, awareness of their thinking processes, and how they were led to believe one thing or another, and whether it actually holds up to logical scrutiny or the scientific method, were there controls in place so you can compare and contrast if position A was true versus position B, and you can do this for any topic. So quite mind-shocking how most people don't understand these basics. But again, that's what MindShock is for, to point that out and attempt to bring more logic and reason to a world where both are seemingly going extinct. Hope you guys enjoyed another edition of the MindShock podcast. If you enjoyed the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the like button. Share it across social media platforms, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast, depending on your tier. You can debate me if you dare. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MindShock. This is Bruce McGuire. I wanted to go over a couple things in the methodology of truth seekers, in the overarching scope of everything that MindShock goes over, from conspiracies to true crime cold cases and various mysteries of the universe, the paranormal, and the supernatural. What is the ideal methodology of a truth seeker. If you're a longtime listener of the podcast, you know logic is at the forefront. And understanding how logical fallacies work in order to prevent fallacious thinking or reasoning in one's quest for the truth. As always, if you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. If you like the podcast, hit the like button. Feel free to share it across social media platforms. Any questions, comments, thoughts, theories, leave them in the comments section. Make sure you like and follow our Facebook page for exclusive updates. You could also check us out Twitter, Reddit, and Patreon. And patrons do get priority on case or subject requests. So, the methodology of truth seekers or truth seeking should always be a neutral, scientific-based methodology without biases, without logical fallacies at play. Now, obviously, this is all very difficult to achieve because everybody is subject to human psychology. And human psychology works a particular way, with variations, of course, and exceptions even. But most people, they're just not comfortable with truths that are too radical. As people in the comment section constantly show, MINDSHOCK is not for everyone. Most people can't handle truths that are beyond a certain radical threshold, regardless of what those truths actually are, or even the possibility that said truths could be true. Most people simply do not have developed enough logic and mental strength to overcome cognitive dissonance and other psychological factors to accept or even entertain truth. And of course, it is the mark of an intelligent mind to be able to consider an idea as true without believing in it. And you could always kind of separate the men from the boys in any kind of logical debate of any kind as to those who can't even honestly conceptualize something. So they'll never honestly examine it for truth, and they'll never be able to go beyond the box, the mental box they've created for themselves. You can see this in various ways in various conversations. The more radical the topic, the easier it is to see it. So, for example, you want to bring up Flat Earth or any of the more extreme conspiracies that a lot of people don't want to touch, and you'll be able to observe these psychological effects. And that's actually one of the most useful things about extreme conspiracies. You can see why certain people, how herd mentality manifests, regardless of what the real truth is. Even if those who bought into the religious dogma of scientism and they believe the right model, but they do so on religious indoctrination, not neutral, logical, scientific scrutiny. And it's very, very obvious to see, again, for example, in the Flat Earth conspiracy. If the heliocentric model is true, you have all these devout, religious, sheep-minded individuals who all they can do is appeal to authority and appeal to popularity to justify their faith-based beliefs while pretending they're being scientific. So it's almost like if they're on the right side, they're on the right side accidentally, like a lottery winner who just randomly picks numbers, who happens to be, they could be some strung out drug addict with an IQ of 30, and they might have still been able to get the right lottery numbers. So they were right. Or if they randomly pick any kind of 50-50 idea and they happen to be on the right side, how are they on the right side? So it's very interesting to examine the psychology of the anti-conspiracy theorists, the coincidence theorists, those that believe that nothing can be more than mere coincidence. Despite logic and reason and historical precedent, they just will never believe in any conspiracy no matter what. They are coincidence theorists to the core, devout to their religious model. So, in the methodology of a truth seeker, you have to understand this kind of psychology and also not be biased to jump to the other side. Like, for example, if the heliocentric model is the correct model, just because of all these loonies and religious, dogmatic, anti-science individuals peddling the dogma of the heliocentric model without actually understanding or logically scrutinizing any of it, that doesn't mean the Earth is flat. Now, you're not going to just jump to the other side. The heliocentric model may very well be right and true, But understanding why certain anti-conspiracy theorists or coincidence theorists are the way they are, it's very useful for examining any extreme radical truth. We can go into the paranormal. Why do some people believe in ghosts? Why do some people not? Why do certain people believe ghosts aren't real, so they will never even consider the possibility of ghosts for any reason? I mean, can you think of a more anti-science, dogmatic, religious, faith-based mental model than to not believe and to just be resigned to never believe no matter what, no matter how much evidence is presented? So it's just so funny that a lot of these so-called people that consider themselves scientific or pro-science, they don't even know what science is. They don't know that it's simply a tool. It can be wielded in different ways, and it does not point to what is true or not. It is simply a tool. So if ghosts are real, again, denying something's existence without even understanding what it is. Like, I use this example all the time. If you go into the Amazon, uncontacted tribes might be helicopters and cell phones. You could project some holograms. It's all supernatural magic to them because they don't know how it works. Now, how silly is it to say, oh, that cell phone doesn't exist? Of course it exists. You might not know exactly what it is. So in certain, obviously, there might also be hoaxes or people pretending things are cell phones that aren't cell phones. You could come up with all sorts of parallel examples. However, if ghosts are something, now what that something, it could be a human pretending to be a ghost. It could be something, but to pretend that it's nothing, that it's a figment of imagination, that is as anti-science as you can get, especially in cases where physical evidence is left. So it's just very interesting to really dissect human psychology and in how certain people, they just can't handle certain realities or even the possibility of those realities to be true. Like, again, with conspiracy theories, certain people, they're just so naive and sheltered in their worldview that they can't even consider a world where rich people would coordinate anything devious to further any kind of agendas or interests. And it just, they just can't, it's beyond them. Like, for whatever reason, I guess they think that only the most good-hearted, honest, and just people would ever be attracted to political offices, and that they would never make any deals with any kind of other businesses or shady interest groups for any reason to push any agenda ever. And then if it was ever compromised in any way, that they would do something to cover it up. They just don't believe it happened. It's kind of funny. I was actually looking at terminology used in the mainstream because conspiracies happen, I mean, pretty every day, multiple times a day. It just, the media does a really good propaganda campaign against the word conspiracy. So they'll call things scandals, or tragedies, debacles, plots. They usually carefully avoid the word conspiracy, even though they're proven conspiracies every day. It's just more than one person. And so, again, I guess some of these coincidence theories really think that criminals just will never work together no matter what, or pay anybody off to further any agenda ever. Now, I'm not talking about a certain percentage of people who believe conspiracies could be true, and then there are certain proven conspiracies, but they just say, oh, but it'll never be something of this magnitude. Like, they just appeal to incredulity endlessly. So they don't understand the illogicality of saying, oh, well, maybe these people might work together to do this level conspiracy, but they just would never take it up to this other level. So, I mean, that's almost even sillier, because then if you have enough logic to see that certain people can commit this crime at this level, but for whatever reason they just magically will never push it. Like, a serial killer just won't kill more than 10 people. They just won't do it. And then there'll never be a serial killer who works with another serial killer, even if when you have documented evidence of that happening, regardless of how rare. So you have all these different lines of reasoning people use, mental gymnastics, hoops they jump through, straws they grasp to justify their own belief system. So once again, a quote attributed to Mark Twain, it's easier to fool someone than to convince them they've been fooled. So obviously, the greater the conspiracy, the sillier one with an ego issue might think that would make them look stupid. So of course they can't look stupid. So the conspiracy must not be true. And that's the usual line of thinking of extreme coincidence theorists. They just will never admit they could be wrong about anything. You'll see narcissistic traits. You'll see Dunning-Kruger to the max, where humans just basically, they always think they understand or know more than they do. And then, of course, the ego prevents them from honestly examining that. And you can see that everywhere. You can see that everywhere on the internet. And once again, the extreme conspiracies are the easiest to see this. For example, Flat Earth and the more extreme conspiracies. So continuing on with our methodology, so understanding human psychology, not falling for those pitfalls. To remain truly honest and objective, one has to be mentally strong enough to be able to handle any kind of truth, regardless of what it is. So you're not going to go in there with any kind of preconceived notions or biases. You have to be strong enough to consider that the base layer of all your knowledge, that first line in a house of cards, that it really could be a house of cards, and not to be afraid of it. Truth seekers are simply not afraid of saying, oh, look, all this time and effort invested by society, by schools, it could all be wrong. Now, again, the majority of people, the sheep, the herd-minded lemming, it's just easier. It's less scary to run off the cliff with all the lemmings than go down a road on your own where you don't know where it leads. And especially in the modern world, most humans are addicted to luxury and comfort, mental or physical. And it's just a bridge too far to do anything painful. It's like the equivalent of being an honest truth seeker is like someone running ultra marathon. It's just, that's what your mind has to do. How many people are willing to run ultra marathon? Just continually. There are very, very few people in the world that have that physical toughness and mental toughness as it relates to the physical. How many truth seekers are willing to put their brain through that much? It's pretty much no one. And the more these institution lackeys have invested, the harder for them is to see the house of cards that all of society is built on. So even if they happen to accidentally pick the right side of something, the psychology is very evident on what psychology they go through. Logic and logical fallacies are of the utmost importance, and knowing their limitations as well. Just because something is fallacious doesn't mean the conclusion one draws from fallacious reasoning is false. That would be the fallacy. So obviously it's better to think critically and logically than not, but also not to be confused or even obsessed with that final point, because in a lot of situations where information is limited, especially in any kind of top-level conspiracies, if you're just a private citizen, you don't have top secret clearance. There's only so much that you're going to be able to figure out from publicly available information, that kind of being okay with there being no final conclusion is also very, very important, because if one becomes too obsessed with finding the definite answer, like in a math equation, you might end up not seeing the forest through the trees, and you can get stuck and blindsided by certain points, similarly to how the herd-minded coincidence theorists are completely blinded by their own cognitive dissonance, Dunning-Kruger, and other fallacious reasoning, religious indoctrination, and such, that they can't see through that. And, of course, ego domination. So you could see the traits in all these different types of people, and they are very, very evident. But science itself is a very great tool, because real science is neutral and objective. So as long as one knows the difference between scientism, just a religious ideology, a religion based on appeals to authority, and institutional systems having monopolies on truth. And once you see through that, you can see what real science is, and you could use real science as one of the methodologies, a true experimentation, natural science. Observable, measurable, repeatable. Now, these are all quite basics to children, which is actually quite amusing as well, because the older one gets, the more indoctrination one goes through. through schooling, through college, through work, through mainstream media, exposure to the news. It's conditioned, social conditioning has made lemmings out of most of the population. Now, is the internet the game changer that sways that balance? Possibly. A lot of people think so. You basically have the Library of Alexandria in your hand, in your cell phone. You can verify anything. You can learn about logic, about science, about all of these things to use these methodologies to seek the truth without being biased. And this is just like, if you treat truth-seeking as an ultramarathon or as any other kind of sport. There are people that are just genetically predispositioned to be more talented in the pursuit of truth. They just aren't so ego-dominated or narcissistic. They don't exhibit so much hubris that they can't re-examine base layers of any kind of knowledge. And it's a talent like anything else. Certain people have it, certain people don't. Other people have to work harder. Others still, the hard slap of any kind of awakening or truth, any kind of epiphany, some people need a harder slap than others. And others still, are they hopelessly indoctrinated to the point of no return? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. NPCs. An NPC is a term that gets thrown around, a non-playable character, people who can't think for themselves, they can only follow the crowd, like a programmed background character in a video game. They're not a main player. They can't really do much. And if you think, I'm sure you'll think of certain people in your life that could be particularly thought of as NPCs. But is that because they can't, or simply they won't? It's just too uncomfortable to do anything than kind of go where you're guided by the masters and controllers. To just go with the flow, the social engineering, because it's a lot easier than questioning and re-examining. But these are just some of the methodologies that truth seekers can use, identify, and master in order to not fall for any kind of propaganda. So being a critical thinker goes hand in hand with being a truth seeker. If you just accept what you're told by authorities all the time, which is kind of how social engineering is built on, you got experts in this, experts in that, and then everybody just takes on blind faith and gospel truth that whatever these so-called experts had to go through to be taught, that it was legitimate and it was correct, even though history shows us the complete opposite. In another couple hundred years, most of what we think we know now could all be false or incomplete or inaccurate. So again, hubris, pride cometh before the fall. Humans just exhibit so much hubris that they just have such trouble understanding or even considering the possibility that they're wrong. And the more extreme the error, the more resistance to the thought that it could be wrong. And understanding all these things is, of course, knowledge is power. Even understanding the notion that you could be wrong about anything and always re-examining, always verifying. These are great methodologies for the truth seeker. Hope you enjoyed another edition of the MindShock podcast, delving into topics that most people don't want to go into. If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. If you like the podcast, hit the like button. Feel free to share it across social media platforms. Questions, comments, thoughts, theories, suggestions, leave them in the comment section. Like and follow our Facebook page for exclusive updates, and you can also check us out Reddit, Twitter, and Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MindShock. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. Today, we're taking a look at another critical topic that does not get enough discussion in the mainstream, which is why, of course, the MindShock podcast exists. To tackle topics and uncomfortable truths and observations around the world with logic and reason at the forefront without falling for logical fallacies or blind faith in corrupt and or fallible humans. Today we're talking about non-standard deviation. Is the truth of what is going on in the world so far removed from the standard deviation, the standard spread of data points that one can be expected to run into in daily life? Is it so far removed from the standard that that's what makes coincidence theorists, scientism cultists wave off anybody that gets close to the truth, or perhaps closer than they are, as just conspiracy theorists, aka critical thinkers, or completely insane loonies, as they label them, because it's too far a cry from what they believe or what they've been indoctrinated with, the propaganda on the idiot box that they blindly believe. Is it too far removed from the standard deviation? And is that one of the main issues that prevents the cognitive dissonant masses, the lemmings, the sheeple, from even understanding other data points being presented, other points of views, other theories that may be closer to the truth than their own, but it's just too much of a far cry? If it was a little bit closer to their own viewpoint, they might be able to stomach it more. Their cognitive dissonance wouldn't spin their ego out of control and trigger them to the point to shut down all logic and reason, which is, of course, what we see on social media and even in everyday, day-to-day life by the idiot box crowd, the scientism cultists. As always, if you enjoy the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. If you enjoy the podcast, you could hit the like button, share it across social media platforms. Let's bring logic and reason back to a world that is quickly becoming devoid of it. So share it on social media platforms, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. So check the description and consider becoming a patron today to support the channel. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. You can also just go to youtube.com/MINDSHOCK. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. Okay, so what is standard deviation? So standard deviation is pretty much what one would expect to find. So if we're looking at, let's say, a belief system, wherever you go in the world, I mean, there's certain dominant religions. So depending on your region, for example, in the U.S., a standard deviated religion choice would be people who believe in God, people who don't believe in God, people who are spiritual but not religious, a Christian, a Muslim, a Jew, a Buddhist, a Hindu. These would fall among the standard deviation, depending on how you set the parameters. Now, you might not run into a Raelian. So the Raelians, I've talked about them before. It's just this UFO cult, so to speak. They believed the aliens were coming for them. They were semi-popular in the mid to late 90s. In the late 90s or so. And, I mean, they were getting some mainstream coverage. They were getting coverage on news reports and some magazines. I think the National Enquirer had them on the front page at least once. So, yeah, the Raelians, that would be outside of the standard deviation in terms of religious belief systems when you're walking down the street. I mean, even if you went to Times Square in New York City or some of the most populated areas where there's people from all over the world congregating, a Raelian would still be outside of the standard deviation. Our set data points of who belongs to which religion or belief system. Whereas, again, a Christian or an atheist, that you would expect that to fall within standard deviation. So why is this important? If the truth falls outside the standard deviation, outside of the mean, the average of all the viewpoints, if it's so far from it, for the average person, for the normie, obviously for the the dialed-in corruption investigator, the non-corruption denier coincidence theorist, someone who's not a corruption or reality denier, someone who understands that there are criminally minded individuals out there. They don't always act alone. I mean, it's just that simple. Corruption and fallibility exist. That's what a conspiracy theorist basically is, a critical thinker. Someone who can employ logic and reason, unlike the counterparts, the Dunning-Kruger cognitive dissonant masses. Now, does the truth fall so far of the outside deviation when we're considering the masses? What is standard deviation within the masses, within the parameters of mass belief systems? Now, what's interesting, 2020 should have caused a lot of usurpation in the ranks, and it did to a certain extent, but possibly not as much as it should have. I mean, there's just so many people still driving alone in their cars wearing 2 or 3 masks. So it didn't really do as much as it could have, considering. I mean, look at the Epstein situation. So once upon a time, Epstein not killing himself, the Dunning-Kruger masses would have considered that outside of the standard deviation. But now, because there's so much corruption and fake news being exposed, people are thinking critically more in general. Now, to what extent? Not to that much more of an extent, but more. 10, 20 years ago, just saying that newspapers are fake. I mean, even though Mark Twain famously said, if you don't read the newspaper, you're uninformed. If you read the newspaper, you're misinformed. I mean, the idiot box, that term was coined early on with all the propaganda on the TV, once the TV was introduced. Even though it was known to a certain percentage, just en masse, there wasn't this level of awareness at the fact that there is no evidence of widespread journalistic integrity, and there hasn't been for a really long time. There used to be a little bit here and there. A little bit. Not a lot, but a little bit here and there. It was enough to keep the facade going that it was more than it actually was. Now, that all crumbled in the past few years. I mean, you could even probably credit Alex Jones a little bit. Bill Cooper, Alex Jones, to start to open people's eyes, even if they're complete shills and shams. I'm not addressing that. They could be complete shills, controlled opposition. I don't know. I'm not going to pretend to know. I'm not saying they are or they are not. I'm not saying anything they are saying is true or untrue. This is MINDSHOCK, where the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. So again, in the past 10, 20 years, the standard deviation has expanded. No question. But could it have expanded faster, and is the real truth still so far outside of the standard deviation of a normie that it's just too difficult? The cognitive dissonance kicks in. Now, for example, if the truth was a little bit closer to the standard deviation, within standard deviation, would that be easier to grasp, and would we be looking at a different world right now? Now, again, I'm not saying there's any credence to David Icke's lizard, alien, interdimensional, reptilian theory. But if there is, if that is true, I mean, that is so far outside of the standard deviation that most people would never even consider it seriously, objectively, logically, neutrally. And that has been requested on MINDSHOCK, the entire reptilian royal family lizard conspiracy theory. And I will be going over that in an objective, logical fashion without falling for any logical fallacies, especially circular reasoning, logical fallacies, or any kind of faith-based presupposition dismissing it. Because if it is true, let's say the evidence is there, but if someone refuses to even consider the evidence, they'll never even know if it's true. Again, I'm not saying it is true. But if it's true and you refuse to look at evidence, you'll never actually know that it's true, and you will remain in a Dunning-Kruger stupor away from the truth, which is what we're seeing in other areas. Again, I'm not saying the lizard conspiracy is true in any way. But other conspiracies or uncomfortable truths, if the Dunning-Kruger masses, the scientism cultists, if they refuse to even look at the evidence, then they'll never even put themselves in a position to ever learn the truth. And they'll just keep doubling down to appease their ego.
which has them on such short strings that they can just get triggered and respond with these fallacies and blind faith in the corrupt. And that's why logical fallacies are so useful, so you can see whether your line of reasoning is valid, because that's what logic is. Adherence to strict principles of validity. Is it logical or not? And the most triggered of goofs they get triggered just by the very notion that something is a logical fallacy or a logical fallacy got called out. And they run for the hills being triggered at the very notion of logic. I mean, if you want to know whether something you believe is valid or the lines of reasoning that caused you to believe it, are they valid lines of reasoning? And to run away in terror at the very notion of examining if there were any logical fallacies tripped, I mean, that's very, very telling. Very, very telling, and it's a staple of scientism cultists and how they defend their blind faith in the corrupt. And status quo to maintain the establishment. As Upton Sinclair once said, it's very difficult to get a man to understand something which his paycheck depends on him not understanding. And these are very basic concepts that even small children can understand, but for whatever reason, the masses, the Dunning-Kruger goofs and scientism cultists, they get triggered so hardcore at the very notion that something is not exactly as advertised on the idiot box. If whatever scientism propaganda they've been indoctrinated with, if there's any kind of holes in it, even the suggestion, the mere suggestion, they immediately get triggered and go to faith and fallacy. So I just wanted to point out in this podcast that standard deviation does play a role, because most humans out there, the average individual, Joe Schmo, the mental strength is not there. The more you deviate from the standard, the more mental strength is required to objectively, logically, neutrally examine a position. And again, some of these harsh truths about our reality might be so far from the standard deviation that the average individual will not even begin to consider them. I mean, it's not even on their radar. It's just immediately dismissed, like lizard people. And again, I'm just using that as an example. I'm not saying the lizard people conspiracy is true. There's always these goofs that think whenever I mention something, I'm somehow supporting it or advocating it. Again, basic first grade English comprehension is required for this podcast. I say it all the time. It's a disclaimer. And then every podcast, there's always at least a couple comments of people who did not meet that criteria. If you're at a first grade English comprehension level, then you'd be able to understand what's presented, understand first, then you can agree or disagree if you want, or just objectively, logically, neutrally discuss without agreeing or disagreeing. I mean, the most valuable discourse is not individuals trying to brainwash you or gaslight you into believing what they believe just to make themselves more comfortable to soothe their dissonance. It's people honestly examining the world around them to find the truth. And that's what MindShock is all about. Because the MindShock motto, of course, is the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. Feel free to leave your thoughts on standard deviation and whether or not so many truths are outside of the standard deviation that precludes them from ever being honestly, objectively considered by the masses. If you enjoyed the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. You could just go to youtube.com/MindShock, like this podcast, shared on social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, or debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. Really important topic today, the mental health crisis. Now, this is a very multifaceted topic that overlaps and intersects many different things. And I'm going to attempt to tackle as much as I can of it today and kind of explain a lot of the issues we're seeing in the world and in conversations and debates of different topics, obviously conspiracy theories, but also pretty much any and all topics. The mental health variable really needs to be put more in the forefront, just how prevalent it is. I know a lot of people don't believe it or don't want to believe it. But it's unfortunately, mental health issues have spiked so dramatically in recent times that now you'd be remiss not to assess this variable as it pertains to whatever topic being discussed with whatever people. So we'll be diving deep in typical MINDSHOCK fashion with logic and reason at the forefront in a world where they are quickly becoming extinct. As always, if you enjoy the podcast, find it interesting and informative, and want to help support the podcast so we can get more mind-shocking content out there and kind of rescue the world from the dearth of logic and reason it is currently experiencing, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube, help support the channel that way, and get access to exclusive streams and chats. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications. Make sure your device allows those notifications to come through so you can be notified when we drop the latest mind-shocking bombshells on a variety of topics, from deep conspiracies to true crime cases and wrongful convictions and anything and everything in between. The paranormal, interdimensional metaphysics theories, anything and everything, because this is MINDSHOCK, where we're not afraid to tackle any subject objectively, logically, neutrally, and scientifically. Like and share the podcast, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, or requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. Okay. So obviously, if you've been a MINDSHOCK listener for a period of time, you know how important logical fallacies are. Understanding logical fallacies, these deal with validity. So if someone is committing logical fallacies, their argument is not valid. So regardless of whether you're talking ghosts, Bigfoot, government conspiracies, or true crime cases, if all one has is logical fallacies to support their position, blind faith in the corrupt authorities, aka the appeal to authority logic fallacy, or appeals to popularity, well, everybody believes this and everybody can't be wrong, appeals to incredulity, oh, well, that's just insane and crazy, or just plain old ad hominem attacks and genetic logical fallacies where they attack the source instead of the actual argument being made. These are all highly common. If you just look at any conversation on social media, that's an issue. Even if you look at formal debates with scientists, I mean, flat earth debates are great for this, to see how clueless so many goofs are. Not that the conclusion is true. We're not talking about the conclusion or the absolute truth of the matter. We're talking about how it's argued. I mean, it's completely insane, the level that logic and reason extinction has reached. I mean, the extinction, it's almost completely extinct nowadays. It's absolutely insane. I mean, also quite curious, ironically, because everybody literally has the Library of Alexandria in their pocket. If you have a smartphone with an internet connection, you can literally learn anything about anything and learn about both sides of any issue objectively, logically, and neutrally if you understand logical fallacies, if you understand the scientific method, if you understand how conflicts of interest work. So if you understand these things, which are very easy to learn. Now, if certain people obviously have mental disabilities, now that's where a lot of these people arguing online, and I've been doing research on the Dunning-Kruger effect for quite some time. I will be having a book come out on this subject at some point in the future. I'm still in the research phase, and that's actually why I'm doing this podcast, because the mental health crises has reached such a level where it now must be considered. It now must be considered as a primary variable, along with lack of English comprehension and the Dunning-Kruger effect, as one of the primary boundaries in any kind of meaningful conversation. Because when these Dunning-Kruger goofs get triggered and all that, obviously they spiral out of control. Their ability to use logic and reason, if they had it, is no longer enabled. Now, another issue, another main variable we have to consider, again, and just in recent months, I've noticed a huge spike in the amount of people seeking to have some kind of conversation or debate of any kind. They have serious mental conditions where not only are they not able to process information, but in this age where I'm not going to go down the Asperger's, the autism, all of that, and their causes. I mean, some of them are quite obvious if you understand the scientific method, but again, comparing to previous time periods in history, documentable, I'm not talking about 500 years ago, I'm talking about just 20 years ago compared to 50 years ago compared to 70 years ago, but these are huge issues because especially in our modern times, in participation trophy generations where everybody is obsessed about not offending somebody by not telling them the truth, how many undiagnosed people have some kind of a mental disability? But again, I'm not talking about like an obvious, complete cognitive impairment to the point where they can't speak or read. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about mental disabilities that are a bit more subtle, where they can speak English and have some kind of base level communications. They might even actually have advanced level degrees in indoctrination facilities because they were able to memorize things. But in terms of actual processing power, the ability to think critically, deductive reasoning, obviously none of these are required to regurgitate propaganda on command and jump through hoops like a circus animal to get some kind of degree at an indoctrination facility. These things are not required. In fact, it looks like in the past generation they've been intentionally not taught or downplayed, where just this blind faith in corrupt authorities, scientism, has been the primary mode of teaching, where you just have to take it on blind faith because it says so in the religious text known as the government textbook used at the university. Now, again, I'm not saying the information is wrong. Again, it's almost ironic how these triggered Dunning-Kruger goofs claiming I'm wrong, they're proving the point by their response. And that's where, again, these mental health crises come into play. Because if they're that clueless, I mean, I don't know if it can simply be a matter of intelligence. There seems to be a mental health component where they do have some kind of mental condition, possibly some kind of mental disability, where they're simply unable to utilize logic and reason, and there are certain neurons or connections in the brain just were never formed, so they can't compare certain things in their brain. Now, obviously, some of this is due to cognitive dissonance and triggering, which I've discussed a lot in the past as well, in addition to the Dunning-Kruger effect and the lack of logic and even basic English comprehension. Those are all variables as well. But one variable I just have not spent enough time on that I believe is also critical is obviously the mental health component. So let's look at how some of this can manifest, because if somebody, even a highly intelligent individual who does know how to utilize critical thinking, logic, and reason, let's say they understand the logical fallacies, the scientific method, if they're having a mental health crisis, if they have a mental health condition, they're not quite right in the head, they're not actually going to be able to utilize it if they get triggered, or not even necessarily triggered. If they have that much of a mental health condition, they're conflict seeking, etc. I mean, you'll see a lot of these people on social media. They're basically just looking for an argument. They're not actually looking. I mean, they're looking to continue a trauma cycle. So regardless of what type of mental health condition they might have, or possible mental disability, or possibly both, I mean, let's not fall for false dichotomies ourselves when discussing these topics, because I mean, I would actually argue that there's a component of all of this. There's the Dunning-Kruger effect is, of course, at play. There are a lot of narcissists out there. I mean, you could even argue that narcissists are even more likely to suffer from these mental health conditions, and even more likely to get triggered at the drop of a hat, and not able to utilize logic and reason, even if technically they might have a high IQ. And then, of course, there's other individuals with a low IQ who also are all of these things. Now, the mental health crises component is if they're just that mentally out of it, they're not going to be, they're not capable. Again, I'm not talking about intellectually. They're not emotionally capable of having any kind of logical, reasoned, level-headed discussion about anything. let alone possibly a controversial topic at hand. So again, big thanks out there to all these people who have decided to be subjects for me to study on social media. I mean, there's no shortage of people falling into all these categories, checking all these boxes, and the mental health component now. A mentally unwell individual, of course, they're going to want to get into it with strangers on the internet. And of course, they're not going to want any kind of honest debate. They're not there to learn anything. I mean, it's all quite obvious, but the mental health component, the issue, if they have a mental condition, if you identify this within an individual, I mean, it's kind of obvious, sometimes not necessarily obvious from the get-go, because if they've gotten pretty good at disguising it just to function in society, then it might not be evident right from the get-go. But within a certain amount of back and forth responses, it does become quite evident, because these narcissistic hallucinations that obviously they can't be wrong, and that the other person is doing all these things, psychological projection, obviously also one of these main key factors. I will be doing a podcast on each of these topics individually, and then also a podcast on how they all manifest together. And why it's important to understand these things, because again, if you have mental strength and you're not a narcissist, you'll be able to identify your own faults. Like, everybody has these. Obviously, I've fallen for some of these in the past as well. And when you can honestly take a look at yourself and say, oh, you've committed this value. Oh, you were being a narcissist here, or certain narcissistic tendencies where you were arguing for your ego and to be right instead of actually arguing for the truth. So these things are all important to understand. And, nobody's perfect. I'm sure I commit logical fallacies as well. I mean, again, I try to call them out, and even while I'm committing them in certain cases, because again, everybody's human. It's not about being 100% perfect. It's about being honest with yourself and honest intellectually, where if you do value the truth, you won't be terrified of confronting these things as possibilities. And the people with these mental health crises, just mentioning any of these things, obviously their subconscious will know that it's true. So their triggering goes to a whole new level anytime any of this, what I just mentioned, is triggered, like triggers them, like psychological projection, the Dunning-Kruger effect, logical fallacies. They'll spiral out of control. And it's actually kind of sad to see at this point. I mean, again, I don't want to contribute to anybody's mental health decline. So at this point, I would have to block and exit certain conversations, because again, I do not want to be responsible for people's mental health conditions getting worse. So once somebody has demonstrated this, like, again, I'm not trying to do any kind of inhumane studies on these people online. Once they have demonstrated they have a mental health issue, that's the end for me. I mean, I wish them the best. I'm rooting for them. I hope they get better. But I'm not going to continue using them as a test subject and laughing at their Dunning-Kruger issues if they have demonstrated that they're mentally unwell. So that's another key component. Again, whenever you're debating anybody in person, online, through social media, whatever, it's important to identify these things, because again, you don't want to contribute to mental health declines, but at the same time, you want to be clear on what's going on. Again, in the pursuit of truth with the utilization of logic and reason, you would have to know all of the variables at play. For example, if the main block for someone understanding something is again, their overestimation of their mental capacity. Let's assume they do not have a mental health issue for this example. So in not calling them out, are you really doing them any favors? Because if they're not capable of understanding the evidence and information presented, if they're not capable of understanding the argument, you can't really continue. But if you want to, again, be a good person, you could tell them, like, if you have this huge Dunning-Kruger issue, you're psychologically projecting, you're a narcissist, et cetera, et cetera. Obviously, they're going to get triggered if the information is true. If it's not true, you'll notice a completely different response in them. Sometimes they'll just exit the conversation immediately because they think it's not worth getting into, because they might recognize maybe some of it's true, whatever. And if they have the mental strength, they might say, like, I'm not quite ready to examine this now, maybe later, whatever. Or if it's completely not true, you'll notice that they'll focus on the actual argument instead of all of this straw manning, ad hom attacks, genetic attacks, and all of these things like a lot of these goofs do. But regarding the mental health crisis, how obvious it is, because we're not talking about just a couple people here. And the more someone suffers from a mental health crisis, the more likely they're going to be on social media, just picking fights with people, psychologically projecting, and all of this, like literally humiliating themselves. Because again, because of their mental health condition, they don't even realize what they're doing. They don't have the mental strength to do that. So I'm sure what I say is nothing new to people who do engage on social media in various debates and arguments, etc., especially touching upon controversial subjects as such. You'll see a lot of people with mental health conditions adamantly involved in a lot of these conversations. So being able to identify that is pretty important. Also, aside from just social media, out in the real world, again, I mean, you'll see this uptick in shootings and such. I mean, I've actually listened to a lot of people who went to high school in like the 70s and the early 80s. I mean, depending on which part of the country you're in, I mean, people had rifles in their cars, shotguns, etc. Hunting culture, sports shooting. I mean, literally, there were hundreds, if not thousands, of potential school shooters in every county and school district. There were guns in so many cars in the school parking lot and even carried through hallways. And look at how many incidents were around back then, like one every 10 years back then, or two, whatever it was, in isolated situations. Now, again, regardless of which side of the fence you fall on, if you're a critical thinking conspiracy theorist and you understand that politicians are not 100% honest and that certain government organizations would possibly employ an agenda, and handlers would groom certain troubled people, again, mental health issues, to exact certain narratives. Obviously, this wouldn't be new. They would use them for their own purposes. Now, regardless of whether you're on that side of the fence or you just think there's just random insane loonies always around shooting people up and there's never, ever any connections to government or government handlers of any kind ever, no matter what, regardless of which side of the fence you fall on there, it's kind of weird to hallucinate that with the rise of the big pharma cult and the cultists that defend them endlessly, all of these mind-altering drugs that have been used in the past, let's say, 20 to 30 years, I mean, they've increased so much in the past 20 to 30 years, it coincides with a lot of these mass and school shootings. What a coincidence. The coincidence theorists will obviously write that all off. And then you could look in other countries where they don't have these mind-altering drugs prescribed in these astronomical numbers to children, to young children. They don't have these issues. Another coincidence, I'm sure. I'm sure it's all coincidental. I mean, how could it not be? But regardless of which way you look at it, whether you believe that mental health issues are being overdiagnosed, whether you believe they've always been around and just, again, simply not diagnosed, or whether all of these food additives, preservatives, chemtrails, are there still coincidence theorists and authority-worshipping cultists denying chemtrails? I mean, you can go on all these government websites and learn all about geoengineering, aerosol spraying programs. I mean, these are all openly admitted now. I mean, in the past, the coincidence theorists kind of laughed at the critical thinking conspiracy theorists and said, oh no, those are just contrails. They're just standard exhaust. And now, I mean, you have like over 100 years of documents and patents on cloud seeding and weather modification. I mean, most of these weren't even top secret. So this has all been out in the open for decades. But obviously the gullible goofs who just believe the idiot box when the idiot box uses the magic term conspiracy theorist to discredit something, the gullible goofs just automatically assume it's not true. They never do any research. They never even go on all of these openly admitted operations on .gov websites. I mean, scientific journals cover all of this. Again, aerosol spraying and geoengineering and cloud seeding, which has been going on for a very long time. So clearly the spraying of chemicals and the chemical trails visible in the sky of such. Now, we're not going to get into motives and the reasons why and the exact contents, but obviously there are chemicals. There are a lot more chemicals around now than 50 years ago. I mean, this is all just documented fact. Some people believe plastics the chemicals in plastics and fluoridated water and all of these things now with GMO food and all of that crap, that this would cause some mental health issues. Now, to make it all worse, these mental health drugs, which possibly address some symptoms, possibly extremely well, they address the symptoms very well, but what other issues are they creating, and is this connected to MK Ultra type programs? You know, what else is interesting about coincidence theorists and authority worshipping cultists that just take on blind faith as gospel, whatever they see on the idiot box or from mainstream news sources? They'll never even actually objectively look at the other side. Like, obviously, this is MINDSHOCK. I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue. I'm not claiming any of the conspiracy theories are true or untrue. I'm not claiming any of the coincidence theories or official narratives are true or untrue. This is MINDSHOCK, where the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. But coincidence theorists and authority worshipping cultists, they don't take that position. They don't say, oh, well, maybe there's corrupt people out there, maybe there's not. Maybe they're actually doing illegal things, maybe they're not. They religiously deny the possibility of any such corruption theories. With religious fervor. That's why, of course, authority-worshipping cultists, they're part of a cult. They just take whatever's on the idiot box or whatever's a so-called official narrative on blind faith and blind faith alone. They won't actually take the time to objectively, logically, neutrally examine a possible theory or whatever the alleged corruption theory is. So that's a huge distinction, whereas a conspiracy theorist, for the most part, if they're a good person, they don't even want the conspiracy to be true. They would prefer it wasn't, but they simply looked at a certain amount of evidence, and that evidence at least suggested a strong possibility, regardless of whether it's true or untrue. So they had the mental strength to not stick their head in the sand and pretend that there's no corrupt people out there. The denial of history is also particularly curious because you can go back to the tobacco industry buying up scientists and doctors and the propaganda campaigns. Those are just recycled. You saw it with the sugar industry. I mean, you're seeing it now with certain medical treatments, let's call them. And this is all just recycled. I mean, this isn't even new propaganda. But just the lack of awareness of history is just... it's mind-boggling, mind-shocking, if you will. Now, if somebody's suffering from a mental health condition, can you really expect them, even if they have the mental capacity to understand the arguments? Obviously, a certain percentage of authority-worshipping cultists and coincidence theorists, a certain percentage do, a certain percentage don't. But even the ones that do have the mental capacity, and maybe even high IQs, if they're in a mental health crisis, how do you expect them to be logical, neutral, scientific in any way? And have any kind of honest conversation? I mean, it's not a fair ask of these people. And unfortunately, the amount of people with mental health conditions has skyrocketed, regardless of the reasons. We don't need to get into those. But just the amount of people walking around with mental health issues, stratospheric. And a portion of it could just be a mode of society. And I'll drop this Aldous Huxley quote here. I've said it before here and there, not as often as some other quotes I use, but this one is quite powerful. And here is this quote: "The real hopeless victims of mental illness are to be found among those who appear to be most normal. Many of them are normal because they are so well adjusted to our mode of existence, because their human voice has been silenced so early in their lives that they do not even struggle or suffer as the neurotic does. They are normal not in what may be called the absolute sense of the word. They are normal only in relation to a profoundly abnormal society. Their perfect adjustment to that abnormal society is a measure of their mental sickness. These millions of abnormally normal people living without a fuss in a society to which, if they were fully human beings, they ought not to be adjusted." So if you haven't heard that quote before from the Great Aldous Huxley, author of Brave New World, perhaps much more accurate than George Orwell's 1984, often overlooked. Everybody always goes for Orwell's 1984, which is quite an eerie prediction as well. But Huxley's Brave New World is arguably much more apt comparison to our modern technocratic society, where people are just drugged into complacency to not even question anything, and not even really experience the extremes of the human condition. So, yeah, I mean, that's quite a powerful one. So that's it for now. Hope you guys found another edition of MindShock interesting and informative. You can donate to our PayPal. Help us spread logic and reason to a world where it is quickly becoming extinct. Check the link in the description. Donate to our PayPal. Like and share the podcast, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, or requests. You can also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. And questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MindShock. This episode is going to be a really big truth bomb. So if you're a easily triggered coincidence theorist, hopelessly indoctrinated into the cult of scientism, you might want to skip this one. Here's the truth bomb. No one knows anything about anything. And we will be zooming out of the proverbial small box that most people live in. Most people put their blind faith in scientism dogmas in, with complete disregard and outright disdain for the historical context of history. As always, if you enjoy the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Help support MindShock, put out more mind-shocking content, unlike any other podcast out there. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications, make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. If that's still not working, you could just go to youtube.com/MindShock to manually check for the latest episodes. If you're only into true crime, check out our true crime channel, MindShock True Crime, which only focuses on true crime. But if you want to know about the mysteries of the world around us, the schemes of the corrupt profiteers, because despite the desperate rantings of the coincidence theorists, there are criminals out there that do not act alone. Then stay tuned for more. If you like this particular podcast, hit the like button, share it across social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast, depending on your tier. If you want to debate me, as some have said they wanted to, become a patron. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. So, what do I mean by no one knows anything? Now, that's a little bit of a hasty generalization, logical fallacy. Unlike all those Dunning-Kruger goofs out there, I freely admit and own up to logical fallacies. That's the whole point. Is a position logical? Has a conclusion been arrived to via logic and reason, or have logical fallacies been utilized to get somewhere? Now, yes, it's a bit of a hasty generalization, but possibly not even quite, because no one knows anything in terms of absolute truth. So, for example, if this is all some kind of video game, If our reality is some kind of staged reality video game, and consciousness might not even be something we can understand fully. Maybe we're not designed to, because if it's all some staged reality video game, we were designed by whatever parameters that the designer has employed. If part of those parameters are to, amusingly to the creator, to make humans capable of understanding just a little bit, just enough to realize that they're not smart enough to understand the whole thing. I mean, that must be amusing. But but anyway, consciousness aside, if this is all a staged reality, variables could be changed. For what purpose, who knows? But the Mandela effect might in actuality simply be the creator changing parameters in the program. Why not? For whatever reason, if it's an experiment, just to see how the guinea pigs react to the stimuli. That is not the Bruce McGuire theory of the Mandela. The Mandela Effect podcast will be coming shortly. The most well-researched, in-depth, logical examinations of all conspiratorial topics, only to be found on MindShock. That should be out sometime in the next few weeks. So the Mandela could in actuality be someone just changing settings. I mean, even in the field of physics, how hilarious would it be if the speed of light would just manually change by the creator? So you have all these scientists and or scientism priests arguing over all these factors, using their own fallible human technology to measure them. But what if what they're measuring is changing as well by the creator of the program? I mean, it would make all of this a futile exercise. And some religious proponents or spiritual proponents, that's why they focus on the non-physical realms, the ethereal realms of sorts. Much emphasis is placed on the soul. Is The Matrix a documentary? Are our souls somehow the only real part of this reality? Is this some kind of augmented virtual reality, holographic reality? And is it kind of like Total Recall, where Arnold Schwarzenegger, he doesn't really remember. He can't tell if he's plugged in or not, and that's part of the experience. Part of the experience is that you have to have amnesia in order to experience it fully, because if you knew you were in some kind of a staged reality, you might not have as much fun. It wouldn't really be the escapism you signed up for. For those out there that have not seen the 1990 quintessential sci-fi film, Total Recall, starring the one and only Arnold, check that out. There's some interesting concepts explored there. And is that what's going on here? Are these kernels of truth in our subconscious? And that's why movies, TV shows, books over the years, decades, centuries, is that why they have these concepts in them that may very well reflect the reality that we're in? So the main topic at hand, no one knows anything. How does anyone really know anything for sure? Of course, the entire motto of the MindShock podcast is the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. And we're not even sure about that. Maybe some things can be known for sure, maybe they can't, but how would you know for sure? Obviously, we have the scientific method. This is something that scientism cultists really despise. They like to just play pretend and fantasy and trust the words of corrupt profiteers on the idiot boxes hallucinating or lying about actually utilizing science when it's just the religion of scientism. And they just grovel at these perceived authorities' boots. But real science, of course, the scientific method with controls in place, it's very useful for discerning reality from non-reality. But even that, it's very difficult to ultimately know what the real truth is. Empiricism, of course, demands empirical verification instead of faith. Modern society, the faith in scientism and corrupt authorities is what kind of keeps the wheels turning. And when that's called out, all of these coincidence theorists and Dunning-Kruger goofs get hilariously triggered. I mean, just a few minutes on social media will show you that. And their latest desperations revolve around fact checkers verifying this or that. Beyond hilarious. How desperate are the corrupt profiteers? And the fact checkers never actually demonstrate how it's fact. The fact checkers are just establishment narrative mouthpieces and puppets to dispel any critical thinkers from spreading valid information. But anyway, regarding the nature of knowledge itself, how do you know what you know is actually true? And can you ever really know for sure? Would it really be that surprising that the core tenets of whatever scientific theories are actually false? I mean, history has shown us that the majority of people are wrong about the majority of things the majority of the time. Not 100% of the time, but the majority of the time. That's why people like Mark Twain allegedly said, whenever you find yourself on the side of the majority, it's time to pause and reflect. Pause and reflect, because the majority is usually wrong. And we see that all the time, all around us, of course. So, regarding the nature of knowledge, you could look at experts. There's experts on both sides. This is one of the most hilarious things about scientism cultists. Their Dunning-Kruger is too severe to realize that they invoke appeal to authority logical fallacies. Oh, well, you're not a doctor like Dr. So-and-so. Yet there are many doctors on the opposite side of the issue that are credentialed, even according to the indoctrination facilities that some of these Dunning-Kruger coincidence theorists might hold in high esteem. And they have dissenting opinions from whatever scientism publicist was on the idiot box with a degree. And the thing that's really, really curious is that, again, coincidence theorists, they really do not employ logic or reason of any kind. They're flat out allergic to logic and reason and true science. But whenever you look at any group of anyone, why would the majority of the group be correct? Usually the geniuses of the group, the cream of the crop, they're head and shoulders above. I mean, if you look at just society in general, all of civilization was built by the fractions of a percent of the top minds. Less than 1% of the world has evolved in technology and other facets. Less than 1% has propagated that advancement. So why would it be any different in a subgroup? You take a group of doctors, they all jumped like circus animals and regurgitated information on command at these indoctrination facilities to get their degrees of indoctrination. Could be true, could not be true. I'm not saying that the information they learned wasn't true, but the manner in which they earned their degree is the manner in which a dog is trained. A circus animal is trained brainlessly. If you have a dissenting opinion, if you're questioning the dogmas of scientism, you do not move through the ranks of scientism in academia, or quackademia, however you want to call it, the corrupt institution of academia. So, again, we could look at scientists like Nikola Tesla, created electricity, hundreds and hundreds of patents, near 1,000 patents, around 1,000 patents, all working. And meanwhile, those propagating the theory of relativity, Albert Einstein's debunked relativity, Run Z Cow does a very, very simple to understand definitive debunking. You could just check out Einstein Was Wrong on YouTube. I mean, he gives a presentation that children can understand. So if you're not triggered and that logic switch hasn't been flipped, you'll be able to understand. It's very simple. The theory of relativity and special relativity are based on certain assumptions that were not proven according to science. The theory of relativity is scientism faith. So if the majority of scientists believe something, That doesn't mean you trust the majority. Look at what the minority, look at what the top minds, those standing head and shoulders above their peers, what are they saying? Now, they could be wrong too, but perhaps they're the cream of the crop, and their dissenting opinions. Some of it has to do with bravery, of course. It takes a certain amount of bravery to speak out against the establishment, particularly if you have a family and you need that paycheck. As Upton Sinclair once said, it's very difficult to get a man to understand something which his salary depends on him not understanding. So whether you look at the field of medicine, any fields within academia, to have a dissenting opinion, particularly if it shows everyone else in a bad light, these egos can't handle it. Egos can't. I mean, look at even the field of so-called climate science. If the sun is pretty much the primary driver of any kind of climate change and there's nothing that can be done about it, I mean, these people have wasted their entire lives on a field that's basically irrelevant. How would their ego handle it? It can't. So they have to keep up the facade and keep the scientism dollars rolling in with the climate change agenda. For example, if there's a tsunami going on and someone has a slightly overflowing bucket in their living room, should all of this time, energy, and resources be allocated to catching those little drops coming over the top of the bucket when there's a tsunami going on? Is that what climate change is? I'm not claiming to know anything for sure. This is MINDSHOCK. The only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. But there are some really, really intelligent individuals that some of the most highly credentialed individuals that disagree with the scientism position, with the position of the corrupt profiteers on the idiot box. Now, there's a pretty easy rule of thumb. Whatever you see on the idiot box, the opposite is usually true. Go through the past 50 years and test it for yourself. Test it for yourself. In modern times, the fact check will become the new metric of what is true and what is true. What are the corrupt profiteers desperate to have people not uncover? That's what gets fact checked. I have a conspiracy that cars don't exist. So far, it has not been fact checked. Because if it's silly and false, why would they fact check it? And if something is true and it's very damaging and threatening to the establishment, that's something that needs to be fact-checked. That's something that needs to have the lid put on it. So at the end of the day, who actually knows something for sure? Again, looking at the past 50 years, pick any field you want. Exercise, science, sports. A lot of these so-called great training methods, some of them were actually detrimental, but they didn't know. It took many decades to find out. But at the time, the so-called leading experts, they had their egos, and no one could tell them they were wrong. They were the experts. Literally every single field this happens in. And how deluded of a Dunning-Kruger goof must one be to think that that can't happen in our time period, and that in another 100 years, maybe just 50 years, maybe 10 years, how people will look back and see how silly the year 2020 was. And not just 2020, past few decades. But in any case, how can you know something for sure? And once you realize that no one really knows anything, where do you proceed from there? The power of discernment, when you check your blind faith at the door and realize that humans are fallible, that opens the door to understanding truth. Hope you guys enjoyed another edition of the MINDSHOCK podcast. If you enjoy the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. If you like this podcast, hit the like button. Share it across social media platforms, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. Today we are talking overcorrecting into ruin. And this is the issue with emotional knee-jerk reactions, where small problems, which can be legitimate problems, become absolutely huge problems because of knee-jerk emotional reactions. Mostly a societal commentary with logic and reason at the forefront in typical MINDSHOCK fashion. And we will be discussing why society seems to be more and more rapidly circling the drain, if people have been noticing the past decade or so, but particularly the last 2 years. So, as always, if you enjoy the MINDSHOCK podcast, want to help support the podcast, help bring logic and reason to a world where it is quickly becoming extinct, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. Make sure your device allows those notifications to come through. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Get access to exclusive streams and chats. Like and share the podcast, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You can also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. So the easiest way to explain this concept is anybody that's been in a car accident. Let's say you're about to crash into something, and then because of the emotional panic and the knee-jerk emotional reaction, you might jerk the wheel all the way in the other direction, causing an even bigger accident into oncoming traffic or whatever the case may be, causing a much worse accident than if you had just collided with whatever was there in the first place. Now, obviously, this isn't every single situation. This is just a parallel to get a good idea of what's going on in the world. For example, if there does happen to be a disease out there, or maybe not, but there's the appearance of a disease. Now, are the actions being taken, are the emotional knee-jerk reactions to a particular disease, are they going to cause even more problems in the long term? And they don't actually solve anything in the short term either. They give the illusion, the possible illusion of solving it in the short term. And people, they're so just mentally weak, so to speak, they desire their safety and security so much that they're willing to choose an illusion to make them feel safe in the short term, even though there is no actual increased safety, while completely destroying the future and causing even more health issues in the future. For example, a particular disease, this is all hypothetical. Hypothetically, let's say there's some kind of respiratory illness going around with a 99% survival rate. When you take all these measures to avoid any kind of germs or basically the world, you go Bubble Boy style. What's going to happen in a year, 2, 3, 5 years? I mean, the majority of the population that has subjected themselves to this Bubble Boy treatment, all of a sudden their immune systems are just not going to function. And that's going to be an even bigger issue when a human being might be faced with something with a less than 99% survival rate. That's going to be even more of an issue. So this is, again, just one of these parallels where emotional knee-jerk reactions are going to cause much more problems in the long term. Possibly, again, I am not alleging anything is true or untrue on MINDSHOCK. I am not a prophet or a soothsayer. But there is a particular point of no return. I'm not stating where that is because I have no clue. But wherever it is, getting ever and ever closer to that point of no return, that's what happens with emotional knee-jerk reactions when you abandon logic and reason, when you trade science for scientism. Because it's too much work to actually utilize the scientific method, it's easier for most people, the gullible goofs, the easily hoodwinked, to just let others do their thinking for them, even if the others are corrupt profiteers with billions in fines and sanctions for fraud. I mean, that's what's been going on the past few years, hypothetically. This is all hypothetical, of course. Let's take another example. Let's say parents want to shelter and coddle their children and not let them experience any kind of hardship of any kind or emotional turmoil of any kind. Nothing character building, nothing to teach them how to overcome obstacles and be successful. What's going to happen when you have actual issues come up in the future? What's going to happen when a society... Now, let's say there's an issue. Let's say somebody's feeling left out. They want their own type of bathroom, whatever. And they're really upset about it. It's a legitimate issue. I mean, nobody's denying if someone has a mental condition, whatever. Now, when society wants to change all of society for 0.0001% of the population, but not even for their betterment, just for the appearance, the illusion, the virtue signaling that they're a caring person, if that's actually not in the best interest of 0.0001% of the population, and if it actually makes everything even worse for them, then what is all the virtue signaling worth, where you've destroyed society and you can't even claim you did it for a good reason because the desired effect was actualized, because it actually wasn't. So these are the issues with society, with emotional knee-jerk reactions, that's really what the most mind-shocking thing about all of this is. It actually doesn't even solve the initial problem. Because at least in the car accident example, when you swerve away from one particular obstacle you could have hit, you at least accomplished the goal of swerving away. Now, you might have gotten into a worse accident, but you actually accomplished the initial goal. Now, what's really sad about modern society is all these knee-jerk emotional reactions, they're not even accomplishing the initial goal while making everything much worse. And this is why many people, again, refer to our modern society as a clown world, because it just doesn't make any logical sense, because you're not even improving anything for the 0.0001%. But should that even be a goal? Because how can the 0.0001% benefit when all of society ends up destroyed anyway? And they're relying on the society for certain privileges, so to speak. I mean, it's a pretty big issue, is it not? I'm not going to get too far down the rabbit holes of lowering requirements for certain groups of people, because that's just straight up asinine. I mean, any way you cut it, because it's so, how do the people, you can call them minorities or whatever you want to call them, even though they might not technically be the minority in the specific area where they're receiving a particular privilege by having standards lowered due to an accident of birth that they had no control of. Because there are super geniuses of every background in this world. So the accident of birth that determines either what color skin you have, or which region of the world you came from. This is an accident of birth. You have no control over it. There's geniuses from all over. There's awesome athletes from all over. So to have this kind of reverse discrimination where you're stating that a certain group of people is going to have more points on their SATs or whatever, this kind of behavior, so in the short term, this kind of virtue signaling, oh, let's make people feel good. Now, what kind of message is it sending that individual that they're not good enough to have everything actually be equal? So it's kind of weird, because all of the virtue signaling goofs, they're doing it in the name of equality, but hypocritically, it's actually the opposite of equality. Because while they're preaching equality, they're practicing the complete opposite. So this is the kind of clown world we're living in, and we're kind of seeing the consequences of participation trophy culture and all of this coddling by parents in Western countries. There's no discipline, there's no accountability, there's no real consequences. It's it's spawned this new generation of just entitled goofs, and it's an issue. It's an issue because some would say that humanity is now currently circling the drain. Have we reached the point of no return due to just emotional knee-jerk reaction after emotional knee-jerk reaction? Just like, a lot of good-hearted people are exploited. In the religious cult of statism, where people hallucinate that they need rulers and that they should give money to rulers, and these rulers have authority over them and their lives, and they know what's best for them, these corrupt, low-morality individuals, humans just give them authority over themselves for some reason. I mean, I can't figure it out, so, you know, but in general, this religious cult of statism where the government is basically attempting to solve problems it causes, but it's so incompetent. Every X amount of years, everything is always worse. The taxes are higher, the problems are more plentiful, the currency has less value. Everything's just going downhill quickly. And this isn't a pessimism type podcast. It's mostly just identifying issues. I'm not stating this is the point of no return. I actually don't think it's the point of no return. I think with the correct amount of logic and reason brought back to a world where it's nearly extinct, it can turn the tide, so to speak. It can reverse the damage. I mean, everything's kind of cyclical, so even if our worldwide civilization kind of collapses, that doesn't mean everybody's going to die. That doesn't mean every single country is going to fall and every single city is going to fall. There just might be some massive restructuring to the New World Order movement, so to speak. You know, they kind of overplayed their hand, and that's probably one of the only good things that have come from this, the past couple years of fraud, of mass worldwide fraud. So in this constant emotional blackmail and emotional exploitation of good people, they just continue giving up their wages like slaves, and they never want to answer the question. If taking 100% of someone's labor is slavery, at what percentage is it not slavery? No statist cultists ever want to answer that question. Like, what's the magical percent where you're not a slave? Because you're being threatened by violence. People are going to take you. They're going to put you in a cage. They're going to steal all your stuff in your home if you do not give them the protection money, the taxes. So basically, it's, obviously, you could call the government, the mafia, whatever. They offer some kind of services in exchange for stealing your money. But obviously no services that couldn't be done better and cheaper by private entities. But anyway, the point is the emotional blackmail and exploitation of the masses, where there are these problems. Never mind that they were caused by government, because government is so incompetent and corrupt. But let's have the government try to solve them, even though they can't, and everything always gets worse. I mean, this really is a clown world reality, because people just, it's so easy to see. Just take a step back and look at it. But again, when you're in a cult, like statism, it's very difficult to realize you're in a cult. If you ask a cult member, are you in a cult? They're going to say, no. This is some kind of mutually beneficial organization that's like for everybody's betterment, etc., etc. And so this just cycles on. But when enough logic and reason is injected into the equation, it's very difficult to manipulate a critical thinker. Coincidence theorists obviously don't even want to confront this information because they're too mentally weak and mentally deficient. But conspiracy theorists, aka critical thinkers, they're not afraid to look at something objectively and say how much corruption is involved here. They're not dependent on the narrative on the idiot box to tell them what to think. They're not afraid to re-examine their own past and say, wait a second, was I a hoodwinked goof? Did that indoctrination facility tell me what to think instead of how to think, and how can I rectify that? See, conspiracy theorists, they're not so narcissistic to think that they couldn't have been fooled and hoodwinked. That's an issue that authority-worshipping cultists and the coincidence theorist crowd mostly has, because they're too terrified to re-examine objectively, logically, and neutrally, and that's why logic and reason is so important, and also understanding basic psychology. And that's what we attempt to do here on MindShock. So yeah, just a quick social commentary there on overcorrecting into ruin, and why nobody really wants to see it that has fallen for it. Obviously, there were warnings every step of the way. I mean, if you look back through all of history, there were always so-called radicals or crazy conspiracy nuts, whatever you want to call them, that were actually objective, logical, and actually promoted science instead of scientism, and didn't hallucinate to know all the outcomes, what would or wouldn't be better. But they preferred a scientifically skeptical approach where you weigh different possibilities, you understand human corruption and human fallibility, because certain medical treatments might make things a lot worse they might not be as advertised by the corrupt fraudsters who have billions in fines, like the manufacturers of certain treatments. So, yeah, I mean, overcorrecting into ruin is a very real issue. It's plaguing the world right now. The cult of authority worship, probably one of the biggest threats to mankind itself. And the lack of understanding between science and scientism, and the complete abandoning of logic, reason, and the scientific method, which hopefully we can bring back to the world. Hope you guys enjoyed another edition of the MindShock podcast. If you want to help support the podcast, help us get more positive messages out, encouraging logical thinking and examining psychology and logical fallacies to prevent further hoodwinking and detriment to the entire human species. You can help support the channel. Check the PayPal. The link's in the description. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, like and share. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, the podcast requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind. Leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. Today we're talking hypocrisy. Good old hypocrisy. Logically analyzing the hypocritical and how this manifests, why it manifests, and everything that has to do with it, and how it intersects so many different topics in society itself. As always, if you enjoy the podcast, find it interesting, informative, and entertaining, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description to help MindShock bring forth more mind-shocking content with logic and reason at the forefront, sorely needed in a world where they are going extinct quite quickly. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. You can help support the channel that way. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, like and share the podcast, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. All right, so hypocrisy, just a really basic definition. I mean, this is easy stuff here. It is simply the practice of claiming to have moral standards or beliefs of which one's own behavior does not conform to. And humans in general, some would allege that all people are hypocritical. Now, I don't know about that. That's a hasty generalization, logical fallacy, of course, saying all human beings are hypocritical. I mean, most, sure, and then hypocritical in certain ways, but I don't know if it's true hypocrisy if, let's say, there's an exemption to something, and just because that exemption isn't stated, then someone commits the exemption, so to speak, but that was always the exemption in their own mind, so it's still consistent. But that's neither here nor there, because we're not going to really be talking about that. We're going to be talking about the obvious hypocrisy in the world. Now, for those that are more conspiratorially minded on MindShock, we have many of those. People who are not coincidence theorists. People who are not authority-worshipping cultists who simply take on blind faith, the propaganda on the idiot box, as gospel. The Hippocratic Oath itself by Hippocrates, the so-called father of medicine back in ancient Greece, if you believe in those things, stated that first, the Hippocratic Oath, first, one must do no harm. First, do no harm. So any kind of treatments for any kind of disease or ailment or situation of any kind, you can only do it if it's not going to harm the patient. Now, if the patient is already dying and definitely going to die, I mean, the most harm is already about to be done, so you can obviously experiment in that situation. You do what's necessary to save their life. For example, you might have to amputate in certain situations. You're not going to just not amputate and let them die based on the first do no harm principle, the Hippocratic Oath. That's not what it means. It means, again, if someone's healthy and you're trying to prevent something, or hallucinating that something's going to prevent something, if there's a chance more than zero that it's going to do harm to an otherwise healthy person, the Hippocratic Oath clearly states you cannot administer that so-called treatment. And this is, of course, in recent years, this is painfully obvious. I'm not going to go into that. But yeah, doing certain things for supposed health benefits, even if the health benefits are true, if there's harm involved, any so-called doctor cannot perform that treatment if they're going to honor the Hippocratic Oath. And what percentage of doctors truly honors their Hippocratic Oath when most of them are just getting kickbacks from big pharmas, corrupt companies with billions of dollars in fines for fraud? I mean, we're not going to go down that rabbit hole either, but I just wanted to address the coincidental similarity of somebody being hypocritical and the Hippocratic Oath. And of course, for those that don't know, Western medicine is actually one of the leading causes of death in the Western world, and these are just the admitted numbers. So all the goofs out there hallucinating that, doctors are saving all these lives. Yeah, they're saving lives. But the question is, are they killing more than they're saving? A question that nobody wants to answer. So anyway, to the topic of this particular podcast of hypocrisy. So one of the most glaring issues with hypocrisy, especially in political spheres or some of these inclusive so-called events or even parades going on that preach inclusivity regardless of belief systems. But then so there's people claiming and preaching that people have the right to their own beliefs and they shouldn't be chastised for such. And yet anyone who doesn't share their beliefs about that, they're very exclusive. For example, people with certain traditionalist values or Christians, disclosure, I am not a Christian. I am not preaching for any religion, whether it's Christianity, whether it's statism, whether it's the Church of NASA. I don't believe in promoting any kind of religion or religious viewpoint. MindShock is a podcast for logic. First and foremost, logical analysis, the utilization of logic and reason, which I believe is probably the only thing that can kick humanity out of this death spiral. Because for those that haven't noticed, the world's kind of gone mad, and those blowing the whistle on this, like all the way back to, let's say, Bill Cooper and some of these critical thinkers, aka conspiracy theorists, back in like the 80s and early 90s, they were saying all this stuff about the world going mad with authoritative regimes, and again, this kind of preaching of inclusivity while being exclusive. So basically, this preaching tolerance for all while being intolerant of people with viewpoints that do not match their own. I mean, this is a kind of new. I mean, this is almost absurdism now. We have reached. If you haven't checked out the MindShock podcast, Jumping the Shark, I go over all this on how so-called society, so-called mainstream media has jumped the shark. I mean, everything that's been happening the past few years, I mean, the level of insanity going on and how people are pretending it's not insane. I mean, it's wild stuff. I mean, you could not make this stuff up. People would not believe you. If you go back in time 20, 30 years, nobody would believe you if you start talking about what's going on today. And the hypocrisy of basically anybody in so-called official capacities is clearly a hypocrite when they go on TV and preach for these things. For example, if the goal really is to say, if it even saves one life, if you're going by that, for example, lockdowns and all of these measures taking place during certain situations, I'm not going to go into which situation, I'm not going to go into which pandemic or things classified as pandemics that might not be as such when you look at the raw numbers. But if, just again, hypothetically, if lockdowns are actually killing more people, and then you're saying everybody should just honor this mythical social contract and go along to get along with whatever these corrupt authoritative figures on the idiot box are saying in some kind of hopes of minimizing damage to society and minimizing deaths. But if all these things increase death and then they hypocritically chastise the individuals who are capable of critical thinking, who are not going along with all of this nonsense, who are pointing out that it's nonsense and then calling them selfish for not thinking of others, for not putting grandma first, when what they're doing is actually killing grandma faster than the people speaking out against it. So this hypocrisy has become glaringly obvious for the people that are preaching, again, caring for others, while they're following this sort of highway to hell of everything they're doing is actually causing more death and destruction, while preaching caring about others. I mean, the level of insanity and hypocrisy this world has reached is nothing short of mind-shocking. So it is a very apt topic to discuss here on MindShock. Now, another thing in the realm of scientism and quackademia, all of these so-called scientists, I mean, obviously there's a big difference between a real scientist following the scientific method with controls and scientism priests, those preaching their religion of authority worship, worshiping corrupt authorities who are simply making a buck at the expense of the gullible goof masses who do not question anything. So follow the science. Is that the most hypocritical statement made in the past few years? Because what does the science really state? it shows the opposite of those that are preaching follow the science. Now, if that's not hypocrisy, I don't know what is. And again, an underlying issue there is that people don't know the difference between scientism, the religious cult of authority worship, and actual science, a methodology, a tool to observe the natural world and determine what is truth through very, very strict principles. The scientific method, so to speak, where you have to clearly show controls. What's an independent variable? What's a dependent variable? How are these claims to be verified? The burden of proof is always on positive claims. So we're not going to get into the names of companies, but let's say you're a particular big pharma company with trillions in profits and also happen to be the most fined company in the history of the world with billions in fines and sanctions for fraud and other criminal activity. If you're claiming your product can prevent or at least lower the severity of issues associated with a supposed disease, the burden of proof is on them to prove it. So this kind of shifting of the burden of proof, which is a logical fallacy, where these gullible goofs, the thoroughly indoctrinated religious worshipers, they're saying, oh, prove it doesn't work. That's anti-science. That's not following the science. So all of these hypocritical goofs who claim to care about others, who claim to follow the science, and are basically doing the opposite. We could also take a moment for another topic I don't discuss much, but the topic of so-called climate change, where supposedly through carbon taxes and lining the pockets of the corrupt, the environment will be preserved and helped. And again, these goofs that preach this let's care for the environment and care for mankind while pushing these policies. Now, obviously, pollution is horrible. And everybody should respect the earth, of which we would not survive without. So pollution is horrible. All these polluting companies obviously are in the wrong here. Now, the solution is to not funnel more money into the pockets of the corrupt. So I don't know how people hallucinate that that's the solution. I mean, again, that's part of the problem mankind is in right now, this cult of authority worship where they just do whatever the authorities do, and then they call their theft and extortion taxation, and somehow that makes it okay. So that's obviously been a recipe for disaster. So doubling down on a recipe for disaster, I mean, that seems really silly. I mean, is there anything sillier than that? So in the realm of so-called climate change, it doesn't really make any sense when you're saying follow the science and you look at the raw data. I don't know if anybody's actually went to NOAA and downloaded their raw data. I mean, it's not that big of a file, and maybe it's like 50 megs or 150 megabytes. And you can look at all the raw numbers. It's something like 1 degree of cooling in the past 50 to 70 years or whatever. So it's basically nothing. There is no actual warming going on based on NOAA's raw data. That doesn't mean there isn't. That just means the raw data does not reveal it. So when you're following the science and looking at interpreted data, where you have these corrupt organizations who want more tax dollars, are simply increasing the temps, and that's not what the actual science says, that's not following the science, that's following the corrupt. That's following fraud. The whole 97% consensus, which was obviously also fraudulent, a small percentage of polled scientists, so-called scientists, and a large number of them actually wrote their protest about they actually did not put down that there is man-made global warming. Again, for anybody interested in that saga, you could just look up the 97% consensus myth, and then that's all dissected, and it showed the fraud in getting to that number. But that's another example. Following corrupt people making corrupt statements is not following the science. Not understanding how appeal to popularity and appeal to authority is a logical fallacy, that's not following the science. That's the opposite of following the science. That's following the religion of scientism. So these are things, again, for whatever reason, the public just does, the masses do not want to address all of this because it triggers their dissonance. But you can go on social media and you could actually look at all these fallacies playing out, because if you only have blind faith in the corrupt and logical fallacies to back your position,
you're not following the science. So this kind of hypocrisy that permeates every corner of modern society these days, I mean, it's just stunningly obvious. Stunningly, mind-shockingly obvious, the hypocrisy all around. And I mean, you could even take it a step forward to just the ludicrous nature of our reality, of our realm right now. Like, people go to school to learn where they're actually, thinking they're learning some kind of objective facts. Like, they don't want to go to a religious institution. They're anti-religion. They're so-called atheists. They go to school, to the schooling system. They did not heed Mark Twain's words about not letting your schooling get in the way of your education, your actual education and learning, not real knowledge. They just doubled down on schooling. They went through all these degrees of indoctrination in these indoctrination facilities, and they're more religious than the people who didn't go to school and who might even claim to be Christians or whatever, follow any religion. The so-called atheists are more religious in their blind faith adherence to the scientism priests. They're more religious in nature than the actual religious people. I mean, if this isn't a society gone mad, I don't know what would be. I mean, again, 1984, Brave New World, Huxley, Orwell, just so on point in their predictions of society. Their warnings, not heeded. And unfortunately, this is probably only the beginning, unless logic and reason can make a comeback. So if you want to help contribute to saving the world, support MindShock. You can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. Like and share the podcast. Let's spread logic and reason to a world where it's quickly becoming extinct. And let's try to prove Thomas Paine wrong. Let's make him wrong. He was obviously right at his time and in our time up to now. But perhaps common sense itself can become common. Let's try that. Maybe we should try that. So like and share the podcast, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. Can also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. And I'd be remiss not to mention probably one of the most hilarious, hypocritical pointings of anybody. When coincidence theorists and authority-worshipping cultists call conspiracy theorists gullible. You actually see this, I mean, I don't want to say a lot, but a fair amount, where these clueless coincidence theorists, these scientism cultists, authority-worshipping cultists, who are so gullible, they just take on blind faith whatever's on the idiot box, whatever's put forth by so-called authorities, people who they perceive to be authorities. They're so gullible, they just take it on blind faith, and then they're calling the skeptics, those that are calling the bluff of these corrupt individuals with horrible track records of failure and being wrong about everything, they're using critical thinking to point that out and not being gullible, not taking it on blind faith. And that's, of course, where psychological projection comes in. This is not a topic on psychological projection. I will be doing, this is not a podcast on psychological projection. I will be doing a dedicated podcast on that, but that is hypocrisy itself as well, because the subconscious of an individual has recognized those particular traits that they don't like within themselves, and they project it on others. So if their subconscious recognize that they're gullible, like coincidence theorists, of course, authority-worshipping cultists are very gullible. Otherwise, they wouldn't be authority-worshipping cultists and coincidence theorists. So they're so gullible, their subconscious recognizes it. They don't like it about themselves, so they have to project it outward. And that's the nature of that. Hope you guys enjoyed another edition of the MindShock podcast.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MindShock. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. Today we are talking something of critical importance in any kind of dialogue or discussion, wherever logic or truth is concerned, and so-called experts are involved in the discussion and the misunderstandings of the so-called common man, the lay people, so to speak, in terms of what experts do or don't know, or what can or cannot offer in certain situations. I mean, sure, this is Mind Shock, so in relation to conspiracy theories, but not really specifically conspiracy theories, in relation to anything, and that's why this dialogue is very, very useful. Also, if you haven't checked out the other logical analyses and logical fallacies podcasts on Mind Shock, make sure you check those out, because I will be referring to them, particularly the metacognition podcast. That's one of the best podcasts on Mind Shock in terms of examining how human thinking works. Because everybody's got their beliefs, but how many people actually say to themselves, wait a second, why do I believe what I believe? How did I come to think this? How do thinking mechanisms enable an individual to come to a certain conclusion, if one can even be come to? And why, and how that can be examined. Metacognition, thinking about thinking. Very, very important. Most of the cognitive dissonant masses suffering from the Dunning-Kruger effect, they never go through these steps, but these steps are, I would argue, de facto cures for the Dunning-Kruger effect. I mean, obviously getting your ego in check. If you come at anything with everything I believe might be wrong, it's a possibility. It's a possibility. And if you come at it even more humble, as in it's a probability, if you come at every situation, every argument, every presentation, thinking that your entire belief system is completely false, and from that perspective, you'll be able to learn a lot more, or at the very least say, oh, I guess what I thought really was right because of X, Y, and Z when you're looking at something. That's the importance of objectivity. And nobody's really objective these days, where logic and reason are going extinct. But we're going to be going over that, and plenty more, specifically focusing on blind spots, and the blind spots of experts and how they manifest, and the aftermath of such, and why this is one of the reasons why appeal to authority is a logical fallacy. As always, if you enjoy the MindShock podcast, want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Help us get more mind-shocking content out there and bring logic and reason to a world where it is quickly going extinct. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Like and share the podcast, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patreon to get priority for case topic logical analysis, go podcast requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. And make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. All right, so what do I mean by blind spot? So you could take an expert. I mean, sports metaphors are also pretty good. In terms of understanding these concepts with so-called intellectuals or so-called academics. But before I jump into that, I'm just going to lay out the foundation for appeal to authority being a logical fallacy. I did an entire podcast on this. Make sure you check it out. But in general, there's experts on opposite sides of every issue you can think of. So clearly the notion that the assertion that they're an expert, even if we accept that assertion, for example, if we go by the 10,000 hours rule, it takes 10,000 hours to master or become an expert at something. So you have different people putting in the time. That doesn't mean they're going to be right about something. And when you have experts, let's say you could also use the metric of a PhD degree. They went to some kind of indoctrination facility. They jumped through hoops like a circus animal, paid a bunch of money, or maybe not. Maybe they got a scholarship. Anyway, they get a piece of paper signifying whatever outdated information they learned that will be completely different the next generation. But for their own generation, they're considered experts, PhD experts. They're arguing with each other all the time on every issue. So clearly this notion that they're an expert means they're right. I mean, that's nonsense, but you still have it. This is one of the defaults of the cognitive dissonant masses, because they're on any issue, they're like, oh, well, you're not an expert. And what's silly about that is even the wackiest conspiracy theorists, they didn't come up with this themselves. They're simply restating what a different expert said, an expert that disagreed with the expert on the idiot box. Perhaps an expert with less of a conflict of interest if you're talking about anything Big Pharma. So Big Pharma pays their experts, and then there's experts not on Big Pharma payroll that disagree with the experts on Big Pharma payroll. So it's kind of weird to say, oh, okay, you're not an expert. Well, this expert said that, so what? The goofs still disagree, and it doesn't mean anything because there's experts on every side of every issue. I mean, there's even that one guy, unless he's lying, I think he produced his degree. Was there some guy from Harvard with like a Harvard master's or doctorate in mathematics or physics that's a flat earther, or at least said he was? Anyway, if we take him at face value, I mean, obviously the argument would be, oh, well, he's just crazy or an attention seeker or lying. Not necessarily, like, let's say he can prove he has his degree, but he's lying about being a flat earth believer. But either way, why would he do that is kind of irrelevant to the point that he's an expert making a claim, even if he's lying intentionally, even if he's just whatever. The fact that he's an expert at something doesn't make him a right. So now that we laid that foundation, what are blind spots and why are they so misunderstood? Because you can have an incredibly intelligent person that has blind spots. And let's go to the sports metaphor. You could take any sport. You'll have athletes that are phenomenal at one thing of their sport, but not another. So they put in more than 10,000 hours. They're experts at their sport. They might be the best of some of the best of all time. There are still going to be little things that other athletes that might not be anywhere near as good as them, they're just better at that one thing. And they're just not good at handling that one thing. In boxing, I mean, there's different types of punches. A lot of people weren't good with Mike Tyson's peekaboo style, whatever. I mean, obviously a lot of it was just the speed, ferocity, and power, but a lot of it was technical too. That's not the most popular style. Certain guys couldn't handle it. World champions couldn't handle it. In other sports too, you have certain plays. I mean, football, basketball, whatever. There are certain things that athletes just have blind spots in. They don't see it coming. And that's why you have some of these greats that have losses to people that are considered not great. I mean, there's examples of this in just about every single sport you can think of. So blind spots in academic or intellectual discussions are similar. You can have an absolute expert at a given topic, but for whatever reason, they just have this pocket of ignorance in a subtopic of the category. Now, that could be due to, again, cognitive dissonance, indoctrination, triggering, or it just might be an innocent oversight. Because even if you take, for example, some kind of debate on the existence of God or what have you, if certain scientists, which, by the way, it is kind of fascinating how many scientists find God, or they say all of science points to a creator later in their life, when they have the most amount of experience, the most amount of research. Now, I'm not arguing for the existence of God. I'm just pointing out how curious that is. I mean, a lot of people point to Darwin, but Darwin admitted that everything points to a creator, just the complexity of everything, and that he was wrong. Obviously, scientism cultists want to pretend that didn't happen, and again, that doesn't mean he's right or wrong about anything, but just the nature of people coming to God, previous atheists who are scientists, who find God in their later years when they have the most amount of research done, the most amount of information. They're at their height of their intellectual prowess, so to speak, and they say everything points to God, but before that happened, God might have been their blind spot, because if they don't have an understanding of the Bible or how it might explain certain scientific phenomena, I'm not saying it does, but just the fact that they haven't combed through the Bible, would they be fit to speak or fit to properly debate a does God exist argument? Because even if God doesn't exist and they're completely correct in everything they know, they still have blind spots in certain aspects of certain issues, so they wouldn't be able to counterpoint effectively. doesn't mean they're wrong or right. I mean, there's so many goofs that are just so triggered about conclusions. I mean, I bring this up all the time, and still the comments are all filled with Dunning-Kruger goofs who are just triggered at conclusions, or that no conclusions were given, or that certain conclusions might have been hinted at in their own subjective interpretations of the words on this podcast. I mean, it's downright hilarious. But I mean, come on. It's not about conclusions here. We're logically assessing. So blind spots are often the downfall also in certain debates. Because even let's get really out there, because this is MINDSHOCK. Let's say the moon landing. If you haven't checked out the first 2 episodes in the NASA, in the Apollo missions hoax series on MINDSHOCK, examining whether or not the moon missions were a hoax by NASA, how much evidence truly exists for the moon landing, how much evidence exists against the moon landing specifically. The second episode has quite a few smoking guns that I have not seen anyone go over on any documentary or podcast, so make sure you check that out if you're interested in the topic. But you could have really advanced physicists. If they don't study the moon landing footage, because the footage could be all fake and they still went. Either way, if they don't study it, so they're not really fit to speak on it. You could say they're some kind of NASA astronomer, an expert physicist, whatever, astrophysicist. They're an expert, but they're really not. Their blind spots might include the fakery of the moon missions. Now, again, that doesn't mean any of the information they studied in indoctrination facilities to get their degrees. That doesn't mean any of the information is false. But that does mean they have a blind spot on specific issues with the moon landing, and they shouldn't really talk about it. And you kind of see that in the mainstream all the time. I mean, you have so-called physicists and scientists and priests debating flat earthers in the mainstream. They don't even understand the flat earth model, and they don't even understand certain points of the heliocentric model that the flat earthers focus on. Those are their blind spots. That doesn't mean they're not much smarter than the flat earthers. That doesn't mean they're wrong or right about conclusions. It just means they have blind spots. And blind spots are kind of, that's ego-based too, because a lot of these scientism cultists, their whole identity is attached to the money they spent at indoctrination facilities and all the time, energy, and employment at so-called prestigious universities or other institutions of so-called higher learning. Their ego couldn't handle them being wrong about something like this. So they'll never re-examine those blind spots. Obviously, the truly intelligent ones will. The ones whose egos don't have them on too short strings and their Dunning-Kruger is not that severe, they can go back and re-examine. I mean, this is what smart people do. This is what great athletes do. They identify those blind spots and they remedy them. They rectify the situation, and they might become much smarter at those subtopics than anybody else just because they were a blind spot and they don't like having blind spots. Again, the athlete metaphors and sports metaphors come in handy here, because a lot of times an athlete might have a certain weakness, and then if that, maybe it doesn't even necessarily cost them games or matches, but they just recognize the weakness and then they work tirelessly to get rid of that weakness, and they become better than ever before. And then you also see the opposite too. You see certain athletes, their ego won't let them do that, so they'll just kind of try to skate by, avoiding the issues associated with their blind spots. In the world of conspiracy theories, you see this all the time as well. You have these scientism cultists brought on panels and on news talks or whatever to try to debunk conspiracy theories when their blind spots are quite obvious in the subcategories that those conspiracy theories focus on. Even if they're a historian or certain experts in certain categories, their blind spots are basically the so-called smoking guns of the conspiracy theorists. So they really have no place in those discussions. I mean, luckily they do them anyway, so we have some really highly entertaining Dunning-Kruger stylings on any kind of mainstream news show involving conspiracy theories, where they kind of prove this all the time. But comedy aside, it really illustrates the nature of blind spots and how they really can cause an otherwise highly intelligent, expert individual at a particular topic to be completely ignorant and clueless of a certain subtopic. of a certain subcategory within the greater. And I'm just going to close this episode out with the most obvious of all blind spots. For all academics, quackademics, scientism priests, so-called experts, authority-worshipping cultists, coincidence theorists, just anybody that just peddles the mainstream narrative on the idiot box, they seem to have a major blind spot when it comes to logic and logical fallacies. I've done a whole bunch of logical analyses on debates, on flat earth debates, on the Joe Rogan podcast, on various different pieces. And it seems like all of these individuals that view themselves as experts, they don't have a clue of what a straw man logical fallacy is, of what an appeal to authority logical fallacy is, what a false dichotomy logical fallacy is, compositional logical fallacy, etymological logical fallacy, reification logical fallacy, circular reasoning logical fallacy. I mean, appeal to popularity logical fallacy. I mean, there's just all these fallacies because they use that as their argument. So either it's a major blind spot for them, or they're just that intellectually dishonest that they know it's fallacious, but they're counting on everyone else being too dumb to know that. So, which is kind of weird because even if they're counting on, let's say, 95% of people to not know the logical fallacies and how dumb their argument is, based on nothing but blind faith in the corrupt and logical fallacies and just blind faith in the fallibility of humanity and using that as an argument, it's just weird because wouldn't they want their argument to be as strong as possible so that even the other 5% wouldn't be able to poke holes in it? But it's like they don't care. So if they're just that intellectually dishonest, they're just collecting a paycheck, or their ego's got them on too short strings to re-examine their own blind spots. And we see this all the time in the mainstream. Hope you guys found another edition of the MINDSHOCK podcast interesting and informative, and you know more of what to watch out for when all of these scientism cultists and scientism priests try to lead the masses astray in their corruption. If you enjoy the podcast, want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. Like and share the podcast, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You can also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for exclusive streams and chats. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MindShock. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. Today we're talking digging holes. How far do people dig their holes in order to satiate their ego? When their ego's got them on too short strings, they can't examine even the possibility that they could be wrong. And the more evidence that mounts that they are wrong, the deeper hole they dig in response. It's actually a quite fascinating inverse relationship with new evidence exposing the corrupt who have been wrong this entire time if we're talking current events, but it's not really specific to current events. This is MindShock, where we discuss practically everything in a logical and comprehensive fashion without falling for all these logical fallacies that everybody seems to desperately lean on when justifying their blind faith in the corrupt and their world views. As always, if you enjoy the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications, make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. Like and share this podcast on social media platforms, Twitter, Facebook, and Reddit. Let's spread logic and reason to a world where it is quickly becoming extinct, never before so obvious as the past 2 years. You could also become a patron. Just check out our Patreon. You can support the channel that way. Also, case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Just check out the Patreon. Also, if you would like to become a MindShock member on YouTube, we have started YouTube membership, so we will have members-only chats to discuss various topics and true crime cases. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, just leave them in the comment section. So how obvious has it been in the past, let's say, year? So year one of, let's call them current events in our modern world. Year one, or at least at the beginning of year one, there was a lot of uncertainty. Now, there were critical thinkers, aka conspiracy theorists, who were pointing out that there are a lot of unknown variables here and that certain courses of action might do more harm than good. Now, over a year later, we see the result of that. You can see all of these benchmarks and statistics from various countries and their responses. So obviously the highly insecure, narcissistic, or just power-hungry corrupt profiteers, they're always going to go for the emotional knee-jerk reaction instead of being scientific. Obviously, with science, you need controls because you need to be able to clearly identify dependent variables, independent variables, the controls. Is the reaction by a set course set forth? What was intended, not intended? What are all the variables? So without doing the hard work in the scientific method, regurgitating the words of talking heads on the idiot box, that's not science. I don't know why so many goofs out there hallucinate that blind faith in corrupt authorities is somehow scientific. That's the opposite of science. That's faith. That's religious faith in the cult of authority worship, aka scientism, which is a religion. Real science is, of course, objective and neutral. So is this culture of doubling down on being wrong to not look stupid and then doubling down every single time new information exposes just how wrong so-called official narratives were, or just random goofs who believed these official narratives by those with horrible track records being wrong every step of the way? But they continue to double down. They continue to dig the hole deeper, which, I mean, this is fascinating psychology at play. I mean, Stockholm Syndrome, which is a very, very serious pandemic going on. It's been going on for a long time, but there's just been a massive outbreak the past 2 years. And it has such a hold of people's minds. If you haven't checked out the previous MindShock podcast episode, The Battle for Your Mind, check that out, because there are a lot of entities battling for your mind, and once they take it away from you, you're no longer you, so you don't have the mental capacity to act or even think in your own best interest, so you'll always defer to blind faith in the corrupt who only seek to exploit for profit. So my question to the listeners out there, all the Mind Shock listeners, the critical thinkers who could actually employ logic and reason, unlike the majority of the population, has it always been this bad? Where, I mean, think back to your school days. I mean, maybe in elementary school, middle school, there were people, you get into an argument with a kid, and no matter how much they're proved wrong, there's always that one kid who'll stick to their guns. They will dig a deeper and deeper hole just because they don't want to be wrong. They obviously have no interest in the truth. Now, you can present incontrovertible evidence, empirically verifiable evidence, clearly demonstrating how wrong they are, but they'll just pretend they're still right and dig a deeper and deeper hole. Now, personally, I haven't seen that with adults to this level that we're seeing this past year. I haven't seen that with adults at this wide scale. I mean, it's just widespread. And the extent to which it happens, I mean, in my social media research, where I actually engage with Dunning-Kruger goofs, I engage with a lot of these coincidence theorists, authority-worshipping cultists, hopelessly indoctrinated into the cult of authority worship and scientism, and there's some commonalities. According to my research, a lot of these goofs pretend to be nice, and they start off conversations like they're pretending to have a good faith discussion or debate. And then the more definitive evidence produced showing how clueless and goofy they are, if it's not conclusive evidence, they'll continue to pretend to be nice and everything. But if it demonstrates clearly and succinctly how demonstrably false their view and blind faith in the corrupt is, the results of their blind faith they could not be more wrong. When that's clearly stated, they'll dig a deeper hole. They'll hallucinate what was presented actually wasn't presented. They'll hallucinate that it was a different source. For example, normally in any kind of discussion, I'll only use .gov sources because obviously clueless coincidence theorists, they have blind faith in the corrupt, and they will only take those kinds of sources. They will not believe anything. They don't understand basic conflicts of interest. They don't understand appeal to authority logic fallacies. So in order to take that out of the equation, to really narrow down these variables on how these goofs operate and how they think, I only use sources that they would consider credible or valid. And the more clear the evidence is on how dumb they are, how clearly hoodwinked they were, the more they'll double down and dig the hole deeper, which is so fascinating. Because if you just hint at the suggestion that maybe they're a little bit wrong, it won't be as bad of a result. So is this a case of just a whole lot of narcissists hanging out on social media? Very possible, very possible. I've noticed a clear link between the level of narcissism and the level of indoctrination into the cult of authority worship. And all these goofs who take blind faith, these corrupt authorities' words with horrible track records, the more hopelessly indoctrinated they are, the more narcissistic they are, because for whatever reason, they just can't consider the possibility that they were wrong. It's really fascinating. I mean, psychology nowadays is so fascinating, with the Stockholm Syndrome in play, the Dunning-Kruger in play, the cognitive dissonance in play. I mean, to people who find these topics and psychology interesting, I mean, this is like a field day out there, with the amount of goofs hallucinating these things and clearly demonstrating all of these concepts. I mean, for MindShock, I mean, it's been, again, it's just been an overwhelming amount of information to make content from, because this is what we discuss on MindShock. Metacognition. Why do people believe what they believe? How are people brainwashed? How does the scientific method work? How do logical fallacies hold up? How do arguments hold up when all of these logical fallacies that are used to justify these beliefs? And it's just so amusing in a certain way that the more definitively clear you make it that these individuals are all completely wrong, and they took on blind faith the words of the corrupt who had demonstrably false statements, not only admitted such after the fact, but clearly demonstrated by all statistics from all countries. So it's not even a case of, you can cherry pick. Yeah, you could cherry pick a small, tiny little data set, but if you look at all available data sets, Because obviously there's going to be anomalies and fluctuations. You can't, I mean, there's too many variables at play. But when you look across all data sets from all countries, there's some very, very clear data. So the more clear and obvious it is, the more triggered these goofs get, and the more they're unable to consider the possibility they were wrong when it's clearly demonstrated that they were wrong. I mean, this phenomena in and of itself should probably have a name. I mean, this isn't the Dunning-Kruger effect, although, of course, that's at play, that's involved. But this effect should have its own name. I mean, maybe there is a name for that. Any psychologist out there, the more definitively, conclusively proven wrong someone is, the more they double down and dig a deeper hole, should that condition have its own name. I mean, obviously, again, narcissism at play, Dunning-Kruger at play, cognitive dissonance at play. But what is the specific name, if there is one, for this type of reaction? Where if it's fuzzy that they could be wrong, they don't double down as much. But the more obvious it is that they're completely wrong and they couldn't be more wrong, the more they defy and deny empirical truth. Very, very curious. And these are the things we discuss on MINDSHOCK. So again, as I was saying earlier, my question to all the listeners out there is, has it gotten worse? Let's say 10 years ago, the average adult, if you showed them clear and succinct data, they were completely wrong, would they at least say nothing? Because that used to be a thing where someone could see that they were wrong. They weren't going to continue to argue. They might not agree. They might be pissed off. They might leave or be silent. I mean, that's a little bit more of a reasonable reaction. But to continue to double down the more wrong they are, I mean, I believe that might be slightly new. Now, again, social media is not brand new. It was around 10 years ago. And 10 years ago, in a lot of these social media conversations, I mean, yeah, you'd have the odd goof that behaved this way. But for the most part, I think more people were willing to just disappear and abandon the conversation than just continue to double down again and again and again. And that's the next question. Where will we be in another year, in another 2 years? I mean, it's kind of scary to think about all these supposedly functioning adults out there that are just completely clueless to not just basic logic and reason, English comprehension, but to even their own reaction. So not only have they never even heard of metacognition or how to examine their own thinking processes or question what they believe in anyway, but to even analyze their own reactions. Because they're not that dumb that they don't realize that they're being proven wrong. I mean, some of them might be. Again, let's not fall for any hasty generalization or false dichotomy logical fallacy. I'm sure you could find some people that fit in that category as well. But there's also a large group of people in a certain category. They're smart enough to see that they've been proven completely wrong. But their ego's got them on too short strings. But even that, I mean, some people just want to save face, so the best thing might be to just abandon the conversation. That's reasonable, and there are certain people that do that. But to continue to double down, making yourself look dumber and dumber and dumber, I mean, personally, I think that's a relatively new phenomenon. Because, again, other than that odd, rare goof on social media years ago, you'd find that odd goof, just like there'd always be that one kid in school that would do that. But it wasn't, I mean, these amount of numbers, I mean, we have mass numbers of people now doing this. Not just random talking heads on the idiot box who are also doing it, but they're peons and followers, those keeping the faith, the blind faith in the cult of scientism. These followers, they seem to be, I don't know if I'd say they're growing in numbers, but they're willing to double down on wrongness more and more and more. And the more wrong they are, the more they're willing to double down, and the more of them there are willing to double down on being wrong. So these holes that are dug, I mean, they're so deep. I mean, these are abysses now at this point. I mean, these are complete abysses. Is there a way out of this where supposedly functioning adults can examine this? Because I don't know if I'm willing to say that it's just a whole culture or new generation of spoiled children, because I don't believe that's the case. There's plenty of older people doing the exact same thing. So I don't know if I would jump to the conclusion and say this is age-based or generational-based. I don't think it is. You have ages across the whole spectrum performing in this fashion. And so, again, these are all just more questions for the MindShock listeners out there. That's all I have for you today on this topic. I will continue to examine. I will continue to engage with these coincidence theorists and these authority-worshipping cultists to see how they behave, how they interact. It's all very, very fascinating in studying psychology. I will be putting out a book on it at some point. I'll keep all you guys updated. And then, of course, if you want to become an actual member on the YouTube channel, feel free to do that. Support the channel that way. You'll have access to exclusive chat and more. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications. You could also donate to our PayPal or become a patron. Like and share the podcast, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. And I'll be adding a lot of those priorities as well for YouTube members. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.